4. The middle of nowhere. There were only two kinds of people in our town, the stupid and the stuck. My father had affectionately classified our neighbors. The ones who are bound to stay or too dumb to go. Everyone else finds a way out. There was no question which one he was, but I'd never had the courage to ask why. My father was a writer, and we lived in Gatlin, South Carolina, because the Waits always had, since my great-great-great-great-granddad Ellis Waite fought and died on the other side of the Santee River during the Civil War. Only folks down here didn't call it the Civil War. Everyone under the age of 60 called it the War Between the States, while everyone over 60 called it the War of Northern Aggression, as if somehow the North had baited the South into war over a bad bale of cotton. Everyone, that is, except my family. We called it the Civil War. Just another reason I couldn't wait to get out of here. Gatlin wasn't like the small towns you saw in the movies, unless it was a movie from about 50 years ago. We were too far from Charleston to have a Starbucks or a McDonald's. All we had was a Dairy Queen, since the Gentrys were too cheap to buy all new letters when they bought the Dairy King. The library still had a card catalog, the high school still had chalkboards, and our community pool was Lake Moultrie, warm brown water and all. You could see a movie at the Cineplex about the same time it came out on DVD, but you had to hitch a ride over to Somerville by the community college. The shops were on Main, the good houses were on River, and everyone else lived south of Route 9, where the pavement disintegrated into chunky concrete stubble, terrible for walking, but perfect for throwing at angry possums, the meanest animals alive. You never saw that in the movies. Gatlin wasn't a complicated place. Gatlin was Gatlin. The neighbors kept watch from their porches in the unbearable heat, sweltering in plain sight, but there was no point. Nothing ever changed. Tomorrow would be the first day of school, my sophomore year at Stonewall Jackson High, and I already knew everything that was going to happen. Where I would sit, who I would talk to, the jokes, the girls, who would park where. There were no surprises in Gatlin County. We were pretty much the epicenter of the middle of nowhere. At least, that's what I thought when I closed my battered copy of Slaughterhouse-5, clicked off my iPod, and turned out the light on the last night of summer. Turns out, I couldn't have been more wrong. There was a curse, there was a girl, and in the end, there was a grave. I never even saw it coming. September 2nd. Dream on. Falling. I was free-falling, tumbling through the air. "Ethan!" She called to me, and just the sound of her voice made my heart race. "Help me!" She was falling too. I stretched out my arm, trying to catch her. I reached out, but all I caught was air. There was no ground beneath my feet, and I was clawing at mud. We touched fingertips, and I saw green sparks in the darkness. Then she slipped through my fingers, and all I could feel was loss. Lemons and rosemary. I could smell her, even then. But I couldn't catch her, and I couldn't live without her. I sat up with a jerk, trying to catch my breath. "Ethan, wait! Wake up! I won't have you being late on the first day of school." I could hear Amma's voice calling from downstairs. My eyes focused on a patch of dim light in the darkness. I could hear the distant drum of the rain against our old plantation shutters. It must be raining. It must be morning. I must be in my room. My room was hot and damp from the rain. Why was my window open? My head was throbbing. I fell back down on the bed, and the dream receded as it always did. I was safe in my room, in our ancient house, in the same creaking mahogany bed where 6 generations of Waits had probably slept before me, where people didn't fall through black holes made of mud, and nothing ever actually happened. I stared up at my plaster ceiling, painted the color of the sky to keep the carpenter bees from nesting. What was wrong with me? I'd been having the dream for months now. Even though I couldn't remember all of it, the part I remembered was always the same. The girl was falling, I was falling. I had to hold on, but I couldn't. If I let go, something terrible would happen to her. But that's the thing. I couldn't let go. I couldn't lose her. It was like I was in love with her, even though I didn't know her. Kind of like love before first sight. Which seemed crazy because she was just a girl in a dream. I didn't even know what she looked like. I had been having the dream for months, but in all that time, I had never seen her face, or I couldn't remember it. All I knew was that I had the same sick feeling inside every time I lost her. She slipped through my fingers, and my stomach dropped right out of me. The way you feel when you're on a roller coaster and the car takes a big drop. Butterflies in your stomach. That was such a crappy metaphor, more like killer bees. Maybe I was losing it, or maybe I just needed a shower. My earphones were still around my neck, and when I glanced down at my iPod, I saw a song I didn't recognize. 16 Moons. What was that? I clicked on it. The melody was haunting. I couldn't place the voice, but I felt like I'd heard it before.
16 moons, 16 years, 16 of your deepest fears, 16 times you dreamed my tears, falling, falling through the years.
It was moody, creepy, almost hypnotic. Ethan Lawson, wait! I could hear Amma calling up over the music. I switched it off and sat up in bed, yanking back the covers. My sheets felt like they were full of sand, but I knew better. It was dirt, and my fingernails were caked with black mud, just like the last time I had the dream. I crumpled up the sheet, pushing it down in the hamper under yesterday's sweaty practice jersey. I got in the shower and tried to forget about it as I scrubbed my hands, and the last black bits of my dream disappeared down the drain. If I didn't think about it, it wasn't happening. That was my approach to most things the past few months. But not when it came to her. I couldn't help it. I always thought about her. I kept coming back to that same dream, even though I couldn't explain it. So that was my secret. All there was to tell. I was 16 years old, I was falling in love with a girl who didn't exist, and I was slowly losing my mind. No matter how hard I scrubbed, I couldn't get my heart to stop pounding. And over the smell of the ivory soap and the Stop and Shop shampoo, I could still smell it. Just barely. But I knew it was there. Lemons and rosemary. I came downstairs to the reassuring sameness of everything. At the breakfast table, Amma slid the same old blue and white china plate, dragonware my mom had called it, of fried eggs, bacon, buttered toast, and grits in front of me. Amma was our housekeeper, more like my grandmother, except she was smarter and more ornery than my real grandmother. Amma had practically raised me, and she felt it was her personal mission to grow me another foot or so, even though I was already 6'2". This morning I was strangely starving, like I hadn't eaten in a week. I shoveled an egg and 2 pieces of bacon off my plate, feeling better already. I grinned at her with my mouth full. "Don't hold out on me, Amma. It's the first day of school." She slammed a giant glass of OJ and a bigger one of milk, whole milk, the only kind we drink around here, in front of me. "We out of chocolate milk?" I drank chocolate milk the way some people drank Coke or coffee. Even in the morning, I was always looking for my next sugar fix. ACCLIMATE. Amma had a crossword for everything. The bigger the better, and liked to use them. The way she spelled the words out on you, letter by letter, it felt like she was paddling you in the head every time. As in, get used to it, and don't you think about setting one foot out that door till you drink the milk I gave you. Yes, ma'am. I see you dressed up. I hadn't. I was wearing jeans and a faded t-shirt, like I did most days. They all said different things. Today it was Harley Davidson, and the same black Chuck Taylors I'd had going on 3 years now. I thought you were gonna cut that hair. She said it like a scolding, but I recognized it for what it really was. Plain old affection. When did I say that? Don't you know the eyes are the windows to the soul? Maybe I don't want anyone to have a window into mine. Amma punished me with another plate of bacon. She was barely 5 feet tall and probably even older than the dragonware, though every birthday she insisted she was turning 53. But Amma was anything but a mild-mannered old lady. She was the absolute authority in my house. Well, don't think you're going out in this weather with wet hair. I don't like how this storm feels. Like something bad's been kicked up into the wind, and there's no stopping a day like that. It has a will of its own. I rolled my eyes. Amma had her own way of thinking about things. When she was in one of these moods, my mom used to call it going dark. Religion and superstition all mixed up, like it can only be in the South. When Amma went dark, it was just better to stay out of her way. Just like it was better to leave her charms on the windowsills and the dolls she made in the drawers where she put them. I scooped up another forkful of egg and finished the breakfast of champions, eggs, freezer jam, and bacon, all smashed into a toast sandwich. As I shoved it into my mouth, I glanced down the hallway out of habit. My dad's study door was already shut. My dad wrote at night and slept on the old sofa in his study all day. It had been like that since my mom died last April. He might as well be a vampire. That's what my Aunt Caroline had said after she stayed with us that spring. I had probably missed my chance to see him until tomorrow. There was no opening that door once it was closed. I heard a honk from the street. Link. I grabbed my ratty black backpack and ran out the door into the rain. It could have been 7 at night as easily as 7 in the morning. That's how dark the sky was. The weather had been weird for a few days now. Link's car, the beater, was in the street, motor sputtering, music blasting. I'd ridden to school with Link every day since kindergarten, when we became best friends after he gave me half his Twinkie on the bus. I only found out later it had fallen on the floor. Even though we had both gotten our licenses this summer, Link was the one with the car, if you could call it that. At least the beater's engine was drowning out the storm. Amma stood on the porch, her arms crossed disapprovingly. "Don't you play that loud music here, Wesley Jefferson Lincoln. Don't think I won't call your mama and tell her what you were doing in the basement all summer when you were 9 years old." Link winced. Not many people called him by his real name, except his mother and Amma. "Yes, ma'am." The screen door slammed. He laughed, spinning his tires on the wet asphalt as we pulled away from the curb, like we were making a getaway, which was pretty much how he always drove, except we never got away. "What did you do in my basement when you were 9 years old?" "What didn't I do in your basement when I was 9 years old?" Link turned down the music, which was good because it was terrible, and he was about to ask me how I liked it, like he did every day. The tragedy of his band, Who Shot Lincoln, was that none of them could actually play an instrument or sing. But all he could talk about was playing the drums and moving to New York after graduation and record deals that would probably never happen. And by probably, I mean he was more likely to sink a three-pointer blindfolded and drunk from the parking lot of the gym. Link wasn't about to go to college, but he still had one up on me. He knew what he wanted to do, even if it was a long shot. All I had was a whole shoebox full of college brochures I couldn't show my dad. I didn't care which colleges they were, as long as they were at least 1,000 miles from Gatlin. I didn't want to end up like my dad, living in the same house, in the same small town I'd grown up in, with the same people who had never dreamed their way out of here. On either side of us, dripping old Victorians lined the street, almost the same as the day they were built over 100 years ago. My street was called Cotton Bend because these old houses used to back up to miles and miles of plantation cotton fields. Now they just backed up to Route 9, which was about the only thing that had changed around here. I grabbed a stale donut from the box on the floor of the car. "Did you upload a weird song onto my iPod last night?" "What song? What do you think of this one?" Link turned up his latest demo track. "I think it needs work, like all your other songs." It was the same thing I said every day, more or less. "Yeah, well, your face will need some work after I give you a good beating." It was the same thing he said every day, more or less. I flipped through my playlist. The song, I think it was called something like 16 Moons? "Don't know what you're talking about." It wasn't there. The song was gone, but I had just listened to it this morning, and I knew I hadn't imagined it because it was still stuck in my head. "If you want to hear a song, I'll play you a new one." Link looked down to cue the track. "Hey, man, keep your eyes on the road." But he didn't look up, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw a strange car pass in front of us. For a second, the sounds of the road and the rain and Link dissolved into silence, and it was like everything was moving in slow motion. I couldn't drag my eyes away from the car. It was just a feeling, not anything I could describe. And then it slid past us, turning the other way. I didn't recognize the car. I had never seen it before. You can't imagine how impossible that is, because I knew every single car in town. There were no tourists this time of year. They wouldn't take the chance during hurricane season. This car was long and black, like a hearse. Actually, I was pretty sure it was a hearse. Maybe it was an omen. Maybe this year was going to be worse than I thought. "Here it is, Black Bandana. This song's gonna make me a star." By the time he looked up, the car was gone. September 2nd. New Girl. 8 streets. That's how far we had to go to get from Cotton Bend to Jackson High. Turns out I could relive my entire life going up and down 8 streets, and 8 streets were just enough to put a strange black hearse out of your mind. Maybe that's why I didn't mention it to Link. We passed the Stop and Shop, otherwise known as the Stop and Steal. It was the only grocery store in town, and the closest thing we had to a 7-Eleven. So every time you were hanging out with your friends out front, you had to hope you weren't going to run into someone's mom shopping for dinner. Or worse, Amma. I noticed the familiar Grand Prix parked out front. Uh-oh, Fatty's camped out already. He was sitting in the driver's seat reading the Stars and Stripes. Maybe he didn't see us. Link was watching the rear-view mirror, tense. Maybe we're screwed. Fatty was Stonewall Jackson High School's truant officer, as well as a proud member of the Gatlin police force. His girlfriend, Amanda, worked at the Stop and Steal, and Fatty was parked out front most mornings, waiting for the baked goods to be delivered, which was pretty inconvenient if you were always late, like Link and me. You couldn't go to Jackson High without knowing Fatty's routine as well as your own class schedule. Today, Fatty waved us on, without even looking up from the sports section. He was giving us a pass. Sports section and a sticky bun. Know what that means. We got 5 minutes. We rolled the beater into the school parking lot in neutral, hoping to slink past the attendance office unnoticed. but it was still pouring outside, so by the time we got into the building, we were soaked and our sneakers were squeaking so loud we might as well have just stopped in there anyway. "Ethan Waite, Wesley Lincoln." We stood dripping in the office, waiting for our detention slips. "Late for the first day of school. Your mama is going to have a few choice words for you, Mr. Lincoln. And don't you look so smug, Mr. Waite. Alma's gonna tan your hide." Miss Hester was right. Alma would know I'd shown up late about 5 minutes from now, if she didn't already. That's what it was like around here. My mom used to say Carlton Eaton, the postmaster, read any letter that looked half interesting. He didn't even bother to seal them back up anymore. It's not like there was any actual news. Every house had its secrets, but everyone on the street knew them. Even that was no secret. "Miss Hester, I was just driving slow on account of the rain." Link tried to turn on the charm. Miss Hester pulled down her glasses a little and looked back at Link, uncharmed. The little chain that held her glasses around her neck swung back and forth. "I don't have time to chat with you boys right now. I'm busy filling out your detention slips, which is where you'll be spending this afternoon," she said, as she handed each of us our blue slip. She was busy, all right. You could smell the nail polish before we even turned the corner. Welcome back. In Gatlin, the first day of school never really changes. The teachers, who all knew you from church, decided if you were stupid or smart by the time you were in kindergarten. I was smart because my parents were professors. Link was stupid because he crunched up the pages of the good book during scripture chase, and threw up once during the Christmas pageant. Because I was smart, I got good grades on my papers. Because Link was stupid, he got bad ones. I guess nobody bothered to read them. Sometimes I wrote random stuff in the middle of my essays just to see if my teachers would say anything. No one ever did. Unfortunately, the same principle didn't apply to multiple-choice tests. In first period English, I discovered my 700-year-old teacher, whose name really was Mrs. English, had expected us to read To Kill a Mockingbird over the summer. So I flunked the first quiz. Great. I had read the book about 2 years ago. It was one of my mom's favorites. But that was a while ago, and I was fuzzy on the details. A little-known fact about me, I read all the time. Books were the one thing that got me out of Gatlin, even if it was only for a little while. I had a map on my wall, and every time I read about a place I wanted to go, I marked it on the map. New York was Catcher in the Rye. Into the Wild got me to Alaska. When I read On the Road, I added Chicago, Denver, L.A., and Mexico City. Kerouac could get you pretty much everywhere. Every few months, I drew a line to connect the marks. A thin, green line I'd follow on a road trip the summer before college, if I ever got out of this town. I kept the map and the reading thing to myself. Around here, books and basketball didn't mix. Chemistry wasn't much better. Mr. Hollenbach doomed me to be lab partners with Ethan-hating Emily, also known as Emily Asher, who had despised me ever since the formal last year, when I made the mistake of wearing my Chuck Taylors with my tux, and letting my dad drive us in the rusty Volvo. The one broken window that permanently wouldn't roll up had destroyed her perfectly curled blonde prom hair, and by the time we got to the gym, she looked like Marie Antoinette with bedhead. Emily didn't speak to me for the rest of the night and sent Savannah Snow to dump me 3 steps from the punch bowl. That was pretty much the end of that. It was a never-ending source of amusement for the guys, who kept expecting us to get back together. The thing they didn't know was, I wasn't into girls like Emily. She was pretty, but that was it. And looking at her didn't make up for having to listen to what came out of her mouth. I wanted someone different, someone I could talk to about something other than parties and getting crowned at winter formal. A girl who was smart, or funny, or at least a decent lab partner. Maybe a girl like that was the real dream. But a dream was still better than a nightmare, even if the nightmare was wearing a cheerleading skirt. I survived chemistry, but my day only got worse from there. Apparently, I was taking U.S. history again this year, which was the only history taught at Jackson, making the name redundant. I would be spending my second consecutive year studying the War of Northern Aggression with Mr. Lee. No relation. But as we all knew, in spirit, Mr. Lee and the famous Confederate general were one and the same. Mr. Lee was one of the few teachers who actually hated me. Last year, on a dare from Link, I had written a paper called The War of Southern Aggression, and Mr. Lee had given me a D. Guess the teachers actually did read the papers sometimes after all. I found a seat in the back next to Link, who was busy copying notes from whatever class he had slept through before this one. But he stopped writing as soon as I sat down. "Dude, did you hear?" "Hear what?" "There's a new girl at Jackson." "There are a ton of new girls, a whole freshman class of them, moron." "I'm not talking about the freshmen. There's a new girl in our class." At any other high school, a new girl in the sophomore class wouldn't be news. But this was Jackson, and we hadn't had a new girl in school since 3rd grade, when Kelly Wicks moved in with her grandparents after her dad was arrested for running a gambling operation out of their basement in Lake City. "Who is she?" "Don't know. I've got civics second period with all the band geeks, and they didn't know anything except she plays the violin or something. Wonder if she's hot." Link had a one-track mind, like most guys. The difference was, Link's track led directly to his mouth. "So she's a band geek?" "No, a musician. Maybe she shares my love of classical music." Classical music? The only classical music Link had ever heard was in the dentist's office. "You know, the classics. Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath, the Stones." I started laughing. "Mr. Lincoln, Mr. Waite, I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation, but I'd like to get started if it's all right with you boys." Mr. Lee's tone was just as sarcastic as last year, and his greasy comb-over and pit stains just as bad. He passed out copies of the same syllabus he had probably been using for 10 years. Participating in an actual Civil War reenactment would be required. Of course it would. I could just borrow a uniform from one of my relatives who participated in reenactments for fun on the weekends. Lucky me. After the bell rang, Link and I hung out in the hall by our lockers, hoping to get a look at the new girl. To hear him talk, she was already his future soulmate and bandmate and probably a few other kinds of mates I didn't even want to hear about. But the only thing we got a look at was too much of Charlotte Chase in a jean skirt 2 sizes too small. Which meant we weren't going to find out anything until lunch, because our next class was ASL, American Sign Language, and it was strictly no talking allowed. No one was good enough at signing to even spell new girl, especially since ASL was the one class we had in common with the rest of the Jackson basketball team. I'd been on the team since 8th grade, when I grew 6 inches in one summer and ended up at least a head taller than everyone else in my class. Besides, you had to do something normal when both of your parents were professors. It turned out I was good at basketball. I always seemed to know where the players on the other team were going to pass the ball, and it gave me a place to sit in the cafeteria every day. At Jackson, that was worth something. Today, that seat was worth even more, because Sean Bishop, our point guard, had actually seen the new girl. Link asked the only question that mattered to any of them. "So, is she hot?" "Pretty hot." "Savannah Snow hot?" As if on cue, Savannah, the standard by which all other girls at Jackson were measured, walked into the cafeteria, arm in arm with Ethan-hating Emily. And we all watched, because Savannah was 5'8" worth of the most perfect legs you've ever seen. Emily and Savannah were almost one person, even when they weren't in their cheerleading uniforms. Blonde hair, fake tans, flip-flops, and jean skirts so short they could pass for belts. Savannah was the legs, but Emily was the one all the guys tried to get a look at in her bikini top, at the lake in the summer. They never seemed to have any books, just tiny metallic bags tucked under one arm, with barely enough room for a cell phone, for the few occasions when Emily actually stopped texting. Their differences boiled down to their respective positions on the cheer squad. Savannah was the captain and a base, one of the girls who held up 2 more tiers of cheerleaders in the Wildcats' famous pyramid. Emily was a flyer, the girl at the top of the pyramid, the one thrown 5 or 6 feet into the air to complete a flip or some other crazy cheer stunt that could easily result in a broken neck. Emily would risk anything to stay on top of that pyramid. Savannah didn't need to. When Emily got tossed, the pyramid went on fine without her. When Savannah moved an inch, the whole thing came tumbling down. Ethan-hating Emily noticed us staring and scowled at me. The guys laughed. Emery Watkins clapped a hand on my back. "In like sin, wait. You know Emily. The more she glares, the more she cares." I didn't want to think about Emily today. I wanted to think about the opposite of Emily. Ever since Link had brought it up in history, it had stuck with me. The new girl. The possibility of someone different. From somewhere different. Maybe someone with a bigger life than ours, and, I guess, mine. Maybe even someone I dreamed about. I knew it was a fantasy, but I wanted to believe it. "So did y'all hear about the new girl?" Savannah sat down on Earl Petty's lap. Earl was our team captain and Savannah's on-again, off-again boyfriend. Right now, they were on. He rubbed his hands over her orangey-colored legs, just high enough so you didn't know where to look. "Sean was just filling us in. Says she's hot. You gonna put her on the squad?" Link grabbed a couple of tater tots off my tray. "Hardly. You should see what she's wearing." Strike 1. "And how pale she is." Strike 2. You could never be too thin or too tan, as far as Savannah was concerned. Emily sat down next to Emery, leaning over the table just a little too much. "Did he tell you who she is?" "What do you mean?" Emily paused for dramatic effect. "She's Old Man Ravenwood's niece." She didn't need the pause for this one. It was like she had sucked the air right out of the room. A couple of the guys started laughing. They thought she was kidding, but I could tell she wasn't. Strike 3. She was out. So far out, I couldn't even picture her anymore. The possibility of my dream girl showing up disappeared before I could even imagine our first date. I was doomed to 3 more years of Emily Asher's. Macon Melchizedek Ravenwood was the town shut-in. Let's just say I remembered enough of To Kill a Mockingbird to know Old Man Ravenwood made Boo Radley look like a social butterfly. He lived in a run-down old house on Gatlin's oldest and most infamous plantation, and I don't think anyone in town had seen him since before I was born, maybe longer. "Are you serious?" asked Link. "Totally. Carlton Eaton told my mom yesterday when he brought by our mail." Savannah nodded. "My mama heard the same thing. She moved in with Old Man Ravenwood a couple of days ago, from Virginia or Maryland. I don't remember." They all kept talking about her clothes and her hair and her uncle and what a freak she probably was. That's the thing I hated most about Gatlin. The way everyone had something to say about everything you said or did, or in this case, wore. I just stared at the noodles on my tray, swimming in runny orange liquid that didn't look much like cheese. 2 years, 8 months, and counting. I had to get out of this town. After school, the gym was being used for cheerleading tryouts. The rain had finally let up, so basketball practice was on the outside court, with its cracked concrete and bent rims and puddles of water from the morning rain. You had to be careful not to hit the fissure that ran down the middle like the Grand Canyon. Aside from that, you could almost see the whole parking lot from the court and watch most of the prime social action of Jackson High while you warmed up. Today, I had the hot hand. I was 7 for 7 from the free throw line, but so was Earl, matching me shot for shot. Swish. 8. It seemed like I could just look at the net and the ball would sail through. Some days were like that. Swish. 9. Earl was annoyed. I could tell by the way he was bouncing the ball harder and harder every time I made a shot. He was our other center. Our unspoken agreement was, I let him be in charge, and he didn't hassle me if I didn't feel like hanging out at the Stop and Steal every day after practice. There were only so many ways you could talk about the same girls, and so many Slim Jims you could eat. Swish. 10. I couldn't miss. Maybe it was just genetics. Maybe it was something else. I hadn't figured it out, but since my mom died, I had stopped trying. It was a wonder I made it to practice at all. Swish. 11. Earl grunted behind me, bouncing the ball even harder. I tried not to smile and looked over to the parking lot as I took the next shot. I saw a tangle of long black hair behind the wheel of a long black car. A hearse. I froze. Then she turned, and through the open window I could see a girl looking in my direction. At least, I thought I could. The basketball hit the rim and bounced off toward the fence. Behind me I heard the familiar sound. Swish. 12. Earl Petty could relax. As the car pulled away, I looked down the court. The rest of the guys were standing there like they'd just seen a ghost. Was that? Billy Watts, our forward, nodded, holding on to the chain-link fence with one hand. Old man Ravenwood's niece. Sean tossed the ball at him. Yep, just like they said, driving his hearse. Emery shook his head. She's hot, all right. What a waste. They went back to playing ball, but by the time Earl took his next shot, it had started to rain again. 30 seconds later, we were caught in a downpour, the heaviest rain we'd seen all day. I stood there, letting the rain hammer down on me. My wet hair hung in my eyes, blocking out the rest of the school, the team. The bad omen wasn't just a hearse. It was a girl. For a few minutes, I had let myself hope that maybe this year wouldn't be just like every other year, that something would change, that I would have someone to talk to, someone who really got me. But all I had was a good day on the court, and that had never been enough. September 2nd. A hole in the sky. Fried chicken, mashed potatoes and gravy, string beans and biscuits, all sitting angry and cold and congealed on the stove where Amma had left them. Usually she kept my dinner warm for me until I got home from practice, but not today. I was in a lot of trouble. Amma was furious, sitting at the table eating Red Hots and scratching away at the New York Times crossword. My dad secretly subscribed to the Sunday edition because the ones in the Stars and Stripes had too many spelling mistakes, and the ones in Reader's Digest were too short. I don't know how he got it past Carlton Eaton, who would have made sure the whole town knew we were too good for the Stars and Stripes, but there was nothing my dad wouldn't do for Amma. She slid the plate in my direction, looking at me without looking at me. I shoveled cold mashed potatoes and chicken into my mouth. There was nothing Amma hated like food left on your plate. I tried to keep my distance from the point of her special black No. 2 pencil, used only for her crosswords, kept so sharp it could actually draw blood. Tonight, it might. I listened to the steady patter of rain on the roof. There wasn't another sound in the room. Amma rapped her pencil on the table. 9 letters. Confinement or pain exacted for wrongdoing. She shot me another look. I shoveled a spoonful of potatoes into my mouth. I knew what was coming. 9 across. C-A-S-T-I-G-A-T-E. As in punish, as in if you can't get yourself to school on time, you won't be leaving this house. I wondered who had called to tell her I was late, or more likely, who hadn't called. She sharpened her pencil, even though it was already sharp, grinding it into her old automatic sharpener on the counter. She was still pointedly not looking at me, which was even worse than staring me right in the eye. I walked over to where she was grinding and put my arm around her, giving her a good squeeze. Come on, Amma, don't be mad. It was pouring this morning. You wouldn't want us speeding in the rain, would you? She raised an eyebrow, but her expression softened. Well, it looks like it'll be raining from now until the day after you cut that hair, so you better figure out a way to get yourself to school before that bell rings. Yes, ma'am. I gave her one last squeeze and went back to my cold potatoes. You'll never believe what happened today. We got a new girl in our class. I don't know why I said it. I guess it was still on my mind. You think I don't know about Lena Duquesne? I choked on my biscuit. Lena Duquesne. Pronounced in the South to rhyme with rain. The way Amma rolled it out, you would have thought the word had an extra syllable. Duquesne. Is that her name? Lena? Amma pushed a glass of chocolate milk in my direction. Yes and no, and it's none of your business. You shouldn't be messing with things you don't know anything about, Ethan Waite. Amma always spoke in riddles, and she never gave you anything more than that. I hadn't been to her house in Waders Creek since I was a kid, but I knew most of the people in town had. Amma was the most respected tarot card reader within 100 miles of Gatlin, just like her mother before her and her grandmother before her. 6 generations of card readers. Gatlin was full of God-fearing Baptists, Methodists, and Pentecostals, but they couldn't resist the lure of the cards, the possibility of changing the course of their own destiny, because that's what they believed a powerful reader could do, and Amma was nothing if not a force to be reckoned with. Sometimes I'd find one of her homemade charms in my sock drawer or hanging above the door of my father's study. I had only asked what they were for once. My dad teased Amma whenever he found one, but I noticed that he never took any of them down. Better safe than sorry. I guess he meant safe from Amma, who could make you plenty sorry. Did you hear anything else about her? You watch yourself. One day you're gonna pick a hole in the sky and the universe is gonna fall right through. Then we'll all be in a fix. My father shuffled into the kitchen in his pajamas. He poured himself a cup of coffee and took a box of shredded wheat out of the pantry. I could see the yellow wax earplugs still stuck in his ears. The shredded wheat meant he was about to start his day. The earplugs meant it hadn't really started yet. I leaned over and whispered to Amma, "What did you hear?" She yanked my plate away and took it to the sink. She rinsed some bones that looked like pork shoulder, which was weird since we'd had chicken tonight, and put them on a plate. "That's none of your concern. What I'd like to know is why you're so interested." I shrugged. "I'm not, really. Just curious." "You know what they say about curiosity." She stuck a fork in my piece of buttermilk pie. Then she shot me the look, and was gone. Even my father noticed the kitchen door swinging in her wake and pulled an earplug out of one ear. "How was school?" "Fine." "What did you do to Amma?" "I was late for school." He studied my face. I studied his. "Number 2? I nodded. "Sharp?" "Started out sharp, and then she sharpened it." I sighed. My dad almost smiled, which was rare. I felt a surge of relief, maybe even accomplishment. "Know how many times I sat at this old table while she pulled a pencil on me when I was a kid?" he asked, though it wasn't really a question. The table, nicked and flecked with paint and glue and marker from all the waits leading up to me, was one of the oldest things in the house. I smiled. My dad picked up his cereal bowl and waved his spoon in my direction. Amma had raised my father, a fact I'd been reminded of every time I even thought about sassing her when I was a kid. "Myriad. He spelled out the word as he dumped his bowl into the sink. "Plethora. As in, more than you, Ethan Waite." As he stepped into the kitchen light, the half-smile faded to a quarter, and then it was gone. He looked even worse than usual. The shadows on his face were darker, and you could see the bones under his skin. His face was a pallid green from never leaving the house. He looked a little bit like a living corpse, as he had for months now. It was hard to remember that he was the same person who used to sit with me for hours on the shores of Lake Moultrie, eating chicken salad sandwiches and teaching me how to cast a fishing line. Back and forth, 10 and 2, 10 and 2, like the hands of a clock. The last 5 months had been hard for him. He had really loved my mother. But so had I. My dad picked up his coffee and started to shuffle back toward his study. It was time to face facts. Maybe Macon Ravenwood wasn't the only town shut in. I didn't think our town was big enough for 2 Boo Radleys. But this was the closest thing to a conversation we'd had in months, and I didn't want him to go. "How's the book coming?" I blurted out. "Stay and talk to me." That's what I meant. He looked surprised, then shrugged. "It's coming. Still got a lot of work to do." He couldn't. That's what he meant. "Macon Ravenwood's niece just moved to town." I said the words just as he put his earplug back in. Out of sync, our usual timing. Come to think of it, that had been my timing with most people lately. My dad pulled out the earplug, sighed, and pulled out the other. "What?" He was already walking back to his study. The meter on our conversation was running out. "Macon Ravenwood, what do you know about him?" "Same as everyone else, I guess. He's a recluse. He hasn't left Ravenwood Manor in years, as far as I know." He pushed open the study door and stepped over the threshold. But I didn't follow him. I just stood in the doorway. I never set foot in there. Once, just once, when I was 7 years old, my dad had caught me reading his novel before he had finished revising it. His study was a dark, frightening place. There was a painting that he always kept covered with a sheet over the threadbare Victorian sofa. I knew never to ask what was underneath the sheet. Past the sofa, close to the window, my father's desk was carved mahogany, another antique that had been handed down along with our house from generation to generation, and books, old leather-bound books that were so heavy they rested on a huge wooden stand when they were open. Those were the things that kept us bound to Gatlin, and bound to Waite's Landing, just as they had bound my ancestors for more than 100 years. On the desk was his manuscript. It had been sitting there in an open cardboard box, and I just had to know what was in it. My dad wrote Gothic horror, so there wasn't much he wrote that was okay for a 7-year-old to read. But every house in Gatlin was full of secrets, just like the South itself, and my house was no exception, even back then. My dad had found me curled up on the couch in his study, pages spread all around me like a bottle rocket had exploded in the box. I didn't know enough to cover my tracks, something I learned pretty quickly after that. I just remember him yelling at me, and my mom coming out to find me crying in the old magnolia tree in our backyard. Some things are private, Ethan, even for grown-ups. I had just wanted to know. That had always been my problem, even now. I wanted to know why my dad never came out of his study. I wanted to know why we couldn't leave this worthless old house just because a million Waits had lived here before us, especially now that my mom was gone. But not tonight. Tonight I just wanted to remember chicken salad sandwiches and 10 and 2 and a time when my dad ate his shredded wheat in the kitchen, joking around with me. I fell asleep remembering. Before the bell even rang the next day, Lena Duquesne was all everyone at Jackson could talk about. Somehow, between storms and power outages, Loretta Snow and Eugenie Asher, Savannah's and Emily's mothers, had managed to get supper on the table and call just about everyone in town to let them know that crazy Macon Ravenwood's relation was driving around Gatlin in his hearse, which they were sure he used to transport dead bodies in when no one was watching. From there, it just got wilder. There are two things you can always count on in Gatlin. 1. You can be different, even crazy, as long as you come out of the house every now and then, so folks don't think you're an axe murderer. 2, if there's a story to tell, you can be sure there'll be someone to tell it. A new girl in town, moving into the haunted mansion with the town shut in, that's a story, probably the biggest story to hit Gatlin since my mom's accident. So I don't know why I was surprised when everyone was talking about her. Everyone except the guys. They had business to attend to first. "So, what do we got, Em?" Link slammed his locker door. "Counting cheerleading tryouts, looks like 4 8s, 3 7s, and a handful of 4s. Emery didn't bother to count the freshman girls he rated below a 4. I slammed my locker door. "This is news? Aren't these the same girls we see at the Dairy Queen every Saturday?" Emery smiled and clapped his hand on my shoulder. "But they're in the game now, Wait." He looked at the girls in the hall. "And I'm ready to play." Emery was mostly all talk. Last year, when we were freshmen, all we heard about were the hot seniors he thought he was going to hook up with now that he'd made JV. M was as delusional as Link, but not as harmless. He had a mean streak. All the Watkinses did. Sean shook his head. "Like picking peaches off the vine." Peaches grow on trees? I was already annoyed, maybe because I'd met up with the guys at the Stop and Steal magazine stand before school and been subjected to this same conversation, while Earl flipped through issues of the only thing he ever read, magazines featuring girls in bikinis lying across the hoods of cars. Sean looked at me, confused. "What are you talking about?" I don't know why I even bothered. It was a stupid conversation, the same way it was stupid that all the guys had to meet up before school on Wednesday mornings. It was something I'd come to think of as roll call. A few things were expected if you were on the team. You sat together in the lunchroom, You went to Savannah Snow's parties, asked a cheerleader to the winter formal, hung out at Lake Moultrie on the last day of school. You could bail on almost anything else if you showed up for roll call. Only it was getting harder and harder for me to show up, and I didn't know why. I still hadn't come up with the answer when I saw her. Even if I hadn't seen her, I'd have known she was there because the hallway, which was usually crammed with people rushing to their lockers and trying to make it to class before the second bell, cleared out in a matter of seconds. Everyone actually stepped aside when she came down the hall, like she was a rock star. Or a leper. But all I could see was a beautiful girl in a long gray dress under a white track jacket with the word Munich sewn on it, and beat-up black Converse peeking out underneath. A girl who wore a long silver chain around her neck, with tons of stuff dangling from it, a plastic ring from a bubblegum machine, a safety pin, and a bunch of other junk I was too far away to see. A girl who didn't look like she belonged in Gatlin. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Macon Ravenwood's niece. What was wrong with me? She tucked her dark curls behind her ear, black nail polish catching the fluorescent light. Her hands were covered with black ink, like she had written on them. She walked down the hall as if we were invisible. She had the greenest eyes I'd ever seen, so green they could have been considered some new color altogether. "Yeah, she's hot," said Billy. I knew what they were thinking. For a second, they were thinking about dumping their girlfriends for the chance to hit on her. For a second, she was a possibility. Earl gave her the once-over, then slammed his locker door. "If you ignore the fact that she's a freak..." There was something about the way he said it, or more like the reason he said it. She was a freak because she wasn't from Gatlin, because she wasn't scrambling to make it onto the cheer squad, because she hadn't given him a second look, or even a first. On any other day, I would have ignored him and kept my mouth shut, but today I didn't feel like shutting up. So she's automatically a freak? Why? Because she doesn't have on the uniform, blonde hair, and a short skirt? Earl's face was easy to read. This was one of those times when I was supposed to follow his lead, and I wasn't holding up my end of our unspoken agreement. Because she's a Ravenwood. The message was clear. Hot, but don't even think about it. She wasn't a possibility anymore. Still, that didn't keep them from looking, and they were all looking. The hallway and everyone in it had locked in on her as if she was a deer caught in the crosshairs. But she just kept walking, her necklace jingling around her neck. Minutes later, I stood in the doorway of my English class. There she was, Lena Duquesne, the new girl, who would still be called that 50 years from now, if she wasn't still called Old Man Ravenwood's niece, handing a pink transfer slip to Mrs. English, who squinted to read it. "They messed up my schedule and I didn't have an English class," she was saying. "I had U.S. history for 2 periods, and I already took U.S. history at my old school." She sounded frustrated, and I tried not to smile. She'd never had U.S. history, not the way Mr. Lee taught it. "Of course, take any open seat." Mrs. English handed her a copy of To Kill a Mockingbird. The book looked like it had never been opened, which it probably hadn't since they'd made it into a movie. The new girl looked up and caught me watching her. I looked away, but it was too late. I tried not to smile, but I was embarrassed, and that only made me smile more. She didn't seem to notice. "That's okay, I brought my own." She pulled out a copy of the book, hardback, with a tree etched on the cover. It looked really old and worn, like she had read it more than once. "It's one of my favorite books." She just said it, like it wasn't weird. Now I was staring. I felt a steamroller plow into my back, and Emily pushed through the doorway as if I wasn't standing there, which was her way of saying hello and expecting me to follow her to the back of the room, where our friends were sitting. The new girl sat down in an empty seat in the first row, in the no-man's land in front of Mrs. English's desk. Wrong move. Everybody knew not to sit there. Mrs. English had one glass eye, and the terrible hearing you get if your family runs the only shooting range in the county. If you sat anywhere else but right in front of her desk, she couldn't see you and she wouldn't call on you. Lena was going to have to answer questions for the whole class. Emily looked amused and went out of her way to walk past her seat, kicking over Lena's bag, sending her books sliding across the aisle. "Whoops." Emily bent down, picking up a battered spiral notebook that was one tear away from losing its cover. She held it up like it was a dead mouse. "Lena Duquesne. Is that your name? I thought it was Ravenwood." Lena looked up slowly. "Can I have my book?" Emily flipped through the pages as if she didn't hear her. "Is this your journal? Are you a writer? That's so great." Lena reached out her hand. "Please?" Emily snapped the book shut and held it away from her. "Can I just borrow this for a minute? I'd love to read something you wrote. I'd like it back now, please." Lena stood up. Things were going to get interesting. Old Man Ravenwood's niece was about to dig herself into the kind of hole there was no climbing back out of. Nobody had a memory like Emily. "First, you'd have to be able to read." I grabbed the journal out of Emily's hand and handed it back to Lena. Then I sat down in the desk next to her, right there in no man's land. Good eyesight. Emily looked at me in disbelief. I don't know why I did it. I was just as shocked as she was. I'd never sat in the front of any class in my life. The bell rang before Emily could say anything, but it didn't matter. I knew I'd pay for it later. Lena opened her notebook and ignored both of us. "Can we get started, people?" Mrs. English looked up from her desk. Emily slunk to her usual seat in the back, far enough from the front that she wouldn't have to answer any questions the whole year, and today, far enough from Old Man Ravenwood's niece. And now, far enough from me, which felt kind of liberating, even if I had to analyze Jem and Scout's relationship for 50 minutes without having read the chapter. When the bell rang, I turned to Lena. I don't know what I thought I was going to say. Maybe I was expecting her to thank me. But she didn't say anything as she shoved her books back into her bag. 156. It wasn't a word she had written on the back of her hand. It was a number. Lena Duquesne didn't speak to me again. Not that day, not that week. But that didn't stop me from thinking about her, or seeing her practically everywhere I tried not to look. It wasn't just her that was bothering me, not exactly. It wasn't about how she looked, which was pretty, even though she was always wearing the wrong clothes and those beat-up sneakers. It wasn't about what she said in class, usually something no one else would have thought of, and if they had, something they wouldn't have dared to say. It wasn't that she was different from all the other girls at Jackson. That was obvious. It was that she made me realize how much I was just like the rest of them, even if I wanted to pretend I wasn't. It had been raining all day, and I was sitting in ceramics, otherwise known as AGA, a guaranteed A, since the class was graded on effort. I had signed up for ceramics last spring because I had to fulfill my arts requirement, and I was desperate to stay out of band, which was practicing noisily downstairs, conducted by the crazily skinny, overly enthusiastic Miss Spider. Savannah sat down next to me. I was the only guy in the class, and since I was a guy, I had no idea what I was supposed to do next. "Today is all about experimentation. You aren't being graded on this. Feel the clay, free your mind, and ignore the music from downstairs." Mrs. Abernathy winced as the band butchered what sounded like Dixie. "Dig deep. Feel your way to your soul." I flipped on the potter's wheel and stared at the clay as it started to spin in front of me. I sighed. This was almost as bad as band. Then, as the room quieted and the hum of the potter's wheels drowned out the chatter of the back rows, the music from downstairs shifted. I heard a violin, or maybe one of those bigger violins, a viola, I think. It was beautiful and sad at the same time, and it was unsettling. There was more talent in the raw voice of the music than Miss Spider had ever had the pleasure of conducting. I looked around. No one else seemed to notice the music. The sound crawled right under my skin. I recognized the melody, and within seconds I could hear the words in my mind as clearly as if I was listening to my iPod. But this time, the words had changed.
16 moons, 16 years, sound of thunder in your ears, 16 miles before she nears, 16 what 16 fears.
As I stared at the spinning clay in front of me, the lump became a blur. The harder I focused on it, the more the room dissolved around it, until the clay seemed to be spinning the classroom, the table, my chair along with it. As if we were all tied together in this whirlwind of constant motion, set to the rhythm of the melody from the music room. The room was disappearing around me. Slowly I reached out a hand and dragged one fingertip along the clay. Then a flash, and the whirling room dissolved into another image. I was falling. We were falling. I was back in the dream. I saw her hand. I saw my hand grabbing at hers, my fingers digging into her skin, her wrist, in a desperate attempt to hold on. But she was slipping. I could feel it, her fingers pulling through my hand. "Don't let go!" I wanted to help her, to hold on, more than I had ever wanted anything. And then, she fell through my fingers. "Ethan, what are you doing?" Mrs. Abernathy sounded concerned. I opened my eyes and tried to focus, to bring myself back. I'd been having the dreams since my mom died, but this was the first time I'd had one during the day. I stared at my gray, muddy hand, caked with drying clay. The clay on the potter's wheel held the perfect imprint of a hand, like I had just flattened whatever I was working on. I looked at it more closely. The hand wasn't mine. It was too small. It was a girl's. It was hers. I looked under my nails where I could see the clay I had clawed from her wrist. "Ethan, you could at least try to make something." Mrs. Abernathy put her hand on my shoulder, and I jumped. Outside the classroom window, I heard the rumble of thunder. "But, Mrs. Abernathy, I think Ethan's soul is communicating with him." Savannah giggled, leaning over to get a good look. "I think it's telling you to get a manicure, Ethan." The girls around me started to laugh. I mashed the handprint with my fist, turning it back into a lump of gray nothing. I stood up, wiping my hands on my jeans as the bell rang. I grabbed my backpack and sprinted out of the room, slipping in my wet high tops when I turned the corner and almost tripping over my untied laces as I ran down the 2 flights of stairs that stood between the music room and me. I had to know if I had imagined it. I pushed open the double doors of the music room with both hands. The stage was empty. The class was filing past me. I was going the wrong way, heading downstream when everyone else was going up. I took a deep breath, but knew what I would smell before I smelled it. Lemons and rosemary. Down on the stage, Miss Spider was picking up sheet music, scattered along the folding chairs she used for the sorry Jackson Orchestra. I called down to her, "Excuse me, ma'am, who was just playing that song?" She smiled in my direction. "We have a wonderful new addition to our string section, a viola. She's just moved into town." No, it couldn't be. Not her. I turned and ran before she could say the name. When the 8th period bell rang, Link was waiting for me in front of the locker room. He raked his hand through his spiky hair and straightened out his faded Black Sabbath t-shirt. "Link, I need your keys, man." "What about practice?" "I can't make it. There's something I've got to do." "Dude, what are you talking about?" "I just need your keys." I had to get out of there. I was having the dreams, hearing the song, and now blacking out in the middle of class, if that's even what you'd call it. I didn't know what was going on with me, but I knew it was bad. If my mom was still alive, I probably would have told her everything. She was like that. I could tell her anything. But she was gone. And my dad was holed up in his study all the time, and Amma would be sprinkling salt all over my room for a month if I told her. I was on my own. Link held out his keys. "Coach is gonna kill you." "I know." "And Amma's gonna find out." "I know." "And she's gonna kick your butt all the way to the county line." His hand wavered as I grabbed the keys. "Don't be stupid." I turned and bolted. Too late. September 11th. Collision. By the time I got to the car, I was soaking wet. The storm had been building all week. There was a weather advisory on every radio station I could get any reception from, which wasn't saying much, considering the beater only got 3 stations, all AM. The clouds were totally black, and since it was hurricane season, that wasn't something to be taken lightly. But it didn't matter. I needed to clear my head and figure out what was going on, even if I had no idea where I was going. I had to turn on the headlights to even drive out of the parking lot. I couldn't see more than 3 feet in front of the car. It wasn't a day to be driving. Lightning sliced through the dark sky ahead of me. I counted, as Amma had taught me years ago. 1, 2, 3. Thunder cracked, which meant the storm wasn't far off, 3 miles according to Amma's calculations. I pulled up at the stoplight by Jackson, one of only 3 in town. I had no idea what to do. The rain jackhammered down on the beater. The radio was reduced to static, but I heard something. I cranked the volume and the song flooded through the crappy speakers. 16 Moons. The song that had disappeared from my playlist. The song no one else seemed to hear. The song Lena Duquesne had been playing on the viola. The song that was driving me crazy. The light turned green, and the beater lurched into drive. I was on my way, and I had absolutely no idea where I was going. Lightning ripped across the sky. I counted 1, 2. The storm was getting closer. I flipped on the windshield wipers. It was no use. I couldn't even see halfway down the block. Lightning flashed. I counted 1. Thunder rumbled above the roof of the beater, and the rain turned horizontal. The windshield rattled as if it could give way at any second, which, considering the condition of the beater, it could have. I wasn't chasing the storm. The storm was chasing me. And it had found me. I could barely keep the wheels on the slick road, and the beater started to fishtail, skating erratically back and forth between the 2 lanes of Route 9. I couldn't see a thing. I slammed on the brakes, spinning out into the darkness. The headlights flickered for barely a second, and a pair of huge green eyes stared back at me from the middle of the road. At first I thought it was a deer, but I was wrong. There was someone in the road. I pulled on the wheel with both hands as hard as I could. My body slammed against the side of the door. Her hand was outstretched. I closed my eyes for the impact, but it never came. The beater jerked to a stop, not more than 3 feet away. The headlights made a pale circle of light in the rain, reflecting off one of those cheap plastic rain ponchos you can buy for $3 at the drugstore. It was a girl. Slowly, she pulled the hood off her head, letting the rain run down her face. Green eyes, black hair. Lena Duquesne. I couldn't breathe. I knew she had green eyes. I'd seen them before, but tonight they looked different. Different from any eyes I had ever seen. They were huge and unnaturally green, an electric green, like the lightning from the storm. Standing in the rain like that, she almost didn't look human. I stumbled out of the beater into the rain, leaving the engine running and the door open. Neither one of us said a word, standing in the middle of Route 9 in the kind of downpour you only saw during a hurricane or a nor'easter. Adrenaline was pumping through my veins, and my muscles were tense as if my body was still waiting for the crash. Lena's hair whipped in the wind around her, dripping with rain. I took a step toward her, and it hit me. Wet lemons. Wet rosemary. All at once the dreams started coming back to me, like waves crashing over my head, only this time, when she slipped through my fingers, I could see her face. Green eyes and black hair. I remembered. It was her. She was standing right in front of me. I had to know for sure. I grabbed her wrist. There they were, the tiny moon-shaped scratches, right where my fingers had reached for her wrist in the dream. When I touched her, electricity ran through my body. Lightning struck the tree not 10 feet from where we were standing, splitting the trunk neatly in half. It began to smolder. "Are you crazy, or just a terrible driver?" She backed away from me, her green eyes flashing. With anger? With something. "It's you. What were you trying to do, kill me?" "You're real." The words felt strange in my mouth, like it was full of cotton. "A real corpse, almost, thanks to you." "I'm not crazy. I thought I was, but I'm not. It's you. You're standing right in front of me." "Not for long." She turned her back on me and started up the road. This wasn't going the way I had imagined it. I ran to catch up with her. "You're the one who just appeared out of nowhere and ran out into the middle of the highway." She waved her arm dramatically, like she was waving away more than just the idea. For the first time, I saw the long black car in the shadows, the hearse, with its hood up. "Hello, I was looking for someone to help me, genius. My uncle's car died. You could have just driven by. You didn't have to try to run me down." "It was you in the dreams. And the song. The weird song on my iPod." She whirled around. "What dreams? What song? Are you drunk, or is this some kind of joke?" "I know it's you. You have the marks on your wrist." She turned her hand over and looked down, confused. "These? I have a dog. Get over it." But I knew I wasn't wrong. I could see the face from my dream so clearly now. Was it possible she didn't know? She pulled up her hood and began the long walk to Ravenwood in the pouring rain. I caught up with her. "Here's a hint. Next time, don't get out of your car in the middle of the road during a storm. Call 911. She didn't stop walking. I wasn't about to call the police. I'm not even supposed to be driving. I only have a learner's permit. Anyway, my cell is dead. Clearly, she wasn't from around here. The only way you'd get pulled over in this town was if you were driving on the wrong side of the road. The storm was picking up. I had to shout over the howl of the rain. "Just let me give you a ride home. You shouldn't be out here." "No, thanks. I'll wait for the next guy who almost runs me down." "There isn't gonna be another guy. It could be hours before anyone else comes by." She started walking again. "No problem. I'll walk." I couldn't let her wander around alone in the pouring rain. My mom had raised me better than that. "I can't let you walk home in this weather." As if on cue, thunder rolled over our heads. Her hood blew off. "I'll drive like my grandma. I'll drive like your grandma." "You wouldn't say that if you knew my grandma." The wind was picking up. Now she was shouting too. "Come on." "What?" "The car. Get in. With me." She looked at me, and for a second I wasn't sure if she was going to give in. "I guess it's safer than walking. With you on the road, anyway." The beater was drenched. Link would lose it when he saw it. The storm sounded different once we were in the car, both louder and quieter. I could hear the rain pounding the roof, but it was nearly drowned out by the sound of my heart beating and my teeth chattering. I pushed the car into drive. I was so aware of Lena sitting next to me, just inches away in the passenger seat. I snuck a look. Even though she was a pain, she was beautiful. Her green eyes were enormous. I couldn't figure out why they looked so different tonight. She had the longest eyelashes I had ever seen, and her skin was pale, made even paler by the contrast of her wild black hair. She had a tiny, light brown birthmark on her cheekbone, just below her left eye, shaped sort of like a crescent moon. She didn't look like anybody at Jackson. She didn't look like anybody I'd ever seen. She pulled the wet poncho over her head. Her black t-shirt and jeans clung to her like she'd fallen in a swimming pool. Her gray vest dripped a steady stream of water onto the pleather seat. "You're staring." I looked away, out the windshield, anywhere but at her. "You should probably take that off. It'll only make you colder." I could see her fumbling with the delicate silver buttons on the vest, unable to control the shaking in her hands. I reached forward, and she froze. Like I would have dared touch her again. "I'll turn up the heat." She went back to the buttons. "Thanks." I could see her hands, more ink, now smeared from the rain. I could just make out a few numbers. Maybe a 1 or a 7, a 5, a 2, 152. What was that about? I glanced in the back seat for the old army blanket Link usually kept back there. Instead, there was a ratty sleeping bag, probably from the last time Link got in trouble at home and had to sleep in his car. It smelled like old campfire smoke and basement mold. I handed it to her. That's better." She closed her eyes. I could feel her ease into the warmth of the heater, and I relaxed, just watching her. The chattering of her teeth slowed. After that, we drove in silence. The only sound was the storm, and the wheels rolling and spraying through the lake the road had become. She traced shapes on the foggy window with her finger. I tried to keep my eyes on the road, tried to remember the rest of the dream. Some detail, one thing that would prove to her that she was, I don't know, her, and that I was me. But the harder I tried, the more it all seemed to fade away, into the rain and the highway and the passing acres and acres of tobacco fields, littered with dated farm equipment and rotting old barns. We reached the outskirts of town, and I could see the fork in the road up ahead. If you took a left toward my house, you'd hit river, where all the restored antebellum houses lined the Santee. It was also the way out of town. When we came to the fork in the road, I automatically started to turn left, out of habit. The only thing to the right was Ravenwood Plantation, and no one ever went there. "No, wait, go right here," she said. "Oh, yeah, sorry." I felt sick. We climbed the hill up toward Ravenwood Manor, the great house. I had been so wrapped up in who she was, I had forgotten who she was. The girl I'd been dreaming about for months, the girl I couldn't stop thinking about, was Macon Ravenwood's niece. And I was driving her home to the haunted mansion. That's what we called it. That's what I had called it. She looked down at her hands. I wasn't the only one who knew she was living in the haunted mansion. I wondered what she'd heard in the halls. If she knew what everyone was saying about her. The uncomfortable look on her face said she did. I don't know why, but I couldn't stand seeing her like that. I tried to think of something to say to break the silence. "So, why did you move in with your uncle? Usually people are trying to get out of Gatlin. No one really moves here." I heard the relief in her voice. "I've lived all over. New Orleans, Savannah, the Florida Keys, Virginia for a few months. I even lived in Barbados for a while." I noticed she didn't answer the question, but I couldn't help thinking about how much I would have killed to live in one of those places, even for a summer. "Where are your parents?" "They're dead." I felt my chest tighten. "Sorry." "It's okay. They died when I was 2. I don't even remember them. I've lived with lots of my relatives, mainly my grandma. She had to take a trip for a few months. That's why I'm staying with my uncle. My mom died too. Car accident." I had no idea why I said that. I spent most of my time trying not to talk about it. "I'm sorry." I didn't say it was okay. I had a feeling she was the kind of girl who knew it wasn't. We stopped in front of a weather-beaten black wrought-iron gate. In front of me, on the rising hill, barely visible through the blanket of fog, stood the dilapidated remains of Gatlin's oldest and most notorious plantation house, Ravenwood Manor. I'd never been this close to it before. I turned off the motor. Now the storm had faded into a kind of soft, steady drizzle. "Looks like the lightning's gone." "I'm sure there's more where that came from." "Maybe, but not tonight." She looked at me, almost curiously. "No, I think we're done for tonight." Her eyes looked different. They had faded back to a less intense shade of green, and they were smaller somehow. Not small, but more normal-looking. I started to open my door to walk her up to the house. "No, don't." She looked embarrassed. "My uncle's kind of shy." That was an understatement. My door was half open. Her door was half open. We were both getting even wetter, but we just sat there without saying anything. I knew what I wanted to say, but I also knew I couldn't say it. I didn't know why I was sitting here soaking wet in front of Ravenwood Manor. Nothing was making any sense. But I knew one thing. Once I drove back down the hill and turned back onto Route 9, everything would change back. Everything would make sense again. Wouldn't it? She spoke first. "Thanks, I guess. For not running you down?" She smiled. "Yeah, that, and the ride." I stared at her, smiling at me, almost like we were friends, which was impossible. I started to feel claustrophobic, like I had to get out of there. "It was nothing. I mean, it's cool. Don't worry about it." I flipped up the hood of my basketball sweatshirt, the way Emery did when one of the girls he'd blown off tried to talk to him in the hall. She looked at me, shaking her head, and tossed the sleeping bag at me a little too hard. The smile was gone. Whatever, I'll see you around. She turned her back on me, slipped through the gates, and ran up the steep, muddy drive toward the house. I slammed the door. The sleeping bag lay on the seat. I picked it up to throw it into the back. It still had the moldy campfire smell, but now it also smelled faintly of lemons and rosemary. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, she was already halfway up the driveway. I rolled down my window. "She has a glass eye." Lena looked back at me. "What?" I shouted, the rain dripping down the inside of the car door. "Mrs. English, you have to sit on her other side, or she'll make you talk." She smiled as the rain rolled down her face. "Maybe I like to talk." She turned back to Ravenwood and ran up the steps to the veranda. I shifted the car into reverse and drove back down to the fork in the road so I could turn the way I usually turned and take the road I had taken my whole life, until today. I saw something shining from the crack in the seat, a silver button. I shoved it into my pocket and wondered what I'd dream about tonight. September 12th. Broken glass. Nothing. It was a long, dreamless sleep, the first I'd had in a long time. When I woke up, the window was closed, no mud in my bed, no mysterious songs on my iPod. I checked twice. Even my shower just smelled like soap. I lay in my bed, looking up at my blue ceiling, thinking about green eyes and black hair. Old Man Ravenwood's niece. Lena Duquesne, it rhymes with rain. How far off could a guy be? When Link pulled up, I was waiting at the curb. I climbed in and my sneakers sank into the wet carpet, which made the beater smell even worse than usual. Link shook his head. "I'm sorry, man. I'll try to dry it out after school." "Whatever. Just do me a favor and get off the crazy train, or everyone will be talking about you instead of Old Man Ravenwood's niece." For a second, I considered keeping it to myself, but I had to tell someone. "I saw her." "Who?" "Lena Duquesne." He looked blank. "Old Man Ravenwood's niece." By the time we pulled up in the parking lot, I had told Link the whole story. Well, maybe not the whole story. Even best friends have their limits, and I can't say that he believed all of it, but then again, who would? I was still having a hard time believing it myself. But even if he wasn't clear on the details as we walked up to join the guys, he was clear about one thing: damage control. "It's not like anything happened. You drove her home." "Nothing happened. Were you even listening? I've been dreaming about her for months, and she turns out to be—" Link cut me off. "You didn't hook up or anything. You didn't go in the haunted mansion, right? And you never saw, him?" Even Link couldn't bring himself to say his name. It was one thing to hang out with a beautiful girl, in any situation. It was another thing to hang out with Old Man Ravenwood. I shook my head. "No, but—" I know. You're screwed up. I'm just saying, keep it to yourself, dude. All this is on a strictly need-to-know basis, as in, nobody else needs to know." I knew that was going to be hard. I didn't know it was going to be impossible. When I pushed open the door to English, I was still thinking about everything. About her, the nothing that had happened. Lena Duquesne. Maybe it was the way she wore that crazy necklace with all the junk on it, as if every single thing she touched could matter or did matter to her. Maybe it was the way she wore those beat-up sneakers, whether she was wearing jeans or a dress, like she could take off running any minute. When I looked at her, I was farther away from Gatlin than I'd ever been. Maybe it was that. I guess when I started thinking, I stopped walking, and I felt someone bump into me. Only it wasn't a steamroller this time, more like a tsunami. We collided hard. The second we touched, the ceiling light shorted out over us, and a shower of sparks rained down on our heads. I ducked. She didn't. "Are you trying to kill me for the second time in 2 days, Ethan?" The room went dead quiet. "What?" I could barely get the word out. "I said, are you trying to kill me again?" "I didn't know you were there." "That's what you said last night." Last night. The 2 little words that could forever change your life at Jackson. Even though there were plenty of lights still working, you would have thought there was a spotlight on us to go with our live audience. I could feel my face going red. Hi, I mumbled, sounding like an idiot. She looked amused, but kept walking. She slung her book bag on the same desk she had been sitting at all week, right in front of Mrs. English, Goodeye side. I'd learned my lesson. There was no telling Lena Duquesne where she could or couldn't sit. No matter what you thought about the Ravenwoods, you had to give her that. I slid into the seat next to her, smack in the middle of no man's land, like I had all week. Only this time she was talking to me, and somehow that made everything different. Not bad different, just terrifying. She started to smile, but caught herself. I tried to think of something interesting to say, or at least not stupid, but before I came up with anything, Emily sat down on the other side of me, with Eden Westerly and Charlotte Chase flanking her on either side, 6 rows closer than usual. Not even sitting on the Goodeye side was going to help me today. Mrs. English looked up from her desk, suspicious. "Hey, Ethan." Eden turned back to me and smiled, like I was in on their little game. "How's it going?" I wasn't surprised to see Eden following Emily's lead. Eden was just another one of the pretty girls who wasn't quite pretty enough to be Savannah. Eden was strictly second string, on the cheer squad and in life. Not a bass, not a flyer. Sometimes she didn't even get on the mat. Eden never gave up trying to do something to make that leap, though. Her thing was to be different, except for, I guess, the part about being different. Nobody was different at Jackson. "We didn't want you to have to sit up here all by yourself," Charlotte giggled. If Eden was second string, Charlotte was third. Charlotte was one thing no self-respecting Jackson cheerleader should ever be: a little chunky. She had never quite lost her baby fat, and even though she was on a perpetual diet, she just couldn't shed those last 10 pounds. It wasn't her fault. She was always trying. Ate the pie and left the crust, double the biscuits and half the gravy. "Can this book get any more boring?" Emily didn't even look my way. This was a territorial dispute. She might have dumped me, but she certainly didn't want to see Old Man Ravenwood's niece anywhere near me. "Like I want to read about a town full of people who are completely mental? We've got enough of that around here." Abby Porter, who usually sat on the Goodeye side, sat down next to Lena and gave her a weak smile. Lena smiled back and looked as if she was going to say something friendly, when Emily shot Abby a look that made it clear that the famed Southern hospitality did not apply to Lena. Defying Emily Asher was an act of social suicide. Abby pulled out her student council folder and buried her nose in it, avoiding Lena. Message received. Emily turned to Lena and expertly shot her a look that managed to work its way from the very top of Lena's unhighlighted hair past her untanned face down to the tips of her unpinked fingernails. Eden and Charlotte swung around in their chairs to face Emily as if Lena didn't exist. The girl freeze-out. Today it was -15. Lena opened her tattered spiral notebook and started to write. Emily got out her phone and began to text. I looked back down at my notebook, slipping my Silver Surfer comic between the pages, which was a lot harder to do in the front row. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, since it looks like the rest of the lights will be staying on, you're out of luck. I hope everyone did the reading last night." Mrs. English was scribbling madly on the chalkboard. "Let's take a minute to discuss social conflict in a small-town setting." Someone should have told Mrs. English. Halfway through class, we had more than social conflict in a small-town setting. Emily was coordinating a full-scale attack. "Who knows why Atticus is willing to defend Tom Robinson in the face of small-mindedness and racism?" "I bet Lena Ravenwood knows," Eden said, smiling innocently at Mrs. English. Lena looked down into the lines of her notebook, but didn't say a word. "Shut up," I whispered, a little too loudly. "You know that's not her name." "It may as well be she's living with that freak," Charlotte said. "Watch what you say. I hear they're like a couple." Emily was pulling out the big guns. "That's enough." Mrs. English turned her good eye on us, and we all shut up. Lena shifted her weight. Her chair scraped loudly against the floor. I leaned forward in mine, trying to become a wall between Lena and Emily's minions, like I could physically deflect their comments. "You can't." "What?" I sat up, startled. I looked around, but no one was talking to me. No one was talking at all. I looked at Lena. She was still half hidden in her notebook. Great. It wasn't enough to dream real girls and hear imaginary songs. Now I had to hear voices, too. The whole Lena thing was really getting to me. I guess I felt responsible in a way. Emily and the rest of them wouldn't hate her so much if it wasn't for me. They would. There it was again. A voice so quiet I could barely hear it. It was like it was coming from the back of my head. Eden, Charlotte, and Emily kept firing away, and Lena didn't even blink, like she could just block them out as long as she kept writing in that notebook of hers. "Harper Lee seems to be saying that you can't really get to know someone until you take a walk in his shoes. What do you make of that? Anyone?" Harper Lee never lived in Gatlin. I looked around, stifling a laugh. Emily looked at me like I was nuts. Lena raised her hand. "I think it means you have to give people a chance before you automatically skip to the hating part. Don't you think so, Emily?" She looked at Emily and smiled. "You little freak," Emily hissed under her breath. "You have no idea." I stared more closely at Lena. She had given up on the notebook. Now she was writing on her hand in black ink. I didn't have to see it to know what it was. Another number. 151. I wondered what it meant, and why it couldn't go in the notebook. I buried my head back in Silver Surfer. "Let's talk about Boo Radley. What would lead you to believe he is leaving gifts for the Finch children?" "He's just like Old Man Ravenwood. He's probably trying to lure those kids into his house so he can kill them," Emily whispered, loud enough for Lena to hear, but quiet enough to keep Mrs. English from hearing. "Then he can put their bodies in his hearse and take them out to the middle of nowhere and bury them." "Shut up." I heard the voice in my head again, and something else. It was a creaking sound. Faint. "And he has that crazy name like Boo Radley. What is it again?" "You're right. It's that creepy Bible name nobody uses anymore." I stiffened. I knew they were talking about Old Man Ravenwood, but they were also talking about Lena. "Emily, why don't you give it a rest?" I shot back. She narrowed her eyes. "He's a freak. They all are, and everyone knows it." I said, "Shut up." The creaking was getting louder and started to sound more like splintering. I looked around. What was that noise? Even weirder, it didn't seem like anyone else heard it, like the voice. Lena was staring straight ahead, but her jaw was clenched, and she was unnaturally focused on one point in the front of the room, like she couldn't see anything but that spot. The room felt like it was getting smaller, closing in. I heard Lena's chair drag across the floor again. She got out of her seat, heading toward the bookcase under the window on the side of the room, most likely pretending to sharpen her pencil so she could escape the inescapable, Jackson's judge and jury. The sharpener began to grind. "Melchizedek, that's it." "Stop it." I could still hear the grinding. "My grandmama says that's an evil name." "Stop it, stop it, stop it." "Suits him, too." "Enough!" Now the voice was so loud I grabbed my ears. The grinding stopped. Glass went flying, splintering into the air as the window shattered out of nowhere. The window right across from our row in the classroom, right next to where Lena stood, sharpening her pencil, right next to Charlotte, Eden, Emily, and me. They screamed and dove out of their seats. That's when I realized what that creaking sound had been. Pressure. Tiny cracks in the glass, spreading out like fingers until the window collapsed inward like it had been pulled by a thread. It was chaos. The girls were screaming, everyone in the class was scrambling out of their seats, even I jumped. "Don't panic. Is everyone all right?" Mrs. English said, trying to regain control. I turned toward the pencil sharpener. I wanted to make sure Lena was okay. She wasn't. She was standing by the broken window, surrounded by glass, looking panic-stricken. Her face was even paler than usual, her eyes even bigger and greener, like last night in the rain. But they looked different. They looked frightened. She didn't seem so brave anymore. She held out her hands. One was cut and bleeding, red drops splattered on the linoleum floor. I didn't mean it. Did she shatter the glass? Or had the glass shattered and cut her? "Lena!" She bolted out of the room before I could ask her if she was all right. "Did you see that? She broke the window. She hit it with something when she walked over there. She punched clean through the glass. I saw it with my own eyes." "Then how come she's not gushing blood?" "What are you, CSI? She tried to kill us." "I'm calling my daddy right now. She's crazy, just like her uncle." They sounded like a pack of angry alley cats, shouting over each other. Mrs. English tried to restore order, but that was asking the impossible. "Everyone calm down. There's no reason to panic. Accidents happen. It was probably nothing that can't be explained by an old window and the wind." But no one believed it could be explained by an old window and the wind. More like an old man's niece and a lightning storm. The green-eyed storm that just rolled into town. Hurricane Lena. One thing was for sure. The weather had changed all right. Gatlin had never seen a storm like this. And she probably didn't even know it was raining. September 12th. Greenbrier. "Don't." I could hear her voice in my head. At least I thought I could. "It's not worth it, Ethan." It was. That's when I pushed back my chair and ran down the hallway after her. I knew what I'd done. I had taken sides. I was in a different kind of trouble now. But I didn't care. It wasn't just Lena. She wasn't the first. I'd watched them do it my whole life. They'd done it to Allison Birch when her eczema got so bad nobody would sit near her at the lunch table, and poor Scooter Richmond because he played the worst trombone in the history of the Jackson Symphony Orchestra. While I'd never picked up a marker and written "loser" across a locker myself, I had stood by and watched, plenty of times. Either way, it had always bothered me, just never enough to walk out of the room. But somebody had to do something. A whole school couldn't just take down one person like that. A whole town couldn't just take down one family. Except, of course, they could, because they had been doing it forever. Maybe that's why Macon Ravenwood hadn't left his house since before I was born. I knew what I was doing. You don't. You think you do, but you don't. She was there in my head again, as if she'd always been there. I knew what I'd be facing the next day, but none of that mattered to me. All I cared about was finding her, and I couldn't have told you just then if it was for her or for me. Either way, I didn't have a choice. I stopped at the biolab out of breath. Link took one look at me and tossed me his keys, shaking his head without even asking. I caught them and kept running. I was pretty sure I knew where to find her. If I was right, she had gone where anyone would go. It's where I would have gone. She had gone home. Even if home was Ravenwood, and she had gone home to Gatlin's own Boo Radley. Ravenwood Manor loomed in front of me. It rose up on the hill like a dare. I'm not saying I was scared, because that's not exactly the word for it. I was scared when the police came to the door the night my mom died. I was scared when my dad disappeared into his study, and I realized he would never really come back out. I was scared when I was a kid and Amma went dark, when I figured out the little dolls she made weren't toys. I wasn't scared of Ravenwood, even if it turned out to be as creepy as it looked. The unexplained was sort of a given in the South. Every town has a haunted house, and if you asked most folks, at least a third of them would swear they'd seen a ghost or two in their lifetime. Besides, I lived with Amma, whose beliefs included painting our shutters haint blue to keep the spirits out, and whose charms were made from pouches of horsehair and dirt. So I was used to unusual. But Old Man Ravenwood? That was something else. I walked up to the gate and hesitantly laid my hand on the mangled iron. The gate creaked open. And then, nothing happened. No lightning, no combustion, no storms. I don't know what I was expecting, but if I had learned anything about Lena by now, it was to expect the unexpected and to proceed with caution. If anyone had told me a month ago that I would ever walk past those gates, up that hill, and set foot anywhere on the grounds of Ravenwood, I would have said they were crazy. In a town like Gatlin, where you can see everything coming, I wouldn't have seen this. Last time, I had only made it as far as the gates. The closer I got, the easier it was to see that everything was falling apart. The great house, Ravenwood Manor, looked just like the stereotypical southern plantation that people from up north would expect to see after all those years of watching movies like Gone with the Wind. Ravenwood Manor was still that impressive, at least in scale. Flanked by palmetto and cypress trees, it looked like it could have been the kind of place where people sat on the porch drinking mint juleps and playing cards all day, if it wasn't falling apart. If it wasn't Ravenwood. It was a Greek revival, which was unusual for Gatlin. Our town was full of federal-style plantation houses, which made Ravenwood stand out even more like the sore thumb it was. Huge white Doric pillars, paint peeling from years of neglect, supported a roof that sloped too sharply to one side, giving the impression that the house was leaning over, like an arthritic old woman. The covered porch was splintered and falling away from the house, threatening to collapse if you dared set so much as a foot on it. Thick ivy grew so densely over the exterior walls that in some places it was impossible to see the windows underneath. As if the grounds had swallowed up the house itself, trying to take it back down into the very dirt it had been built upon. There was an overlapping lintel, the part of the beam that lies over the door of some really old buildings. I could see some sort of carving in the lintel, symbols. They looked like circles and crescents, maybe the phases of the moon. I took a tentative step onto a groaning stair so I could get a closer look. I knew something about lintels. My mom had been a Civil War historian, and she had pointed them out to me on our countless pilgrimages to every historical site within a day's drive of Gatlin. She said they were really common in old houses and castles, in places like England and Scotland, which is where some of the people from around here were from, well, before they were from around here. I had never seen one with symbols carved into it before, only words. These were more like hieroglyphs, surrounding what looked like a single word in a language I didn't recognize. It had probably meant something to the generations of Ravenwoods who lived here before this place was falling apart. I took a breath and vaulted up the rest of the porch steps, 2 at a time. Figured I increased my odds of not falling through them by 50% if I only landed on half of them. I reached for the brass ring suspended from a lion's mouth that served as a knocker, and I knocked. I knocked again and again. She wasn't home. I had been wrong after all. But then I heard it. The familiar melody, 16 moons. She was here somewhere. I pushed down on the calcified iron of the door handle. It groaned, and I heard a bolt responding on the other side of the door. I prepared myself for the sight of Macon Ravenwood, who nobody had seen in town, not in my lifetime anyway. But the door didn't open. I looked up at the lintel, and something told me to try. I mean, what was the worst that could happen? The door wouldn't open? Instinctively, I reached up and touched the central carving above my head, the crescent moon. When I pressed on it, I could feel the wood giving way under my finger. It was some kind of trigger. The door swung open without so much as a sound. I stepped past the threshold. There was no going back now. Light flooded through the windows, which seemed impossible considering the windows on the outside of the house were completely covered with vines and debris. Yet inside it was light, bright, and brand new. There was no antique period furniture or oil paintings of the Ravenwoods who came before Old Man Ravenwood, no antebellum heirlooms. This place looked more like a page out of a furniture catalog. Overstuffed couches and chairs and glass-topped tables, stacked with coffee table books. It was all so suburban, so new. I almost expected to see the delivery truck still parked outside. Lena? The circular staircase looked like it belonged in a loft. It seemed to keep winding upward, far above the second-floor landing. I couldn't see the top. Mr. Ravenwood? I could hear my own voice echo against the high ceiling. There was nobody here. At least, nobody interested in talking to me. I heard a noise behind me and jumped, nearly tripping over some kind of suede chair. It was a jet-black dog, or maybe a wolf, some kind of scary house pet because it wore a heavy leather collar with a dangling silver moon that jingled when it moved. It was staring right at me, like it was plotting its next move. There was something odd about its eyes. They were too round, too human-looking. The wolf dog growled at me and bared its teeth. The growl became loud and shrill, more like a scream. I did what anyone would do. I ran. I stumbled down the stairs before my eyes had even adjusted to the light. I kept running down the gravel path, away from Ravenwood Manor, away from the frightening house pet and the strange symbols in the creepy door, and back into the safe, dim light of the real afternoon. The path wound on and on, snaking through unkempt fields and groves of uncultivated trees, wild with brambles and bushes. I didn't care where it led, as long as it was away. I stopped and bent over, hands on knees, my chest exploding. My legs were rubber. When I looked up, I saw a crumbling rock wall in front of me. I could barely make out the tops of the trees beyond the wall. I smelled something familiar. Lemon trees. She was here. I told you not to come. I know. We were having a conversation. Except we weren't. But just like in class, I could hear her in my head, as if she was standing next to me, whispering in my ear. I felt myself moving toward her. There was a walled garden, maybe even a secret garden, like something out of a book my mother would have read growing up in Savannah. This place must have been really old. The stone wall was worn away in places and completely broken in others. When I pushed through the curtain of vines that hid the old, rotting wooden archway, I could just barely hear the sound of someone crying. I looked through the trees and the bushes, but I still couldn't see her. Lena? Nobody answered. My voice sounded strange, as if it wasn't mine, echoing off the stone walls that surrounded the little grove. I grabbed the bush closest to me and ripped off a branch. Rosemary. Of course. And in the tree above my head, there it was, a strangely perfect, smooth, yellow lemon. It's Ethan. As the muffled sounds of sobbing grew, I knew I was coming closer. Go away, I told you. She sounded like she had a cold. She had probably been crying since she left school. I know, I heard you. It was true, and I couldn't explain it. I stepped carefully around the wild rosemary, stumbling through the overgrown roots. Really? She sounded interested, momentarily distracted. Really? It was like the dreams. I could hear her voice, except she was here, crying in an overgrown garden in the middle of nowhere instead of falling through my arms. I parted a large tangle of branches. There she was, curled up in the tall grasses, staring up at the blue sky. She had one arm tossed over her head and another clutching at the grass, as if she thought she would fly away if she let go. Her gray dress lay in a puddle around her. Her face was streaked with tears. Then why didn't you? What? Go away. I wanted to make sure you were okay. I sat down next to her. The ground was surprisingly hard. I ran my hand underneath me and discovered I was sitting on a smooth slab of flat stone, hidden by the muddy overgrowth. Just as I lay back, she sat up. I sat up, and she flopped back down. Awkward. That was my every move when it came to her. Now we were both lying down, staring up at the blue sky. It was turning gray, the color of the Gatlin sky during hurricane season. They all hate me. Not all of them. Not me. Not Link, my best friend. Silence. You don't even know me. Give it time. You'll probably hate me too. I almost ran you down, remember? I have to be nice to you so you don't have me arrested. It was a lame joke. But there it was, the smallest smile I have possibly ever seen in my life. It's right up at the top of my list. I'll report you to that fat guy who sits in front of the supermarket all day. She looked back up at the sky. I watched her. Give them a chance. They're not all bad. I mean, they are, right now. They're just jealous. You know that, right? Yeah, sure. They are. I looked at her, through the tall grass. I am. She shook her head. Then you're crazy. There's nothing to be jealous of, unless you're really into eating lunch alone. You've lived all over." She looked blank. "So? You've probably gotten to go to the same school and live in the same house your whole life." "I have, that's the problem." "Trust me, it's not a problem. I know about problems." "You've gone places, seen things. I'd kill to do that." "Yeah, all by myself. You have a best friend. I have a dog." "But you're not scared of anyone. You act the way you want and say whatever you want. Everyone else around here is scared to be themselves." Lena picked at the black polish on her index finger. "Sometimes I wish I could act like everyone else. But I can't change who I am. I've tried, but I never wear the right clothes or say the right thing, and something always goes wrong. I just wish I could be myself and still have friends who noticed whether I'm in school or not." "Believe me, they notice. At least, they did today." She almost laughed. Almost. "I mean, in a good way." I looked away. "I notice." "What?" "Whether you're in school or not." "Then I guess you are crazy." But when she said the words, it sounded like she was smiling. Looking at her, it didn't seem to matter anymore if I had a lunch table to sit at or not. I couldn't explain it, but this was, bigger than that. I couldn't sit by and watch them try to take her down. Not her. You know, it's always like this. She was talking to the sky. A cloud floated into the darkening gray blue. "Cloudy?" "At school, for me." She held up her hand and waved it. The cloud seemed to swirl in the direction her hand was moving. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "It's not like I really care if they like me. I just don't want them to automatically hate me." Now the cloud was a circle. "Those idiots? In a few months, Emily will get a new car, and Savannah will get a new crown, and Eden will dye her hair a new color, and Charlotte will get, I don't know, a baby or a tattoo or something, and this will all be ancient history." I was lying, and she knew it. Lena waved her hand again. Now the cloud looked more like a slightly dented circle, and then maybe a moon. "I know they're idiots. Of course they're idiots. All that dyed blonde hair and those stupid little matching metallic bags. Exactly, they're stupid. Who cares?" "I care. They bother me, and that's why I'm stupid. That makes me exponentially more stupid than stupid. I'm stupid to the power of stupid." She waved her hand. The moon blew away. "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." I looked at her out of the corner of my eye. She tried not to smile. We both just lay there for a minute. "You know what's stupid? I have books under my bed." I just said it, like it was something I said all the time. "What?" "Novels. Tolstoy, Salinger, Vonnegut, and I read them. You know, because I want to." She rolled over, propping her head on her elbow. "Yeah? What do your jock buddies think of that?" "Let's just say I keep it to myself and stick to my jump shot." "Yeah, well, at school I noticed you stick to comics." She tried to sound casual. "Silver Surfer. I saw you reading it, right before everything happened." "You noticed?" I might have noticed. I didn't know if we were speaking or if I was just imagining the whole thing, except I wasn't that crazy. Yet. She changed the subject, or more accurately, she changed it back. "I read, too. Poetry, mostly." I could imagine her stretched out on her bed reading a poem, although I had trouble imagining that bed in Ravenwood Manor. "Yeah? I've read that guy, Bukowski." Which was true, if 2 poems counted. I have all his books." I knew she didn't want to talk about what had happened, but I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know. "Are you gonna tell me?" "Tell you what?" "What happened back there?" There was a long silence. She sat up and pulled at the grass around her. She flopped around on her stomach and looked me in the eye. She was only a few inches away from my face. I lay there, frozen, trying to focus on what she was saying. "I really don't know. Things like that just happen to me sometimes. I can't control it." Like the dreams. I watched her face, looking for even a flicker of recognition. Like the dreams. She said it without thinking, then flinched and looked at me, stricken. I had been right all along. "You remember the dreams." She hid her face in her hands. I sat up. "I knew it was you, and you knew it was me. You knew what I was talking about the whole time." I pulled her hands away from her face, and the current buzzed up my arm. "You're the girl. Why didn't you say something last night?" "I didn't want you to know." She wouldn't look at me. "Why?" The words sounded loud in the quiet of the garden. And when she looked at me, her face was pale, and she looked different, frightened. Her eyes were like the sea before a storm on the Carolina coast. "I didn't expect you to be here, Ethan. I thought they were just dreams. I didn't know you were a real person. But once you knew it was me, why didn't you say anything?" "My life is complicated, and I don't want anyone to get mixed up in it." I had no idea what she was talking about. I was still touching her hand. I was so aware of it. I could feel the rough stone beneath us, and I grabbed for the edge of it, supporting myself. Only my hand closed around something small and round, stuck to the edge of the stone. A beetle, or maybe a rock. It came off from the stone into my hand. Then the shock hit. I felt Lena's hand tighten around mine. "What's happening, Ethan?" "I don't know." Everything around me changed, and it was like I was somewhere else. I was in the garden, but not in the garden, and the smell of lemons changed into the smell of smoke. It was midnight, but the sky was on fire. The flames reached into the sky, pushing forth massive fists of smoke, swallowing everything in their path, even the moon. The ground had turned to swamp, burned ashen ground that had been drenched by the rains that preceded the fire. If only it had rained today. Genevieve choked back the smoke that burned her throat so badly it hurt to breathe. Mud clung to the bottom of her skirts, causing her to stumble every few feet on the voluminous folds of fabric, but she forced herself to keep moving. It was the end of the world. Of her world. And she could hear the screams, mixed with gunshots and the unrelenting roar of the flames. She could hear the soldiers shouting orders of murder. "Burn down those houses! Let the rebels feel the weight of their defeat! Burn it all!" And one by one, Union soldiers had lit the great houses of the plantations ablaze with their own kerosene-laden bedsheets and curtains. One by one, Genevieve watched the homes of her neighbors, of her friends and family, surrender to the flames. And in the worst of circumstances, many of those friends and relatives surrendered as well, eaten alive by the flames in the very homes where they were born. That's why she was running, into the smoke, toward the fire, right into the mouth of the beast. She had to get to Greenbrier before the soldiers, and she didn't have much time. The soldiers were methodical, working their way down the Santee, burning the houses one by one. They had already burned Blackwell. Dove's Crossing would be next, then Greenbrier and Ravenwood. General Sherman and his army had started the burning campaign hundreds of miles before they reached Gatlin. They had burned Columbia to the ground and continued marching east, burning everything in their path. When they reached the outskirts of Gatlin, the Confederate flag was still waving, the second wind they needed. It was the smell that told her she was too late. Lemons. The tart smell of lemons mixed with ash. They were burning the lemon trees. Genevieve's mother loved lemons, so when her father had visited a plantation in Georgia when she was a girl, he had brought her mother 2 lemon trees. Everyone said they wouldn't grow, that the cold South Carolina winter nights would kill them. But Genevieve's mother didn't listen. She planted those trees right in front of the cotton field, tending them herself. On those cold winter nights, she had covered the trees with wool blankets and piled dirt along the edges to keep the moisture out. And those trees grew. They grew so well that over the years, Genevieve's father had bought her 28 more trees. Some of the other ladies in town asked their husbands for lemon trees, and a few of them even got a tree or 2. But none of them could figure out how to keep their trees alive. The trees only seemed to flourish at Greenbrier, at her mother's hand. Nothing had ever been able to kill those trees, until today. What just happened? I felt Lena pull her hand away from mine and opened my eyes. She was shaking. I looked down and opened my hand to reveal the object I had inadvertently grabbed from under the stone. I think it had something to do with this. My hand had been curled around a battered old cameo, black and oval, with a woman's face etched in ivory and mother-of-pearl. The work on the face of it was intricate with detail. On the side, I noticed a small bump. Look, I think it's a locket. I pushed on the spring, and the cameo front opened to reveal a tiny inscription. It just says Greenbrier and a date. She sat up. What's Greenbrier? This must be it. This isn't Ravenwood, it's Greenbrier, the next plantation over. And that vision, the fires, did you see it too? I nodded. It was almost too horrible to talk about. This has to be Greenbrier, what's left of it anyway. Let me see the locket. I handed it to her carefully. It looked like something that had survived a lot, maybe even the fire from the vision. She turned it over in her hands. February 11th, 1865. She dropped the locket, turning pale. What's wrong? She stared down at it in the grass. February 11th is my birthday. So, it's a coincidence, an early birthday present. Nothing in my life is a coincidence. I picked up the locket and flipped it over. On the back were 2 sets of engraved initials. ECW and GKD. This locket must have belonged to one of them. I paused. That's weird. My initials are ELW. My birthday, your initials? Don't you think that's a little more than weird? Maybe she was right. Still, we should try it again, so we can find out. It was like an itch that had to be scratched. I don't know. It could be dangerous. It really felt like we were there. My eyes are still burning from the smoke. She was right. We hadn't left the garden, but it had felt like we had been right there in the middle of the fires. I could feel the smoke in my lungs, but it didn't matter. I had to know. I held out the locket and my hand. Come on, aren't you braver than that? It was a dare. She rolled her eyes, but reached toward it all the same. Her fingers brushed against mine, and I felt the warmth of her hand spreading into mine. Electric goosebumps. I don't know any other way to describe it. I closed my eyes and waited. Nothing. I opened my eyes. Maybe we just imagined it. Maybe it's just out of batteries. Lena looked at me like I was Earl Petty in algebra the second time around. Maybe you can't tell something like that what to do or when to do it. She got up and brushed herself off. I've gotta go." She paused, looking down at me. "You know, you're not what I expected." She turned her back on me and began to weave her way through the lemon trees to the outer edge of the garden. "Wait!" I called after her, but she kept going. I tried to catch up with her, stumbling back over the roots. When she reached the last lemon tree, she stopped. "Don't." "Don't what?" She wouldn't look at me. "Just leave me alone, while everything's still okay. I don't understand what you're talking about, seriously, and I'm trying here." "Forget it. You think you're the only complicated person in the world?" "No, but it's sort of my specialty." She turned to go. I hesitated and put my hand on her shoulder. It was warm from the fading sun. I could feel the bone beneath her shirt, and in that moment she seemed like a fragile thing, like in the dreams. Which was weird because when she was facing me, all I could think of was how unbreakable she seemed. Maybe it had something to do with those eyes. We stood like that for a moment, until finally she gave in and turned toward me. I tried again. "Look, there's something going on here. The dreams, the song, the smell, and now the locket. It's like we're supposed to be friends." "Did you just say, the smell?" She looked horrified. "In the same sentence as friends?" "Technically, I think it was a different sentence." She stared at my hand, and I took it off her shoulder. But I couldn't let it go. I looked right into her eyes, really looked, maybe for the first time. The green abyss looked like it went somewhere so far away I could never reach it, not in a whole lifetime. I wondered what Amma's eyes are the windows to the soul theory would make of that. "It's too late, Lena. You're already my friend." "I can't be. We're in this together. Please, you have to trust me. We're not." She broke her eyes away from me, leaning her head back against the lemon tree. She looked miserable. "I know you're not like the rest of them, but there are things you can't understand about me. I don't know why we connect the way we do. I don't know why we have the same dreams any more than you. But I want to know what's going on. I turned 16 in 5 months." She held up her hand, inked with a number as usual, 151. 151 days. Her birthday. The changing number written on her hand. She was counting down to her birthday. "You don't know what that means, Ethan. You don't know anything. I may not even be here after that." "You're here now." She looked past me, up toward Ravenwood. When she finally spoke, she wasn't looking at me. "You like that poet, Bukowski?" "Yeah," I answered, confused. "Don't try." "I don't understand." "That's what it says on Bukowski's grave." She disappeared through the stone wall and was gone. 5 months. I had no idea what she was talking about, but I recognized the feeling in my gut. Panic. By the time I made it through the door in the wall, she had vanished as if she was never there, leaving only the wafting breeze of lemons and rosemary behind her. Funny thing was, the more she ran, the more determined I was to follow. Don't try. I was pretty sure my grave would say something different. September 12th. The Sisters. The kitchen table was still set when I got home, lucky for me, because Amma would have killed me if I'd missed dinner. What I hadn't considered was the phone tree that had been activated the minute I walked out of English class. No less than half the town must have called Amma by the time I got home. "Ethan, wait! Is that you? Because if it is, you are in for a world of trouble." I heard a familiar banging sound. Things were worse than I thought. I ducked under the doorway and into the kitchen. Amma was standing at the counter in her industrial denim tool apron, which had 14 pockets for nails and could hold up to 4 power tools. She was holding her Chinese cleaver, the counter piled high with carrots, cabbage, and other vegetables I couldn't identify. Spring rolls required more chopping than any other recipe in Amma's blue plastic box. If she was making spring rolls, it only meant one thing, and it wasn't just that she liked Chinese food. I tried to come up with an acceptable explanation, but I had nothing. "Coach called this afternoon, and Mrs. English, and Principal Harper, and Link's mama, and half the ladies from the DAR, and you know how I hate talking to those women. Evil as sin, every one of them." Gatlin was full of ladies' auxiliaries, but the DAR was the mother of them all. True to its name, the Daughters of the American Revolution, you had to prove you were related to an actual patriot from the American Revolution to be eligible for membership. Being a member apparently entitled you to tell your River Street neighbors what colors to paint their houses, and generally boss, pester, and judge everyone in town. Unless you were Amma. That I'd like to see. "They all said the same thing, that you ran out of school in the middle of class chasing after that Duquesne girl." Another carrot rolled across the cutting board. "I know, Amma, but—" The cabbage split in half. "So I said no. My boy wouldn't leave school without permission and skip practice. There must be some mistake. Must be some other boy disrespecting his teacher and sullying his family name. Can't be a boy I raised living in this house." Green onions flew across the counter. I'd committed the worst of crimes, embarrassing her. Worst of all, in the eyes of Mrs. Lincoln and the women of the DAR, her sworn enemies. "What do you have to say for yourself? What would make you run out of school like your tail was on fire? And I don't want to hear it was some girl." I took a deep breath. What could I say? I had been dreaming about some mystery girl for months who showed up in town and just happened to be Macon Ravenwood's niece. That in addition to terrifying dreams about this girl, I had a vision of some other woman who I definitely didn't know, who lived during the Civil War. Yeah, that would get me out of trouble around the same time the sun exploded and the solar system died. "It's not what you think. The kids in our class were giving Lena a hard time, teasing her about her uncle, saying he hauls dead bodies around in his hearse, and she got really upset and ran out of class. I'm waiting for the part that explains what any of this has to do with you. Aren't you the one always telling me to walk in the steps of our Lord? Don't you think he'd want me to stick up for someone who was being picked on?" Now I'd done it. I could see it in her eyes. "Don't you dare use the word of the Lord to justify breaking the rules at school, or I swear I will go outside and get a switch and burn some sense into your backside. I don't care how old you are. You hear me?" Amma had never hit me with anything in my life, although she had chased me with a switch a few times to make a point. But this wasn't the moment to bring that up. The situation was quickly going from bad to worse. I needed a distraction. The locket was still burning a hole in my back pocket. Amma loved mysteries. She had taught me to read when I was 4, using crime novels and the crossword over her shoulder. I was the only kid in kindergarten who could read examination on the blackboard because it looked so much like medical examiner. As for mysteries, the locket was a good one. I'd just leave out the part about touching it and seeing a Civil War vision. "You're right, Amma. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have left school. I was just trying to make sure Lena was okay. A window broke in the classroom right behind her, and she was bleeding. I just went to her house to see if she was all right." "You were up at that house?" "Yeah, but she was outside. Her uncle is really shy, I guess." "You don't need to tell me about making Ravenwood, like you know anything I don't already know." The look. HEBETUDINOUS. What? As in, you don't have a lick of sense, Ethan Waite. I fished the locket out of my pocket and walked over to where she was still standing by the stove. "We were out back, behind the house, and we found something," I said, opening my hand so she could take a look. "It has an inscription inside." The expression on Amma's face stopped me cold. She looked like something had knocked the wind right out of her. "Amma, are you okay?" I reached for her elbow to steady her in case she was about to faint, but she pulled her arm away before I could touch her, like she'd burned her hand on the handle of a pot. "Where did you get that?" Her voice was a whisper. "We found it in the dirt at Ravenwood." "You didn't find that at Ravenwood Plantation." "What are you talking about? Do you know who it belonged to?" "Stand right there. Don't you move," she instructed, rushing out of the kitchen. But I ignored her, following her to her room. It had always looked more like an apothecary than a bedroom, with a low, white single bed tucked beneath rows of shelves. On the shelves were neatly stacked newspapers. Amma never threw away a finished crossword, and mason jars full of her stock ingredients for making charms. Some were her old standards: salt, colored stones, herbs. Then there were more unusual collections, like a jar of roots and another of abandoned bird nests. The top shelf was just bottles of dirt. She was acting weird, even for Amma. I was only a couple of steps behind her, but she was already tearing through her drawers by the time I got there. "Amma, what are you—" "Didn't I tell you to stay in the kitchen? Don't you bring that thing in here!" she shrieked when I took a step forward. "What are you so upset about?" She stuffed a few things I couldn't get a look at into her tool apron and rushed back out of the room. I caught up with her back in the kitchen. "Amma, what's the matter?" "Take this." She handed me a threadbare handkerchief, careful not to let her hand touch mine. "Now you wrap that thing up in here. Right now, right this second." This was beyond going dark. She was totally losing it. "Amma, do as I say, Ethan." She never called me by my first name without my last. Once the locket was safely wrapped in the handkerchief, she calmed down a little bit. She rifled through the lower pockets of her apron, removing a small leather bag and a vial of powder. I knew enough to recognize the makings of one of her charms when I saw them. Her hand shook slightly as she poured some of the dark powder into the leather pouch. "Did you wrap it up tight?" "Yeah," I said, expecting her to correct me for answering her so informally. "You sure?" "Yes." "Now you put it in here." The leather pouch was warm and smooth in my hand. "Go on now." I dropped the offending locket into the pouch. "Tie this around it," she instructed, handing me a piece of what looked like ordinary twine, although I knew nothing Amma used for her charms was ever ordinary, or what it seemed. "Now you take it back there, where you found it, and you bury it. Take it there, straight away." "Amma, what's going on?" She took a few steps forward and grabbed my chin, pushing the hair out of my eyes. For the first time since I pulled the locket out of my pocket, she looked me in the eye. We stayed that way for what seemed like the longest minute of my life. Her expression was an unfamiliar one, uncertain. "You're not ready," she whispered, releasing her hand. "Not ready for what?" "Do as I say. Take that bag back to where you found it and bury it. Then you come right home. I don't want you messing with that girl anymore, you hear me? She had said all she planned to say, maybe more. But I'd never know, because if there was one thing Amma was better at than reading cards or solving a crossword, it was keeping secrets. Ethan, wait! You up? What time was it? 9:30. Saturday. I should have been up by now, but I was exhausted. Last night I'd spent 2 hours wandering around, so Amma would believe I had gone back to Greenbrier to bury the locket. I climbed out of bed and stumbled across the room, tripping on a box of stale Oreos. My room was always a mess, crammed with so much stuff my dad said it was a fire hazard, and one day I was going to burn the whole house down. Not that he'd been in here in a while. Aside from my map, the walls and ceiling were plastered with posters of places I hoped I'd get to see one day. Athens, Barcelona, Moscow, even Alaska. The room was lined with stacks of shoeboxes, some 3 or 4 feet high. Although the stacks looked random, I could tell you the location of every box, from the white Adidas box with my lighter collection from my 8th grade pyro phase, to the green New Balance box with the shell casings and a torn piece of flag I found at Fort Sumter with my mom. And the one I was looking for, the yellow Nike box, with the locket that had sent Amma off the deep end. I opened the box and pulled out the smooth leather pouch. Hiding it had seemed like a good idea last night, but I put it back in my pocket, just in case. Amma shouted up the stairs again, "Get on down here, you're gonna be late." "I'll be down in a minute." Every Saturday I spent half the day with the 3 oldest women in Gatlin, my great-aunts Mercy, Prudence, and Grace. Everyone in town called them the sisters, like they were a single entity, which, in a way, they were. Each of them was about 100 years old, and even they couldn't remember who was the oldest. All 3 of them had been married multiple times, but they'd outlived all their husbands and moved into Aunt Grace's house together, and they were even crazier than they were old. When I was about 12, my mom started dropping me off there on Saturdays to help out, and I had been going there ever since. The worst part was I had to take them to church on Saturdays. The sisters were Southern Baptist, and they went to church on Saturdays and Sundays, and most other days too. But today was different. I was out of bed and into the shower before Amma could call me a 3rd time. I couldn't wait to get over there. The sisters knew just about everyone who had ever lived in Gatlin. They should, since between the 3 of them they had been related to half the town by marriage at one time or another. After the vision, it was obvious the G in GKD stood for Genevieve. But if there was anyone who would know what the rest of the initials stood for, it would be the 3 oldest women in town. When I opened the top drawer of my dresser to grab some socks, I noticed a little doll that looked like a sock monkey holding a tiny bag of salt and a blue stone, one of Amma's charms. She made them to ward off evil spirits or bad luck, even a cold. She put one over the door of my dad's study when he started working on Sundays instead of going to church. Even though my dad never paid much attention when he was there, Amma said the good Lord still gave you credit for showing up. A couple of months later, my dad bought her a kitchen witch on the internet and hung it over the stove. Amma was so angry she served him cold grits and burnt coffee for a week. Usually I didn't give it much thought when I found one of Amma's little gifts, but there was something about the locket. Something she didn't want me to find out. There was only one word to describe the scene when I arrived at the sisters' house. Chaos. Aunt Mercy answered the door, hair still in rollers. "Thank goodness you're here, Ethan. We have an emergency on our hands," she said, pronouncing the E as if it was a word all by itself. Half the time I couldn't understand them at all. Their accents were so thick and their grammar so bad. but that's the way it was in Gatlin. You could tell how old someone was by the way they spoke. "Ma'am?"
"Harlan James been injured, and I'm not convinced he ain't about to pass over."
She whispered the last two words like God himself might be listening, and she was afraid to give him any ideas. Harlan James was Aunt Prudence's Yorkshire Terrier, named after her most recent late husband. "What happened?"
"I'll tell you what happened,"
Aunt Prudence said, appearing out of nowhere with a first aid kit in her hand.
"Grace tried to kill poor Harlan James, and he is barely hanging on." "I did not try to kill him,"
Aunt Grace shrieked from the kitchen.
"Don't you tell tales, Prudence Jane. It was an accident." "Ethan, you call Dean Wilkes and tell him we have an emergency,"
Aunt Prudence instructed, pulling a capsule of smelling salts and 2 extra-large Band-Aids out of the first aid kit.
"We're losing him."
Harlan James was lying on the kitchen floor, looking traumatized but nowhere close to death. His back leg was tucked up underneath him, and it dragged behind him when he tried to get up.
"Grace, the Lord is my witness, if Harlan James dies—"
"He's not going to die, Aunt Prue. I think his leg is broken. What happened?"
"Grace tried to beat him to death with a broom." "That's not true. I told you. I wasn't wearing my spectacles, and he looked just like a wharf rat running through the kitchen." "How would you know what a wharf rat looks like? You've never been to a wharf in all your life."
So I drove the sisters, who were completely hysterical, and Harlan James, who probably wished he was dead, to Dean Wilkes' place in their 1964 Cadillac. Dean Wilkes ran the feed store, but he was the closest thing to a vet in town. Luckily, Harlan James had only suffered a broken leg, so Dean Wilkes was up to the task. By the time we got back to the house, I was wondering if I wasn't the crazy one for thinking I'd be able to get any information out of the sisters. Thelma's car was in the driveway. My dad had hired Thelma to keep an eye on the sisters after Aunt Grace almost burned their house down 10 years ago, when she put a lemon meringue pie in the oven and left it in there all afternoon when they were at church. "Where you girls been?" Thelma called from the kitchen. They bumped into each other trying to push their way into the kitchen to tell Thelma about their misadventure. I slumped into one of the mismatched kitchen chairs next to Aunt Grace, who looked depressed about being the villain of the story, again. I pulled the locket out of my pocket, holding the chain in the handkerchief, and spun it around a few times. "What you got there, handsome?" Thelma asked, pinching some snuff out of the can on the windowsill and tucking it into her bottom lip, which looked even weirder than it sounded, since Thelma was kind of dainty and resembled Dolly Parton. "It's just a locket I found out by Ravenwood Plantation." "Ravenwood? What the devil were you doing out there?" "My friend's staying there."
"You mean Lena Duquesne?"
Aunt Mercy asked. Of course she knew. The whole town knew. This was Gatlin. "Yes, ma'am. We're in the same class at school." I had their attention. "We found this locket in the garden behind the great house. We don't know who it belonged to, but it looks really old."
"That's not Macon Ravenwood's property. That's part of Greenbrier,"
Aunt Prue said, sounding sure of herself.
"Let me get a look at that,"
Aunt Mercy said, taking her glasses out of the pocket of her housecoat. I handed her the locket, still wrapped in the handkerchief. "It has an inscription."
"I can't read that. Grace, can you make that out?"
she asked, handing the locket to Aunt Grace.
"I don't see nothing at all,"
Aunt Grace said, squinting hard. "There are 2 sets of initials right here," I said, pointing to the grooves in the metal. ECW and GKD. And if you flip that disc over, there's a date. February 11, 1865.
That date seems real familiar, Aunt Prudence said. Mercy, what happened on that date?
Weren't you married on that date, Grace?
1865, not 1965,
Aunt Grace corrected. Their hearing wasn't much better than their vision.
February 11, 1865. That was the year the Federals almost burned Gatlin to the ground,
Aunt Grace said.
Our great-granddaddy lost everything in that fire. Don't you remember that story, girls? General Sherman and the Union Army marched clean through the South, burning everything in their path, including Gatlin. They called it the Great Burning. At least part of every plantation in Gatlin was destroyed, except Ravenwood. My granddaddy used to say Abraham Ravenwood must have made a deal with the devil that night.
What do you mean?
It was the only way that place could have been left standing. The Federals burned every plantation along the river one at a time till they got to Ravenwood. They just marched on past like it wasn't there at all. The way Granddaddy told it, that wasn't the only thing strange about that night,
Aunt Prue said, feeding Harlan James a piece of bacon.
Abraham had a brother, lived there with him, and he just up and disappeared that night. Nobody ever saw him again.
That doesn't seem that strange. Maybe he was killed by the Union soldiers, or trapped in one of those burning houses, I said. Aunt Grace raised an eyebrow.
Or maybe it was something else. They never did find a body.
I realized people had been talking about the Ravenwoods for generations. It didn't start with Macon Ravenwood. I wondered what else the sisters knew. What about Macon Ravenwood? What do you know about him?
That boy never did have a chance on account of being illegitimate.
In Gatlin, being illegitimate was like being a communist or an atheist.
His daddy, Silas, met Macon's mama after his first wife left him. She was a pretty girl, from New Orleans, I think. Anyhow, not long after, Macon and his brother were born. But Silas never did marry her, and then she up and left too.
Aunt Prue interrupted.
Grace Ann, you don't know how to tell a story. Silas Ravenwood was an eccentric, and as mean as the day is long. And there was strange things going on at that house. The lights were on all night long, and every now and again a man in a tall black hat was seen wandering round up there. And the wolf. Tell him about the wolf.
I didn't need them to tell me about that dog, or whatever it was. I'd seen it myself. But it couldn't be the same animal. Dogs, even wolves, didn't live that long.
There was a wolf up at the house. Silas kept it like it was a pet.
Aunt Mercy shook her head.
But those boys, they moved back and forth between Silas and their mama, and when they were with him, Silas treated them something awful. Beat on 'em all the time and barely let 'em out of his sight. He wouldn't even let 'em go to school.
Maybe that's why Macon Ravenwood never leaves his house, I said. Aunt Mercy waved her hand in the air, as if that was the silliest thing she'd ever heard.
He leaves his house. I've seen him a mess of times over at the DAR building, right after supper time.
Sure she had. That was the thing about the sisters. Half the time they had a firm grasp on reality, but that was only half the time. I had never heard of anyone seeing Macon Ravenwood, so I doubted he was hanging around the DAR looking at paint chips and chatting up Mrs. Lincoln. Aunt Grace scrutinized the locket more carefully, holding it up to the light.
I can tell you one thing. This here handkerchief belonged to Sulla Trudeau. Sulla the Prophet, they called her, on account of folks said she could see the future in the cards.
Tarot cards? I asked.
What other kind of cards are there? Well, there are playing cards and greeting cards and place cards for parties, Aunt Mercy rambled.
How do you know the handkerchief belonged to her?
Her initials are embroidered right here on the edge. And you see that there? She asked, pointing to a tiny bird embroidered under the initials. That there was her mark.
Her mark? Most readers had a mark back then. They'd mark their decks to make sure nobody switched their cards. A reader is only as good as her deck. I know that much, Thelma said, spitting into a small urn in the corner of the room with the precision of a marksman. Trudeau. That was Amma's last name. Was she related to Amma?
Of course she was. She was Amma's great-great-grandmama.
What about the initials on the locket? ECW and GKD. Do you know anything about them? It was a long shot. I couldn't remember the last time the sisters had ever had a moment of clarity that lasted this long.
Are you teasing an old woman, Ethan Waite?
No, ma'am.
ECW? Ethan Carter Waite. He was your great-great-great-uncle. Or was it your great-great-great-great-uncle? You've never been any good with arithmetic, Aunt Prudence interrupted. Anyhow, he was your great-great-great-great-granddaddy Ellis's brother.
Ellis Waite's brother was named Lawson, not Ethan. That's how I got my middle name.
Ellis Waite had two brothers, Ethan and Lawson. You were named for both of them. Ethan, Lawson, Waite.
I tried to picture my family tree. I had seen it enough times, and if there's one thing a Southerner knows, it's their family tree. There was no Ethan Carter Waite on the framed copy hanging in our dining room. I had obviously overestimated Aunt Grace's lucidity. I must have looked unconvinced, because a second later, Aunt Prue was up and out of her chair.
I have the Waite family tree in my genealogy book. I keep track of the whole lineage for the Sisters of the Confederacy.
The Sisters of the Confederacy, the lesser cousin of the DAR, but equally horrifying, was some kind of sewing circle holdover from the war. These days, members spent most of their time tracking their Civil War roots for documentaries and miniseries like The Blue and the Gray.
Here it is.
Aunt Prue shuffled back into the kitchen, carrying a huge leather-bound scrapbook with yellowed pieces of paper and old photographs sticking out from the edges. She flipped through the pages, dropping scraps of paper and old newspaper clippings all over the floor.
Will you look at that? Burton Free, my third husband. Wasn't he just the handsomest of all my husbands?
She asked, holding up the cracked photograph for the rest of us.
Prudence, Jane, keep looking. This boy is testing our memory.
Aunt Grace was noticeably agitated.
It's right here after the Statham tree.
I stared at the names I knew so well from the family tree in my dining room at home. There was the name missing from the family tree at Waite's Landing, Ethan Carter Waite. Why would the sisters have a different version of my family tree? It was obvious which tree was the real one. I was holding the proof in my hand, wrapped in the handkerchief of a 150-year-old prophet. Why isn't he on my family tree?
Most family trees in the South are full of lies, but I'm surprised he made it onto any copy of the Waite family tree,
Aunt Grace said, shutting the book and sending a cloud of dust into the air.
It's only on account of my excellent record-keeping that he's even on this one.
Aunt Prue smiled proudly, showing off both sets of her dentures. I had to get them to focus. Why wouldn't he make it on the family tree, Aunt Prue?
On account of him being a deserter.
I wasn't following. What do you mean, a deserter?
Lord, what do they teach you young'uns in that fancy high school of yours?
Aunt Grace was busy picking all the pretzels out of the Chex Mix.
Deserters, the Confederates who ran out on General Lee during the war.
I must have looked confused because Aunt Prue felt compelled to elaborate.
There were two kinds of Confederate soldiers during the war. The ones who supported the cause of Confederacy and the ones whose families made them enlist.
Aunt Prue stood up and walked toward the counter, pacing back and forth like a real history teacher delivering a lecture.
By 1865, Lee's army was beaten, starving, and outnumbered. Some say the rebels were losing faith, so they up and left, deserted their regiments. Ethan Carter Waite was one of them. He was a deserter.
All three of them lowered their heads as if the shame was just too much for them. So you're telling me he was erased from the family tree because he didn't want to starve to death fighting a losing war for the wrong side?
That's one way of looking at it, I suppose.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Aunt Grace jumped up out of her chair as much as any 90-something-year-old woman can jump.
Don't you sass us, Ethan. That tree was changed long before we were born.
I'm sorry, ma'am. She smoothed her skirt and sat back down. Why would my parents name me after some great-great-great-uncle who shamed the family?
Well, your mama and daddy had their own ideas about all that. What with all those books they read about the war. You know they've always been liberal. Who knows what they were thinking? You'd have to ask your daddy.
Like there was any chance he would tell me. But knowing my parents' sensibilities, my mom had probably been proud of Ethan Carter Waite. I was pretty proud, too. I ran my hand over the faded brown page of Aunt Prue's scrapbook. What about the initials GKD? I think the G might stand for Genevieve, I said, already knowing it did.
GKD. Didn't you date a boy with the initials GD once, Mercy? I can't recollect. Do you remember a GD, Grace? GD. GD? No, I can't say as I do.
I'd lost them.
Oh, my goodness, look here at the time, girls. It's time for church,
Aunt Mercy said. Aunt Grace motioned toward the garage door.
Ethan, you be a good boy and pull the Cadillac around, you hear? We just have to put on our faces.
I drove them 4 blocks to the afternoon service at the Evangelical Missionary Baptist Church and pushed Aunt Mercy's wheelchair up the gravel driveway. This took longer than actually driving to the church because every 2 or 3 feet the chair would sink into the gravel and I'd have to wiggle it from side to side to free it, nearly tipping it and dumping my great-aunt into the dirt. By the time the preacher took the 3rd testimony from an old lady who swore Jesus had saved her rose bushes from Japanese beetles or her quilting hand from arthritis, I was zoning out. I flipped the locket through my fingers, inside the pocket of my jeans. Why did it show us that vision? Why did it suddenly stop working? Ethan, stop. You don't know what you're doing. Lena was in my head again. Put it away. The room started to disappear around me, and I could feel Lena's fingers grasping mine as if she was there beside me. Nothing could have prepared Genevieve for the sight of Greenbrier burning. The flames licked up its sides, eating away at the lattice and swallowing the veranda. Soldiers carried antiques and paintings out of the house, looting like common thieves. Where was everyone? Were they hiding in the woods like she was? Leaves crackled. She sensed someone behind her, but before she could turn around, a muddy hand clamped over her mouth. She grabbed the person's wrist with both hands, trying to break their hold. Genevieve, it's me. The hand loosened its grip. What are you doing here? Are you all right? Genevieve threw her arms around the soldier, dressed in what was left of his once proud gray Confederate uniform. I am, darling, Ethan said, but she knew he was lying. I thought you might be. Genevieve had only heard from Ethan in letters for the better part of the last 2 years, since he had enlisted, and she hadn't received a letter since the battle at Wilderness. Genevieve knew that many of the men who had followed Lee into that battle had never marched back out of Virginia. She had resigned herself to die a spinster. She had been so sure she had lost Ethan. It was almost unimaginable that he was alive, standing here on this night. Where is the rest of your regiment? Last I saw, they were outside a summit. What do you mean, the last you saw? Are they all dead? I don't know. When I left, they were still alive. I don't understand. I deserted, Genevieve. I couldn't fight one more day for something I didn't believe in. Not after what I've seen. Most of the boys fighting with me didn't even realize what this war is about. That they're just spilling their blood over cotton. Ethan took her cold hands in his, rough with cuts. I understand if you can't marry me now. I don't have any money, and now I don't have any honor. I don't care if you have any money, Ethan Carter Waite. You are the most honorable man I've ever known. And I don't care if my daddy thinks our differences are too great to overcome. He's wrong. You're home now, and we're gonna get married. Genevieve clung to him, afraid he might disappear into thin air if she let go. The smell brought her back to the moment. The rancid smell of lemons burning, of their lives burning. We have to head for the river. That's where Mama would go. She'd head south toward Aunt Marguerite's place. But Ethan never had time to answer. Someone was coming. Branches were cracking like someone was thrashing through the brush. Get behind me, Ethan ordered, pushing Genevieve behind him with one arm and grabbing his rifle with the other. The brush parted, and Ivy, Greenbrier's cook, stumbled into view. She was still in her nightgown, black with smoke. She screamed at the sight of the uniform, too frightened to notice it was gray, not blue. Ivy, are you all right? Genevieve rushed forward to catch the old woman, who was already starting to fall. Miss Genevieve, what in the world are you doing out here? I was trying to get to Greenbrier to warn y'all. It's too late for that child, and it wouldn't have done no good. Those bluebirds broke down the doors and walked right into the house like it was their own. They gave the place the once-over to see what they wanted to take, and then they just started setting fires. It was almost impossible to understand her. She was hysterical, and every few seconds she was racked with a fit of coughing, choking on both the smoke and her tears. In all my life, I never seen the likes of devils like that. Burning a house with women in it. Every one of them will have to answer to God Almighty himself in the hereafter. Ivy's voice faltered. It took a moment for Ivy's words to register. What do you mean, burning a house with women in it? I'm so sorry, child. Genevieve felt her legs buckle beneath her. She knelt in the mud, the rain running down her face, mixing with her tears. Her mother, her sister, Greenbrier. They were all gone. Genevieve looked up at the sky. God's the one who's gonna have to answer to me. It pulled us out as fast as it had sucked us in. I was staring at the preacher again, and Lena was gone. I could feel her slip away. Lena. She didn't answer. I sat in the church in a cold sweat, sandwiched between Aunt Mercy and Aunt Grace, who were fishing in their purses for change for the collection basket. Burning a house with women in it, a house lined with lemon trees, a house where I'd bet Genevieve had lost her locket, a locket engraved with the day Lena was born, but over 100 years before. No wonder Lena didn't want to see the visions. I was starting to agree with her. There were no coincidences. September 14th. The real Boo Radley. Sunday night, I reread The Catcher in the Rye until I felt tired enough to fall asleep. Only I never got tired enough, and I couldn't read because reading didn't feel the same. I couldn't disappear into the character of Holden Caulfield because I couldn't get lost in the story, not the way you need to be to become somebody else. I wasn't alone in my head. It was full of lockets and fires and voices, people I didn't know and visions I didn't understand. And something else. I put the book down and slid my hands behind my head. Lena, you're there, aren't you? I stared up at the blue ceiling. It's no use. I know you're there, here, whatever. I waited until I heard it. Her voice unfolding like a tiny, bright memory in the darkest, furthest corner of my mind. No, not exactly. You are. You have been all night. Ethan, I'm sleeping. I mean, I was. I smiled to myself. No, you weren't. You were listening. I was not. Just admit it, you were. Guys, you think everything is about you. Maybe I just like that book. Can you just drop in whenever you want now? There was a long pause. Not usually, but tonight it just sort of happened. I still don't understand how it works. Maybe we can ask someone. Like who? I don't know. Guess we'll have to figure it out on our own, just like everything else. Another pause. I tried not to wonder if the we spooked her, in case she could hear me. Maybe it was that, or maybe it was the other thing. She didn't want me to find out anything if it had to do with her. Don't try. I smiled and felt my eyes closing. I could barely keep them open. I'm trying. I turned out the light. Good night, Lena. Good night, Ethan. I hoped she couldn't read all my thoughts. Basketball. I was definitely going to have to spend more time thinking about basketball. And as I thought about the playbook in my mind, I felt my eyes closing, myself sinking, losing control. Drowning. I was drowning. Thrashing in the green water, waves crashing over my head. My feet kicked for the muddy bottom of a river, maybe the Santee, but there was nothing. I could see some kind of light skimming the river, but I couldn't get to the surface. I was going down. It's my birthday, Ethan. It's happening. I reached out. She grabbed at my hand, and I twisted to catch it, but she drifted away, and I couldn't hold on anymore. I tried to scream as I watched her pale little hand drift down toward the darkness, but my mouth filled with water, and I couldn't make a sound. I could feel myself choking. I was starting to black out. I tried to warn you. You have to let me go. I sat up in bed. My t-shirt was soaking wet. My pillow was wet, my hair was wet, and my room was sticky and humid. I guess I'd left the window open again.
Ethan, wait! Are you listening to me? You better get yourself down here yesterday or you won't be having breakfast again this week.
I was in my seat just as 3 eggs over easy slid onto my plate of biscuits and gravy. "Good morning, Amma." She turned her back to me without so much as a look.
Now you know there's nothing good about it. Don't spit down my back and tell me it's raining.
She was still aggravated with me, but I wasn't sure if it was because I had walked out of class or brought the locket home. Probably both. I couldn't blame her, though. I didn't usually get in trouble at school. This was all new territory. "Amma, I'm sorry about leaving class on Friday. It's not gonna happen again. Everything will be back to normal." Her face softened, just a little, and she sat down across from me. "Don't think so. We all make our choices, and those choices have consequences. I expect you'll have some hell to pay for yours when you get to school. Maybe you'll start listening to me now. Stay away from that Lena Duquesne and that house." It wasn't like Amma to side with everyone else in town, considering that was usually the wrong side of things. I could tell she was worried by the way she kept stirring her coffee, long after the milk had disappeared. Amma always worried about me, and I loved her for it, but something felt different since I showed her the locket. I walked around the table and gave her a hug. She smelled like pencil lead and Red Hots, like always. She shook her head, muttering,
"Don't want to hear about any green eyes and black hair. It's fixing to come up a bad cloud today, so you be careful."
Amma wasn't just going dark. Today she was going pitch black. I could feel it coming up a bad cloud myself. Link pulled up in the beater, blasting some terrible tunes, as usual. He turned down the music when I slid into the seat, which was always a bad sign.
"We got trubs."
"I know.
Jackson's got itself a regular lynch mob this morning."
"What did you hear?"
"Been going on since Friday night. I heard my mom talking, and I tried to call you. Where were you, anyway?"
"I was pretending to bury a hexed locket over at Greenbrier so Amma would let me back in the house." Link laughed. He was used to talk about hexes and charms and the evil eye, where Amma was concerned.
"At least she's not making you wear that stinking bag of onion mess around your neck. That was nasty."
"It was garlic for my mom's funeral."
"It was nasty."
The thing about Link was, we'd been friends since the day he gave me that Twinkie on the bus, and after that, he didn't care much what I said or did. Even back then, you knew who your friends were. That's what Gatlin was like. Everything had already happened 10 years ago. For our parents, everything had already happened 20 or 30 years ago. And for the town itself, it seemed like nothing had happened for more than 100 years. Nothing of consequence, that is. I had a feeling that was all about to change. My mom would have said it was time. If there was one thing my mom liked, it was change. Unlike Link's mom, Mrs. Lincoln was a rageaholic, on a mission, with a network, a dangerous combination. When we were in the 8th grade, Mrs. Lincoln ripped the cable box out of the wall because she found Link watching a Harry Potter movie, a series she had campaigned to ban from the Gatlin County Library because she thought it promoted witchcraft. Luckily, Link managed to sneak over to Earl Petty's house to watch MTV, or Who Shot Lincoln would never have become Jackson High's premier, and by premier, I mean only, rock band. I never understood Mrs. Lincoln. When my mom was alive, she would roll her eyes and say, "Link may be your best friend, but don't expect me to join the DAR and start wearing a hoop skirt for reenactments." Then we'd both crack up, imagining my mom, who walked miles of muddy battlefields looking for old shell casings, who cut her own hair with garden scissors, as a member of the DAR, organizing bake sales and telling everyone how to decorate their houses. Mrs. Lincoln was easy to picture in the DAR. She was the recording secretary, and even I knew that. She was on the board with Savannah Snow's and Emily Asher's mothers, while my mom spent most of her time holed up in the library looking at microfiche. Had spent. Link was still talking, and soon I'd heard enough to start listening. My mom, Emily's mom, Savannah's, they've been burning up the phone lines last couple of nights. Overheard my mom talking about the window breaking in English, and how she heard old man Ravenwood's niece had blood on her hands. He swerved around the corner without even taking a breath. And about how your girlfriend just got out of a mental institution in Virginia, and how she's an orphan, and has schizomanic something? She's not my girlfriend, we're just friends, I said automatically. Shut up. You're so whipped I should buy you a saddle. Which he would have said about any girl I talked to, talked about, or even looked at in the hall. She's not. Nothing's happened. We just hang out. You're so full of crap you could pass for a toilet. You like her, Wait, admit it. Link wasn't big on subtleties, and I don't think he could imagine hanging out with a girl for any reason other than maybe she played lead guitar, except for the obvious ones. I'm not saying I don't like her, we're just friends. Which was the truth, actually, whether or not I wanted it to be. But that was a different question. Either way, I must have smiled a little. Wrong move. Link pretended to vomit into his lap and swerved, narrowly missing a truck, but he was just messing around. Link didn't care who I liked, as long as it gave him something to hassle me about. Well, is it true? Did she? Did she what? You know, fall out of the crazy tree and hit every branch on the way down. A window broke. That's all that happened. It's not a mystery. Mrs. Asher's saying she punched it out or threw something at it. That's funny, seeing how Mrs. Asher isn't in my English class last time I checked. Yeah, well, my mom isn't either, but she told me she was coming by school today. Great. Save her a seat at our lunch table. Maybe she's done this at all her schools, and that's why she was in some kind of institution? Link was serious, which meant he'd overheard a whole lot of something since the window incident. For a second, I remembered what Lena had said about her life. Complicated. Maybe this was one of those complications, or just one of the 26,000 other things she couldn't talk about. What if all the Emily Ashers of the world were right? What if I had taken the wrong side after all? Be careful, man. Could be she's got her own place over in Nutsville. If you really believe that, you're an idiot. We pulled into the school parking lot without speaking. I was annoyed, even though I knew Link was just trying to look out for me, but I couldn't help it. Everything felt different today. I got out and slammed the car door. Link called after me. I'm worried about you, dude. You've been acting crazy. What, are you and me a couple now? Maybe you should spend a little more time worrying about why you can't even get a girl to talk to you, crazy or not. He got out of the car and looked up at the administration building. Either way, maybe you better tell your friend, whatever that means, to be careful today. Look. Mrs. Lincoln and Mrs. Asher were talking to Principal Harper on the front steps. Emily was huddled next to her mother, trying to look pathetic. Mrs. Lincoln was lecturing Principal Harper, who was nodding as if he was memorizing every word. Principal Harper may have been the one running Jackson High, but he knew who ran the town. He was looking at two of them. When Link's mom finished, Emily dove into a particularly animated version of the window-shattering incident. Mrs. Lincoln reached out and put her hand on Emily's shoulder, sympathetic. Principal Harper just shook his head. It was a bad cloud day, all right. Lena was sitting in the hearse, writing in her beat-up notebook. The engine was idling. I knocked on the window and she jumped. She looked back toward the administration building. She had seen the mothers too. I motioned for her to open the door, but she shook her head. I walked around to the passenger side. The doors were locked, but she wasn't going to get rid of me that easily. I sat down on the hood of her car and dropped my backpack on the gravel next to me. I wasn't going anywhere.
What are you doing?
Waiting. It's gonna be a long wait.
I've got time.
She stared at me through the windshield. I heard the doors unlock. Did anyone ever tell you that you're crazy? She walked around to where I was sitting on the hood, her arms folded, like Amma ready to scold. Not as crazy as you, I hear. She had her hair tied back with a silky black scarf that had conspicuously bright pink cherry blossoms scattered across it. I could imagine her staring at herself in the mirror, feeling like she was going to her own funeral, and tying it on to cheer herself up. A long black, a cross between a t-shirt and a dress hung over her jeans and black Converse. She frowned and looked over at the administration building. The mothers were probably sitting in Principal Harper's office right now. Can you hear them? She shook her head. It's not like I can read people's minds, Ethan. You can read mine. Not really. What about last night? I told you I don't know why it happens. We just seem to connect. Even the words seemed hard for her to say this morning. She wouldn't look me in the eye. It's never been like this with anyone before. I wanted to tell her I knew how she felt. I wanted to tell her when we were together like that in our minds, even if our bodies were 1,000,000 miles away, I felt closer to her than I'd ever felt to anyone. I couldn't. I couldn't even think it. I thought about the basketball playbook, the cafeteria menu, the green pea soup-colored hallway I was about to walk down, anything else. Instead, I cocked my head to the side. Yeah, girls say that to me all the time. Idiot. The more nervous I got, the worse my jokes were. She smiled, a wobbly, crooked smile. Don't try to cheer me up. It's not going to work. But it was. I looked back at the front steps. If you want to know what they're saying, I can tell you. She looked at me skeptically. How? This is Gatlin. There's nothing even close to a secret here. How bad is it? She looked away. Do they think I'm crazy? Pretty much. A danger to the school? Probably. We don't take kindly to strangers around here, and it doesn't get much stranger than Macon Ravenwood. No offense. I smiled at her. The first bell rang. She grabbed my sleeve, anxious. Last night, I had a dream. Did you? I nodded. She didn't have to say it. I knew she had been there in the dream with me. Even had wet hair. Me too. She held out her arm. There was a mark on her wrist where I had tried to hold on, before she had sunk down into the darkness. I hoped she hadn't seen that part. Judging from her face, I was pretty sure she had. I'm sorry, Lena. It's not your fault. I wish I knew why the dreams are so real. I tried to warn you. You should stay away from me. Whatever. I'll consider myself warned. Somehow I knew I couldn't do that, stay away from her, even though I was about to walk into school and face a huge load of crap. I didn't care. It felt good to have someone I could talk to without editing everything I said. And I could talk to Lena. At Greenbrier, it felt like I could have sat there in the weeds and talked to her for days. Longer. As long as she was there to talk to. What is it about your birthday? Why did you say you might not be here after that? She quickly changed the subject. What about the locket? Did you see what I saw? The burning? The other vision? Yeah, I was sitting in the middle of church and almost fell out of the pew. But I found out some things from the sisters. The initials ECW, they stand for Ethan Carter Waite. He was my great-great-great-great-uncle, and my 3 crazy aunts say I was named after him. Then why didn't you recognize the initials on the locket? That's the strange part. I'd never heard of him, and he's conveniently missing from the family tree at my house. What about GKD? It's Genevieve, right? They didn't seem to know, but it has to be. She's the one in the visions, and the D must stand for Duquesne. I was gonna ask Amma, but when I showed her the locket, her eyes almost fell out of her head, like it was triple hexed, soaked in a bucket of voodoo and wrapped in a curse for good measure. And my dad's study is off limits, where he keeps all my mom's old books about Gatlin and the war. I was rambling. You could talk to your uncle. My uncle won't know anything. Where's the locket now? In my pocket, wrapped in a pouch full of powder Amma dumped all over it when she saw it. She thinks I took it back to Greenbrier and buried it. She must hate me. No more than any of my friends. I mean, friends who are girls. I couldn't believe how stupid I sounded. I think we'd better get to class before we get in even more trouble. Actually, I was thinking about going home. I know I'm going to have to deal with them eventually, but I'd like to live in denial for one more day. Won't you get in trouble? She laughed. With my uncle, the infamous Macon Ravenwood, who thinks school is a waste of time and the good citizens of Gatlin are to be avoided at all costs? He'll be thrilled. Then why do you even go? I was pretty sure Link would never show up at school again if his mom wasn't chasing him out the door every morning. She twisted one of the charms on her necklace, a 7-pointed star. I guess I thought it would be different here. Maybe I could make some friends, join the newspaper or something. I don't know. Our newspaper, the Jackson Stonewaller? I tried to join the newspaper at my old school, but they said all the staff positions were filled, even though they never had enough writers to get the paper out on time. She looked away, embarrassed. I should get going. I opened the door for her. I think you should talk to your uncle about the locket. He might know more than you think. Trust me, he doesn't. I slammed the door. As much as I wanted her to stay, a part of me was relieved she was going home. I was going to have enough to deal with today. Do you want me to turn that in for you? I pointed at the notebook lying on the passenger seat. No, it's not homework. She flipped open the glove compartment and shoved the notebook inside. It's nothing. Nothing she was going to tell me about, anyway. You'd better go before Fatty starts scouting the lot. She started the car before I could say anything else and waved as she pulled away from the curb. I heard a bark. I turned to see the enormous black dog from Ravenwood, only a few feet away, and who it was barking at. Mrs. Lincoln smiled at me. The dog growled, the hair along its back standing on end. Mrs. Lincoln looked down at it with such revulsion, you would have thought she was looking at Macon Ravenwood himself. In a fight, I wasn't sure which one of them would come out on top. Wild dogs carry rabies. Someone should notify the county. Yeah, someone. Yes, ma'am. Who was that I just saw driving off in that strange black car? You seem to be having quite a conversation. She already knew the answer. It wasn't a question. It was an accusation. Ma'am. Speaking of strange, Principal Harper was just telling me he's planning on offering that Ravenwood girl an occupational transfer. She can take her pick, any school in 3 counties, as long as it's not Jackson. I didn't say anything. I didn't even look at her. It's our responsibility, Ethan. Principal Harper's, mine, every parent in Gatlin's.
We have to be sure to keep the young people in this town out of harm's way, and away from the wrong sort of people. Which meant anyone who wasn't like her. She reached out her hand and touched me on the shoulder, just as she had done to Emily not 10 minutes ago. I'm sure you understand my meaning. After all, you're one of us. Your daddy was born here, and your mama was buried here. You belong here. Not everyone does. I stared back at her. She was in her van before I could say another word. This time, Mrs. Lincoln was after more than burning a few books. Once I got to class, the day became abnormally normal, weirdly normal. I didn't see any more parents, though I suspected they were there loitering around the office. At lunch, I ate 3 bowls of chocolate pudding with the guys, as usual, though it was clear what and who we weren't talking about. Even the sight of Emily madly texting all through English and chemistry seemed like some kind of reassuring universal truth, except for the feeling that I knew what, or rather who, she was texting about. Like I said, abnormally normal. Until Link dropped me off after basketball practice, and I decided to do something completely insane. Amma was standing on the front porch, a sure sign of trouble. "Did you see her?" I should have expected this. She wasn't in school today. Technically, that was true. Maybe that's for the best. Trouble follows that girl around like Macon Ravenwood's dog. I don't want it following you into this house. I'm going to take a shower. Will dinner be ready soon? Link and I have a project to do tonight. I called from the stairs, trying to sound normal. Project? What kind of project? History. Where are you going, and when are you fixing to get back? I let the bathroom door slam before I answered that one. I had a plan, but I needed a story, and it had to be good. 10 minutes later, sitting at the kitchen table, I had it. It wasn't airtight, but it was the best I could do without a little time. Now I just had to pull it off. I wasn't the best liar, and Amma was no fool. Link is picking me up after dinner, and we're going to be at the library until it closes. I think it's sometime around 9 or 10. I glopped Carolina Gold onto my pulled pork. Carolina Gold, a sticky mess of mustard barbecue sauce, was the one thing Gatlin County was famous for that had nothing to do with the Civil War. The library? Lying to Amma always made me nervous, so I tried not to do it that often. And tonight I was really feeling it, mostly in my stomach. The last thing I wanted to do was eat 3 plates of pulled pork, but I had no choice. She knew exactly how much I could put away. 2 plates, and I would rouse suspicion. 1 plate, and she would send me to my room with a thermometer and ginger ale. I nodded and set to work clearing my 2nd plate. You haven't set foot in the library since... I know. Since my mom died. The library was home away from home to my mom and my family. We had spent every Sunday afternoon there since I was a little boy, wandering around the stacks, pulling out every book with a picture of a pirate ship, a knight, a soldier, or an astronaut. My mom used to say, "This is my church, Ethan. This is how we keep the Sabbath holy in our family." The Gatlin County head librarian, Marion Ashcroft, was my mom's oldest friend, the second smartest historian in Gatlin next to my mom, and until last year, her research partner. They had been grad students together at Duke, and when Marion finished her Ph.D. in African American Studies, she followed my mom down to Gatlin to finish their first book together. They were halfway through their 5th book before the accident. I hadn't set foot in the library since then, and I still wasn't ready.
But I also knew there was no way Amma would stop me from going there. She wouldn't even call to check up on me. Marion Ashcroft was family, and Amma, who had loved my mom as much as Marion did, respected nothing more than family. "Well, you mind your manners, and don't raise your voice. You know what your mama used to say. Any book is a good book, and wherever they keep the good book safe is also the house of the Lord." Like I said, my mom would never have made it in the DAR. Link honked. He was giving me a ride on his way to band practice. I fled the kitchen, feeling so guilty I had to fight the impulse to fling myself into Amma's arms and confess everything, like I was 6 years old again and had eaten all the dry Jell-O mix out of the pantry. Maybe Amma was right. Maybe I had picked a hole in the sky, and the universe was all about to fall in on me. As I stepped up to the door of Ravenwood, my hand tightened around the glossy blue folder, my excuse for showing up at Lena's house uninvited. I was dropping by to give her the English assignment she'd missed today. That's what I planned to say, anyway. It had sounded convincing in my head when I was standing on my own porch, but now that I was on the porch at Ravenwood, I wasn't so sure. I wasn't usually the kind of guy who would do something like this, but it was obvious there was no way Lena was ever going to invite me over on her own, and I had a feeling her uncle could help us, that he might know something. Or maybe it was the other thing. I wanted to see her. It had been a long, dull day at Jackson without Hurricane Lena, and I was starting to wonder how I ever got through 8 periods without all the trouble she caused me, without all the trouble she made me want to cause myself. I could see light flooding from the vine-covered windows. I heard the sounds of music in the background, old Savannah songs from that Georgian songwriter my mom had loved. In the cool, cool, cool of the evening. I heard barking from the other side of the door before I even knocked, and within seconds the door swung open. Lena was standing there in her bare feet, and she looked different, dressed up in a black dress with little birds embroidered on it, like she was going out to have dinner at a fancy restaurant. I looked more like I was headed to the Dairy Queen in my Holy Atari t-shirt and jeans. She stepped out onto the veranda, pulling the door shut behind her. "Ethan, what are you doing here?" I held up the folder lamely. "I brought you homework." "I can't believe you just showed up here. I told you my uncle doesn't like strangers." She was already pushing me down the stairs. "You have to go, now." "I just thought we could talk to him." Behind us, I heard the awkward clearing of a throat. I looked up to see Macon Ravenwood's dog, and beyond him, Macon Ravenwood himself. I tried not to look surprised, but I'm pretty sure it gave me away when I almost jumped out of my skin. "Well, that's one I don't hear often, and I do hate to disappoint, as I am nothing if not a Southern gentleman." He spoke in a measured Southern drawl, but with perfect enunciation. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Mr. Waite." I couldn't believe I was standing in front of him, the mysterious Macon Ravenwood. Only I really had been expecting Boo Radley, some guy trudging around the house in overalls, mumbling in some kind of monosyllabic language like a Neanderthal, maybe even drooling a bit around the edges of his mouth. This was no Boo Radley. This was more of an Atticus Finch. Macon Ravenwood was dressed impeccably, as if it was, I don't know, 1942. His crisp white dress shirt was fastened with old-fashioned silver studs instead of buttons. His black dinner jacket was spotless, perfectly creased. His eyes were dark and gleaming. They looked almost black. They were clouded over, tinted, like the glass of the hearse windows Lena drove around town. There was no seeing into those eyes, no reflection. They stood out from his pale face, which was as white as snow, white as marble, white as, well, you'd expect from the town shut-in. His hair was salt and pepper, gray near his face, as black as Lena's on the top. He could have been some kind of American movie star from before they invented Technicolor, or maybe royalty from some small country nobody had ever heard of around here. But Macon Ravenwood, he was from these parts. That was the confusing thing. Old Man Ravenwood was the boogeyman of Gatlin, a story I'd heard since kindergarten. Only now he seemed like he belonged here less than I did. He snapped shut the book he was holding, never taking his eyes off me. He was looking at me, but it was almost like he was looking through me, searching for something. Maybe the guy had X-ray vision. Given the past week, anything was possible. My heart was beating so loudly I was sure he could hear it. Macon Ravenwood had me rattled, and he knew it. Neither one of us smiled. His dog stood tense and rigid at his side, as if waiting for the command to attack. "Where are my manners? Do come in, Mr. Waite. We were just about to sit down to dinner. You simply must join us. Dinner is always quite the affair here at Ravenwood." I looked at Lena, hoping for some direction. "Tell him you don't want to stay." "Trust me, I don't." "No, that's okay, sir. I don't want to intrude. I just wanted to drop off Lena's homework." I held the shiny blue folder up for the second time. "Nonsense. You must stay. We'll enjoy a few Cubans in the conservatory after dinner. Or are you more of a cigarillo man? Unless, of course, you're uncomfortable coming in which case I completely understand." I couldn't tell if he was joking. Lena slipped her arm around his waist, and I could see his face change instantly, like the sun breaking through the clouds on a gray day. "Uncle M, don't tease Ethan. He's the only friend I have here. And if you scare him away, I'll have to go live with Aunt Dell, and then you'll have no one left to torture." "I'll still have Boo." The dog looked up at Macon, quizzically. "I'll take him with me. It's me he follows around town, not you." I had to ask. "Boo? Is the dog's name Boo Radley?" Macon cracked the smallest of smiles. "Better him than me." He threw back his head and laughed, which startled me, since there was no way I could have imagined his features composing themselves into even so much as a smile. He flung open the door behind him. "Really, Mr. Waite, please join us. I so love company, and it's been ages since Ravenwood has had the pleasure of hosting a guest from our own delicious little Gatlin County." Lena smiled awkwardly. "Don't be a snob, Uncle M. It's not their fault you never speak to any of them." "And it's not my fault that I have a penchant for good breeding, reasonable intelligence, and passable personal hygiene. Not necessarily in that order." "Ignore him. He's in a mood." Lena looked apologetic. "Let me guess, does it have something to do with Principal Harper?" Lena nodded. "The school called. While the incident is being investigated, I'm on probation." She rolled her eyes. "One more infraction, and they'll suspend me." Macon laughed dismissively, as if we were talking about something completely inconsequential. "Probation? How amusing. Probation would imply a source of authority?" He pushed us both into the hall in front of him. An overweight high school principal who barely finished college, and a pack of angry housewives with pedigrees that couldn't rival Boo Radley's hardly qualify. I stepped over the threshold and stopped dead in my tracks. The entry hall was soaring and grand, not the suburban model home I had stepped into just days ago. A monstrously huge oil painting, a portrait of a terrifyingly beautiful woman with glowing gold eyes, hung over the stairs, which weren't contemporary anymore, but a classic flying staircase, seemingly supported only by the air itself. Scarlett O'Hara could have swept down them in a hoop skirt, and she wouldn't have looked a bit out of place. Tiered crystal chandeliers were dripping from the ceiling. The hall was thick with clusters of antique Victorian furniture, small groupings of intricately embroidered chairs, marble tabletops, and graceful ferns. A candle glowed from every surface. Tall, shuttered doors were thrown open. The breeze carried the scent of gardenias, which were arranged in tall silver vases, artfully placed on the tabletops. For a second, I almost thought I was back in one of the visions, except the locket was safely wrapped in the handkerchief in my pocket. I knew because I checked, and that creepy dog was watching me from the stairs. But it didn't make sense. Ravenwood had transformed into something entirely different since the last time I was there. It looked impossible, like I had stepped back in history. Even if it wasn't real, I wished my mom could have seen it. She would have loved this place. Only now it felt real, and I knew this was the way the great house looked most of the time. It felt like Lena, like the walled garden, like Greenbrier. Why didn't it look like this before? What are you talking about? I think you know. Macon walked in front of us. We turned a corner into what was the cozy sitting room last week. Now it was a grand ballroom with a long claw-footed table set for 3, as if he was expecting me. The piano continued to play itself in the corner. I guessed it was one of those mechanical ones. The scene was eerie, as if the room should have been full of the tinkling of glasses and laughter. Ravenwood was throwing the party of the year, but I was the only guest. Macon was still talking. Everything he said echoed off of the giant frescoed walls and vaulted carved ceilings. I suppose I am a snob. I loathe towns. I loathe townspeople. They have small minds and giant backsides, which is to say, what they lack in interiors, they make up in posteriors. They're junk food, fatty, but ultimately terribly unsatisfying. He smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. So why don't you just move? I felt a surge of annoyance that brought me back to reality, whatever reality I was currently in. It was one thing for me to make fun of Gatlin. It was different coming from Macon Ravenwood. It came from a different place. Don't be absurd. Ravenwood is my home, not Gatlin. He spat out the word like it was toxic. When I pass on from the binds of this life, I will have to find someone to care for Ravenwood in my place, since I have no children. It's always been my great and terrible purpose to keep Ravenwood alive. I like to think of myself as the curator of a living museum. Don't be so dramatic, Uncle M. Don't be so diplomatic, Lena. Why you want to interact with those unenlightened townsfolk, I'll never understand. The guy has a point. Are you saying you don't want me to come to school? No, I just meant... Macon looked at me. Present company excluded, of course. The more he spoke, the more curious I was. Who knew that Old Man Ravenwood would be the third smartest person in town after my mom and Marion Ashcroft, or maybe the fourth, depending on if my father ever showed his face again. I tried to see the name of the book Macon was holding. What is that, Shakespeare? Betty Crocker, a fascinating woman. I was trying to recall what it was that the local town constituents considered an evening meal. I was in the mood for a regional recipe this evening. I decided on pulled pork. More pulled pork. I felt sick just thinking about it. Macon pulled out Lena's chair with a flourish. Speaking of hospitality, Lena, your cousins are coming out for the gathering days. Let's remember to tell house and kitchen we will be 5 more. Lena looked irritated. I will tell the kitchen staff and the house keepers, if that's what you mean, Uncle M. What are the gathering days? My family is so weird. The gathering is just an old harvest festival, like an early Thanksgiving. Just forget about it. I never knew anyone visited Ravenwood, family or otherwise. I'd never seen a single car take that turn at the fork in the road. Macon seemed amused. As you wish. Speaking of kitchen, I am absolutely ravenous. I'll go see what she has whipped up for us. Even as he spoke, I could hear the pots and pans banging in some faraway room off the ballroom. Don't go overboard, Uncle M, please. I watched Macon Ravenwood disappear through a salon, and then he was gone. I could still hear the clip of his dress shoes on the polished floors. This house was ridiculous. It made the White House look like a backwoods shack. Lena, what's going on? What do you mean? How did he know to set a place for me? He must have done it when he saw us on the porch. What about this place? I was in your house the day we found the locket. It didn't look anything like this. Tell me, you can trust me. She played with the hem of her dress, stubborn. My uncle is into antiques. The house changes all the time. Does it really matter? Whatever was going on, she wasn't going to tell me about it right now. Okay, then. Do you mind if I look around? She frowned, but didn't say anything. I got up from the table and walked over to the next salon. It was set up like a small study, with settees, a fireplace, and a few small writing tables. Boo Radley was lying in front of the fire. He started to growl the moment I set foot in the room. Nice doggy. He growled louder. I backed up out of the room. He stopped growling and put his head down on the hearth. Lying on the nearest writing table was a package, wrapped in brown paper and tied with a string. I picked it up. Boo Radley began to growl again. It was stamped Gatlin County Library. I knew the stamp. My mom had gotten hundreds of packages like this one. Only Marion Ashcroft would bother to wrap a book like that. You have an interest in libraries, Mr. Waite. Do you know Marion Ashcroft? Macon appeared next to me, taking the parcel out of my hand and eyeing it with delight. Yes, sir. Marion, Dr. Ashcroft. She was my mom's best friend. They worked together. Macon's eyes flickered, a momentary brightness, then nothing. It passed. Of course. How incredibly dull-witted of me. Ethan Waite. I knew your mother. I froze. How could Macon Ravenwood have known my mother? A strange expression passed over his face, like he was recalling something he'd forgotten. Only through her work, of course. I've read everything she's ever written. In fact, if you look closely at the footnotes for Plantations and Plantings, A Garden Divided, you will see that several of the primary sources for their study came from my personal collection. Your mother was brilliant, a great loss. I managed a smile. Thanks. I'd be honored to show you my library, naturally. It would be a great pleasure to share my collection with the only son of Lila Evers. I looked at him, struck by the sound of my mother's name coming out of Macon Ravenwood's mouth. Wait. Lila Evers, wait. He smiled more broadly. Of course. But first things first. I believe, from Kitchen's general lack of din, that dinner has been served. He patted my shoulder, and we walked back into the grand ballroom. Lena was waiting for us at the table, lighting a candle that had blown out in the evening breeze. The table was covered with an elaborate feast, though I couldn't imagine how it had gotten there. I hadn't seen a single person in the house aside from the three of us. Now there was a new house, a wolf dog, and all this. And I had expected Macon Ravenwood to be the weirdest part of the evening. There was enough food to feed the DAR, every church in town, and the basketball team combined. Only it wasn't the kind of food that had ever been served in Gatlin. There was something that looked like a whole roast pig with an apple stuck in its mouth. A standing rib roast with little paper puffs on the top of each rib sat next to a mangled-looking goose covered with chestnuts. There were bowls of gravies and sauces and creams, rolls and breads, collards and beets and spreads that I couldn't name, and of course, pulled pork sandwiches, which looked particularly out of place among the other dishes. I looked at Lena, feeling sick at the thought of how much I'd have to eat to be polite. Uncle M, this is too much. Boo, curled around the legs of Lena's chair, thumped his tail in anticipation. Nonsense. This is a celebration. You've made a friend. Kitchen will be offended. Lena looked at me anxiously, like she was afraid I was going to get up to use the bathroom and bolt. I shrugged and began to load my plate. Maybe Amma would let me skip breakfast tomorrow. By the time Macon was pouring his third glass of scotch, it seemed like a good time to bring up the locket. Come to think of it, I had seen him load up his plate with food, but I hadn't seen him eat a thing. It seemed to disappear off his plate, with only the smallest bite or two. Maybe Boo Radley was the luckiest dog in town. I folded up my napkin. Do you mind, sir, if I ask you something? Since you seem to know so much about history and, well, I can't really ask my mom. What are you doing? I'm just asking a question. He doesn't know anything. Lena, we have to try. Of course. Macon took a sip from his glass. I reached into my pocket and pulled the locket out of the pouch Amma had given me, careful to keep it wrapped in the handkerchief. All the candles went out. The lights dimmed and then spluttered out. Even the music of the piano died. Ethan, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. I heard Macon's voice in the darkness. What is that in your hand, son? It's a locket, sir. Do you mind very much if you put it back in your pocket? His voice was calm, but I knew that he wasn't. I could tell he was taking great efforts to compose himself. His glib manner was gone. His voice had an edge, a sense of urgency he was trying very hard to disguise. I crammed the locket back into the pouch and stuffed it in my pocket. At the other end of the table, Macon touched his fingers to the candelabra. One by one, the candles on the table came back to light. The entire feast had disappeared. In the candlelight, Macon looked sinister. He was also quiet for the first time since I'd met him, as if he was weighing his options on an invisible scale that somehow held our fate in the balance. It was time to go. Lena was right. This was a bad idea. Maybe there was a reason Macon Ravenwood never left his house. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know that would happen. My housekeeper, Amma, acted like it was really powerful when I showed it to her. But when Lena and I found it, nothing bad happened." "Don't tell him anything else. Don't mention the visions." "I won't. I just wanted to find out if I was right about Genevieve." She didn't have to worry. I didn't want to tell Macon Ravenwood anything. I just wanted to get out of there. I started to get up. "I think I should be getting home, sir. It's getting late." "Would you mind describing the locket to me?" It was more of an order than a request. I didn't say a word. It was Lena who finally spoke. "It's old and battered with a cameo on the front. We found it at Greenbrier." Macon twisted his silver ring, agitated. "You should have told me you went to Greenbrier. That's not part of Ravenwood. I can't keep you safe there." I was safe there. I could feel it. Safe from what? This was more than a little overprotective. "You weren't. It's beyond the boundaries. It can't be controlled, not by anyone. There is a lot you don't know, and he—" Macon gestured to me at the other end of the table. "He knows nothing. He can't protect you. You shouldn't have brought him into this." I spoke up. I had to. He was talking about me like I wasn't even there. "This is about me, too, sir. There were initials on the back of the locket. ECW. ECW was Ethan Carter Waite, my great-great-great-great-uncle, and the other initials are GKD, and we're pretty sure the D stands for Duquesne." "Ethan, stop." But I couldn't. There's no reason to keep anything from us, because whatever it is that's happening, it's happening to both of us, and like it or not, it seems to be happening right now. A vase of gardenias went flying across the room and crashed into the wall. This was the Macon Ravenwood we'd all been telling stories about since we were kids. "You have no idea what you are talking about, young man." He stared me right in the eye, with a dark intensity that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. He was having trouble keeping it together now. I had pushed him too far. Boo Radley rose and paced behind Macon like he was stalking prey, his eyes hauntingly round and familiar. "Don't say anything else." His eyes narrowed. The movie star glamour was gone, replaced with something much darker. I wanted to run, but I was rooted to the ground, paralyzed. I was wrong about Ravenwood Manor and Macon Ravenwood. I was afraid of both of them. When he finally spoke, it was as if he was speaking to himself. 5 months. Do you know what lengths I will go to keep her safe for 5 months? What it will cost me? How it will drain me, perhaps destroy me?" Without a word, Lena moved next to him and laid her hand on his shoulder. And then the storm in his eyes passed as quickly as it had come, and he regained his composure. "Amma sounds like a wise woman. I would consider taking her advice. I would return that item to the place where you found it. Please, do not bring it into my home again." Macon stood up and threw his napkin on the table. "I think our little library visit will have to wait, don't you? Lena, can you see to it that your friend finds his way home? It was, of course, an extraordinary evening, most illuminating. Please, do come again, Mr. Waite." And then the room was dark, and he was gone. I couldn't get out of the house fast enough. I wanted to get away from Lena's creepy uncle and his freak show of a house. What the hell had just happened? Lena rushed me to the door like she was afraid of what might happen if she didn't get me out of there. But as we passed through the main hall, I noticed something I hadn't before. The locket. The woman with the haunting gold eyes in the oil painting was wearing the locket. I grabbed Lena's arm. She saw it and froze. "It wasn't there before." "What do you mean?" "That painting has been hanging there since I was a child. I've walked by it 1,000 times. She was never wearing a locket." September 15th. A fork in the road. We barely spoke as we drove back to my house. I didn't know what to say, and Lena just looked grateful I wasn't saying it. She let me drive, which was good because I needed something to distract me until my pulse slowed back down. We passed my street, but I didn't care. I wasn't ready to go home. I didn't know what was going on with Lena, or her house, or her uncle, but she was going to tell me. "You passed your street." It was the first thing she'd said since we left Ravenwood. "I know." "You think my uncle is crazy, like everyone else. Just say it. Old man Ravenwood." Her voice was bitter. "I need to get home." I didn't say a word as we circled the General's Green, the round patch of faded grass that encircled just about the only thing in Gatlin that ever made it into the guidebooks. The General, a statue of Civil War General Jubal A. Early. The General stood his ground, just as he always had, which now struck me as sort of wrong. Everything had changed. Everything kept changing. I was different, seeing things and feeling things and doing things that even a week ago would have seemed impossible. It felt like the General should have changed, too. I turned down Dove Street and pulled the hearse over alongside the curb, right under the sign that said, "Welcome to Gatlin, home of the South's most unique historic plantation homes and the world's best buttermilk pie." I wasn't sure about the pie, but the rest was true. "What are you doing?" I turned the car off. "We need to talk." "I don't park with guys." It was a joke, but I could hear it in her voice. She was petrified. "Start talking." "About what?" "You're kidding, right?" I was trying not to shout. She pulled at her necklace, twisting the tab from a soda can. "I don't know what you want me to say." "How about explaining what just happened back there?" She stared out the window into the darkness. "He was angry. Sometimes he loses his temper." "Loses his temper? You mean hurls things across the room without touching them and lights candles without matches?" "Ethan, I'm sorry." Her voice was quiet. But mine wasn't. The more she avoided my questions, the angrier it made me. "I don't want you to be sorry. I want you to tell me what's going on." "With what?" "With your uncle and his weird house that he somehow managed to redecorate within a couple of days. With the food that appears and disappears. With all that talk about boundaries and protecting you. Pick one." She shook her head. "I can't talk about it, and you wouldn't understand anyway. How do you know if you don't give me a chance? My family is different from other families. Trust me, you can't handle it." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Face it, Ethan. You say you're not like the rest of them, but you are. You want me to be different, but just a little. Not really different. You know what? You're as crazy as your uncle. You came to my house without being invited, and now you're angry because you didn't like what you saw." I didn't answer. I couldn't see out the windows, and I couldn't think clearly either. And you're angry because you're afraid. You all are. Deep down, you're all the same. Lena sounded tired now, like she had already given up. No. I looked at her. You're afraid. She laughed bitterly. Yeah, right. The things I'm afraid of, you couldn't even imagine. You're afraid to trust me. She didn't say anything. You're afraid to get to know someone well enough to notice whether or not they show up for school. She dragged her finger through the fog on her window. It made a shaky line like a zigzag. You're afraid to stick around and see what happens. The zigzag turned into what looked like a bolt of lightning. You're not from here, you're right. And you're not just a little different. She was still staring out the window at nothing, because you still couldn't see out of it. But I could see her. I could see everything. You're incredibly, absolutely, extremely, supremely, unbelievably different. I touched her arm with just my fingertips, and immediately I felt the warmth of electricity. I know, because deep down, I think I am too. So tell me, please, different how? I don't want to tell you. A tear dripped down her cheek. I caught it with my finger and it burned. Why not? Because this could be my last chance to be a normal girl, even if it is in Gatlin. Because you're my only friend here. Because if I tell you, you won't believe me, or worse, you will. She opened her eyes and looked into mine. Either way, you're never going to want to talk to me again. There was a rap on the window and we both jumped. A flashlight shone through the fogged-in glass. I dropped my hand and rolled down the window, swearing under my breath. Kids get lost on your way home? Fatty. He was grinning like he'd stumbled across 2 donuts on the side of the road. No, sir. We're on our way home right now. This isn't your car, Mr. Waite. No, sir. He shined his flashlight over at Lena, lingering for a long time. Then move on and get home. Don't want to keep Amma waiting. Yes, sir. I turned the key in the ignition. When I looked in the rear-view mirror, I could see his girlfriend Amanda in the front seat of his police cruiser, giggling. I slammed the car door. I could see Lena through the driver's window now as she idled in front of my house. See you tomorrow. Sure. But I knew we wouldn't see each other tomorrow. I knew if she drove down my street, that was it. It was a path, just like the fork in the road leading to Ravenwood or to Gatlin. You had to pick one. If she didn't pick this one now, the hearse would keep on going the other way at the fork, passing me by, just as it had the morning I first saw it. If she didn't pick me. You couldn't take 2 roads, and once you were on one, there was no going back. I heard the motor grind into drive, but kept walking up to my door. The hearse pulled away. She didn't pick me. I was lying on my bed facing the window. The moonlight was streaming in, which was annoying because it kept me from falling asleep when all I wanted was for this day to end. Ethan. The voice was so soft I almost couldn't hear it. I looked at the window. It was locked. I had made sure of it. Ethan, come on. I closed my eyes. The latch on my window rattled. Let me in. The wooden shutters banged open. I would say it was the wind, but of course there wasn't even a breeze. I climbed out of bed and looked outside. Lena was standing on my front lawn in her pajamas. The neighbors would have a field day, and Amma would have a heart attack. You come down or I'm coming up. A heart attack, and then a stroke. We sat out on the front step. I was in my jeans because I didn't sleep in pajamas, and if Amma had walked out and found me with a girl in my boxers, I would have been buried under the back lawn by morning. Lena leaned back against the step, looking up at the white paint peeling off the porch. I almost turned around at the end of your street, but I was too scared to do it. In the moonlight, I could see her pajamas were green and purple and sort of Chinese. Then by the time I got home, I was too scared not to do it. She was picking at the nail polish on her bare feet, which was how I knew she had something to say. I don't really know how to do this. I've never had to say it before, so I don't know how it will all come out. I rubbed my messy hair with one hand. Whatever it is, you can tell me. I know what it's like to have a crazy family. You think you know crazy? You have no idea. She took a deep breath. Whatever she was about to say, it was hard for her. I could see her struggling to find the words. The people in my family and me, we have powers. We can do things that regular people can't do. We're born that way. We can't help it. We are what we are. It took me a second to understand what she was talking about, or at least what I thought she was talking about. Magic. Where was Amma when I needed her? I was afraid to ask, but I had to know. And what exactly are you? It sounded so crazy that I almost couldn't say the words. Casters, she said quietly. Casters? She nodded. Like spell casters? She nodded again. I stared at her. Maybe she was crazy. Like witches? Ethan, don't be ridiculous. I exhaled, momentarily relieved. Of course, I was an idiot. What was I thinking? That's such a stupid word, really. It's like saying jocks or geeks. It's just a dumb stereotype. My stomach lurched. Part of me wanted to bolt up the steps, lock the door, and hide in my bed. But then, another part of me, a bigger part, wanted to stay. Because hadn't a part of me known all along? I may not have known what she was, but I had known there was something about her, something bigger than just that junky necklace and those old chucks. What was I expecting from someone who could bring on a downpour, who could talk to me without even being in the room, who could control the way the clouds floated in the sky, who could fling open the shutters to my room from my front yard? Can you come up with a better name? There's not one word that describes all the people in my family. Is there one word that describes everyone in yours? I wanted to break the tension, to pretend she was just like any other girl, to convince myself that this could be okay. Yeah, lunatics. We're casters. That's the broadest definition. We all have powers, we're gifted. Just like some families are smart, and others are rich or beautiful or athletic. I knew what the next question was, but I didn't want to ask it. I already knew she could break a window just by thinking about it. I didn't know if I was ready to find out what else she could shatter. Anyway, it was starting to feel like we were talking about just another crazy Southern family, like the sisters. The Ravenwoods had been around as long as any family in Gatlin. Why should they be any less crazy? Or at least, that's what I tried to tell myself. Lena took the silence as a bad sign. I knew I shouldn't have said anything. I told you to leave me alone. Now you probably think I'm a freak. I think you're talented. You think my house is weird. You already admitted that. So you redecorated a lot. I was trying to hold it together. I was trying to keep her smiling. I knew what it must have cost her to tell me the truth. I couldn't run out on her now. I turned around and pointed to the lit study above the azalea bushes, hidden behind thick wooden shutters. Look, see that window over there? That's my dad's study. He works all night and sleeps all day. Since my mom died, he hasn't left the house. He won't even show me what he's writing." "That's so romantic," she said quietly. "No, it's crazy. But nobody talks about it because there's nobody left to talk to, except Amma, who hides magic charms in my room and screams at me for bringing old jewelry into the house." I could tell she was almost smiling. "Maybe you are a freak." "I'm a freak, you're a freak. Your house makes rooms disappear. My house makes people disappear. Your shut-in uncle is nuts, and my shut-in dad is a lunatic, so I don't know what you think makes us so different." Lena smiled, relieved. "I'm trying to find a way to see that as a compliment." "It is." I looked at her smiling in the moonlight, a real smile. There was something about the way she looked just at that moment. I imagined leaning in a little farther and kissing her. I pushed myself away, up one step higher than she was. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Just tired." But I wasn't. We stayed like that, just talking on the steps for hours. I lay on the step above, she lay on the step below. We watched the dark night sky, then the dark morning sky, until we could hear the birds. By the time the hearse finally pulled away, the sun was starting to rise. I watched Boo Radley lope slowly home after it. At the rate he was going, it would be sunset before that dog got home. Sometimes I wondered why he bothered. Stupid dog. I put my hand on the brass doorknob of my own door, but I almost couldn't bring myself to open it. Everything was upside down, and nothing inside could change that. My mind was scrambled, all stirred up like a big frying pan of Amma's eggs, the way my insides had felt like for days now. Timorous. That's what Amma would call me. 8 across, as in another name for a coward? I was scared. I'd told Lena it was no big deal that she and her family were, what? Witches? Casters? And not the 10 and 2 kind my dad had taught me about? Yeah, no big deal. I was a big liar. I bet even that stupid dog could sense that. September 24th. The last 3 rows. You know that expression, "it hit me like a ton of bricks"? It's true. The minute she turned the car around and ended up on my doorstep in her purple pajamas, that's how I felt about Lena. I knew it was coming. I just didn't know it would feel like this. Since then, there were 2 places I wanted to be, with Lena or alone, so I could try to hammer it all out in my mind. I didn't have the words for what we were. She wasn't my girlfriend. We weren't even dating. Up until last week, she wouldn't even admit we were friends. I had no idea how she felt about me, and it wasn't like I could send Savannah over to find out. I didn't want to risk whatever we had, whatever it was. So why did I think about her every second? Why was I so much happier the minute I saw her? I felt like maybe I knew the answer, but how could I be sure? I didn't know, and I didn't have any way to find out. Guys don't talk about stuff like that. We just lie under the pile of bricks. So, what are you writing? She closed the spiral notebook she seemed to carry around everywhere. The basketball team had no practice on Wednesdays, so Lena and I were sitting in the garden at Greenbrier, which I'd sort of come to think of as our special place, though that's not something I would ever admit, not even to her. It was where we found the locket. It was a place we could hang out without everyone staring and whispering. We were supposed to be studying, but Lena was writing in her notebook, and I'd read the same paragraph about the internal structure of atoms 9 times now. Our shoulders were touching, but we were facing different directions. I was sprawled in the fading sun. She sat under the growing shadow of a moss-covered oak. Nothing special, I'm just writing. It's okay, you don't have to tell me. I tried not to sound disappointed. It's stupid. So, tell me anyway. For a minute, she didn't say anything, scribbling on the rubber rim of her shoe with her black pen. I just write poems, sometimes. I've been doing it since I was a kid. I know it's weird. I don't think it's weird. My mom was a writer. My dad's a writer. I could feel her smiling, even though I wasn't looking at her. Okay, that's a bad example because my dad is really weird, but you can't blame that on the writing. I waited to see if she was going to just hand me the notebook and ask me to read one. No such luck. Maybe I can read one sometime. Doubtful. I heard the notebook open again and her pen moving across the page. I stared at my chemistry book, rehearsing the phrase I'd gone over 100 times in my head. We were alone. The sun was slipping away. She was writing poetry. If I was going to do it, now was the time. So, do you want to, hang out? I tried to sound casual. Isn't that what we're doing? I chewed on the end of an old plastic spoon I had found in my backpack, probably from a pudding cup. Yeah, no, do you want to, go somewhere? Now? She took a bite out of an open granola bar and swung her legs around so she was next to me, holding it out toward me. I shook my head. Not now, Friday or something. We could see a movie. I stuck the spoon in my chemistry book, closing it. That's gross. She made a face and turned the page. What do you mean? I could feel my face turning red. I was only talking about a movie. You idiot. She pointed at my dirty spoon bookmark. I meant that. I smiled, relieved. Yeah, bad habit I picked up from my mom. She had a thing for cutlery? No, books. She would have maybe 20 going at a time, lying all over our house, on the kitchen table, by her bed, the bathroom, our car, her bags, a little stack at the edge of each stair, and she'd use anything she could find for a bookmark. My missing sock, an apple core, her reading glasses, another book, a fork. A dirty old spoon? Exactly. Bet that drove Amma crazy. It drove her nuts. No, wait for it. She was... I dug deep. Perturbed. 9 down? She laughed. Probably. This was my mom's. She held out one of the charms suspended from the long silver chain she never seemed to take off. It was a tiny gold bird. It's a raven. For Ravenwood? No, ravens are the most powerful birds in the caster world. Legend has it that they can draw energy into themselves and release it in other forms. Sometimes they're even feared because of their power. I watched as she let go of the raven and it fell back into place between a disc with strange writing etched into it and a black glass bead. You've got a lot of charms. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked down at the necklace. They aren't really charms, just things that mean something to me. She held out the tab of the soda can. This is from the first can of orange soda I ever drank, sitting on the porch of our house in Savannah. My grandma bought it for me when I came home from school, crying because no one put anything in my Valentine's shoebox at school. That's cute. If by cute you mean tragic, I mean that you kept it. I keep everything. What's this one? I pointed to the black bead. My Aunt Twyla gave it to me. They're made from these rocks in a really remote area of Barbados. She said it would bring me luck. It's a cool necklace. I could see how much it meant to her, the way she held each thing on it so carefully. I know it just looks like a bunch of junk, but I've never lived anywhere very long. I've never had the same house or the same room for more than a few years, and sometimes I feel like the little pieces of me on this chain are all I have. I sighed and pulled a blade of grass. Wish I'd lived in one of those places. But you have roots here. A best friend you've had your whole life, a house with a bedroom that's always been yours. You probably even have one of those door jams with your height written on it. I did. You do, don't you? I nudged her with my shoulder. I can measure you on my door jam if you want. You can be immortalized for all time at Waite's Landing. She smiled into her notebook and pushed her shoulder against mine. From the corner of my eye, I could see the afternoon sunlight hitting one side of her face, a single page of her notebook, the curling edge of her black hair, the tip of one black Converse. About the movies. Friday works. Then she slid her granola bar into the middle of her notebook and closed it. The toes of our ratty black sneakers touched. The more I thought about Friday night, the more nervous I got. It wasn't a date, not officially, I knew that. But that was part of the problem. I wanted it to be. What do you do when you realize you might have feelings for a girl who will barely admit to being your friend? A girl whose uncle kicked you out of their house and who isn't all that welcome in yours either. A girl who almost everyone you know hates. A girl who shares your dreams, but maybe not your feelings. I had no idea, which is why I didn't do anything. But it didn't stop me from thinking about Lena and almost driving by her house on Thursday night. If her house wasn't outside of town. If I had my own car. If her uncle wasn't Macon Ravenwood. Those were the ifs that kept me from making a fool of myself. Every day was like a day out of someone else's life. Nothing had ever happened to me. And now everything was happening to me, and by everything, I really meant Lena. An hour was both faster and slower. I felt like I had sucked the air out of a giant balloon, like my brain wasn't getting enough oxygen. Clouds were more interesting, the lunchroom less disgusting, music sounded better, the same old jokes were funnier, and Jackson went from being a clump of grayish-green industrial buildings to a map of times and places where I might run into her. I found myself smiling for no reason, keeping my earphones in and replaying our conversations in my head, just so I could listen to them again. I had seen this kind of thing before. I had just never felt it. By Friday night, I had been in a great mood all day, which meant I'd done worse than everyone in class and better than everyone at practice. I had to put all that energy somewhere. Even Coach noticed and kept me late to talk. Keep it up, Waite, and you just might get yourself scouted next year. Link gave me a ride to Somerville after practice. The guys were planning on catching a movie, too, which I probably should have considered since the Cineplex only had one screen. But it was too late for that, and I was past the point of caring. When we pulled up in the beater, Lena was standing outside in the darkness, in front of the brightly lit theater. She was wearing a purple t-shirt, with a skinny black dress over it that made you remember how much of a girl she was, and trashed black boots that made you forget. Inside the door, aside from the usual crowd of Somerville Community College students, the cheer squad was assembled in formation, hanging out in the lobby arcade with guys from the team. My mood started to evaporate. Hi. You're late. I got the tickets. Lena's eyes were unreadable in the darkness. I followed her inside. We were off to a great start. Wait! Get over here! Emery's voice boomed over the arcade and the crowd and the 80s music playing in the lobby. Wait! You got a date? Now Billy was riding me. Earl didn't say anything, but only because Earl hardly ever said anything. Lena ignored them. She rubbed her head, walking ahead of me like she didn't want to look at me. "It's called a life," I shouted back over the crowd. I would hear about this on Monday. I caught up to Lena. "Hey, sorry about that." She whirled around to look at me. "This isn't going to work if you're the kind of person who doesn't want to watch the previews." "I waited for you." I grinned. "Previews and credits and the dancing popcorn guy." She looked past me, back to my friends, or at least the people who had historically functioned that way. "Ignore them." Butter or no butter? She was annoyed. I had been late, and she had faced the Jackson High social stockade alone. Now it was my turn. "Butter," I confessed, knowing this would be the wrong answer. Lena made a face. "But I'll trade you butter for extra salt," I said. Her eyes looked past me, then back. I could hear Emily's laughter getting closer. I didn't care. "Say the word and we'll go, Lena." "No butter, salt, tossed with milk duds. You'll like it," she said, her shoulders relaxing just a little. "I already like it." The squad and the guys walked past us. Emily made a point of not looking at me, while Savannah stepped around Lena like she was infected with some kind of airborne virus. I could just imagine what they would tell their mothers when they got home. I grabbed Lena's hand. A current ran through my body, but this time it wasn't the shock I had felt that night in the rain. It was more like a confusion of the senses, like being hit by a wave at the beach and climbing under an electric blanket on a rainy night all at the same time. I let it wash over me. Savannah noticed and elbowed Emily. "You don't have to do this." I squeezed her hand. "Do what?" "Hey, kids, did you see the guys?" Link tapped me on the shoulder, carrying a monster-sized buttered popcorn and a giant blue slush. The Cineplex was showing some kind of murder mystery, which Amma would have liked given her penchant for mysteries and dead bodies. Link had gone to sit up front with the guys, scoping the aisles for college girls on his way, not because he didn't want to sit with Lena, but because he assumed we wanted to be alone. We did. At least, I did. "Where do you want to sit? Up close? In the middle?" I waited for her to decide. "Back here." I followed her down the aisle of the last row. Hooking up was the main reason kids from Gatlin went to the Cineplex, considering any movie showing there was already on DVD, but it was the only reason you sat in the last 3 rows. The Cineplex, the water tower, and in the summer, the lake. Aside from that, there were a few bathrooms and basements, but not many other options. I knew we wouldn't be doing any hooking up, but even if it was like that between us, I wouldn't have brought her here to do it. Lena wasn't just some girl you took to the last 3 rows of the Cineplex. She was more than that. Still, it was her choice, and I knew why she chose it. You couldn't get farther away from Emily Asher than the last row. Maybe I should have warned her. Before the opening credits, people were already starting to go at it. We both stared at the popcorn since there was nowhere else safe to look. "Why didn't you say anything?" "I didn't know." "Liar." "I'll be a perfect gentleman, honest." I pushed it all to the back of my mind, thinking about anything, the weather, basketball, and reached into the popcorn tub. Lena reached in at the same time, and our hands touched for a second, sending a chill up my arm, hot and cold all mixed up together. Pick and roll, picket fences, down the lane. There were only so many plays in the Jackson basketball playbook. This was going to be harder than I thought. The movie was terrible. 10 minutes in, I already knew the ending. "He did it," I whispered. "What?" "That guy. He's the murderer. I don't know who he kills, but he did it." That was the other reason Link didn't want to sit by me. I always knew the ending at the beginning, and I couldn't keep it to myself. It was my version of doing the crossword. It was the reason I was so good at video games, carnival games, checkers with my dad. I could figure things out, right from the first move. How do you know? I just do. How does this end? I knew what she meant, but for the first time, I just didn't know the answer. Happy. Very, very happy. Liar. Now hand over the milk duds. She pushed her hand into the pocket of my sweatshirt, looking for them, only it was the wrong side, and instead she found the last thing she was expecting. There it was, the little pouch, the hard lump that we both knew was the locket. Lena sat up with a start, pulling it out and holding it up like it was some kind of dead mouse. Why are you still carrying that around in your pocket? Shh! We were annoying the people around us, which was funny considering they weren't even watching the movie. I can't leave it in the house. Amma thinks I buried it. Maybe you should have. It doesn't matter. The thing has a mind of its own. It almost never works. You've seen it every time it has. Can you shut up? The couple in front of us came up for air. Lena jumped, dropping the locket. We both grabbed for it. I saw the handkerchief falling off as if it were in slow motion. I could barely see the white square in the dark. The big screen twisted into an inconsequential spark of light, and we could already smell the smoke. Burning a house with women in it. It couldn't be true. Mama, Evangeline. Genevieve's mind was racing. Maybe it wasn't too late. She broke into a run, ignoring the ragged claws of the bushes urging her to go back, and Ethan and Ivy's voices calling after her. The bushes opened up, and there were 2 Federals in front of what was left of the house Genevieve's grandfather had built. 2 Federals pouring a tray full of silver into a government-issued rucksack. Genevieve was a rush of black, billowing fabric, catching the gusts kicked up by the fire. "What the? Grab her, Emmett!" the first teenage boy called to the other. Genevieve was taking the stairs 2 at a time, choking on the gales of smoke pouring from the opening where the front door had been. She was out of her mind. Mama, Evangeline. Her lungs were raw. She felt herself falling. Was it the smoke? Was she going to faint? No, it was something else. A hand on her wrist, pulling her down. "Where do you think you're going, girl?" "Let me go!" she screamed, her voice raw from the smoke. Her back hit the stairs one by one as he dragged her, a blur of navy and gold. Her head hit next. Heat, then something wet dripping down the collar of her dress. Dizziness and confusion mixed with desperation. A gunshot. The sound was so loud it brought her back, cutting through the darkness. The hand gripping her wrist relaxed. She tried to will her eyes to focus. 2 more shots rang out. Lord, please spare Mama and Evangeline. But in the end, it was too much to ask. Or maybe it had been the wrong question. Because when she heard the sound of the 3rd body drop, her eyes refocused long enough to see Ethan's gray wool jacket, sprayed with blood. Shot by the very soldiers he had refused to fight against anymore. And the smell of blood mixed with gunpowder and burning lemons. The credits were rolling, and the lights were coming up. Lena's eyes were still closed, and she was lying back in her seat. Her hair was messed up, and neither one of us could catch our breath. "Lena, you okay?" She opened her eyes and pushed up the armrest between us. Without a word, she rested her head on my shoulder. I could feel her shaking so hard she couldn't even speak. I know. I was there, too. We were still sitting like that when Link and the rest of them walked by. Link winked at me and held out his fist as he passed, like he was going to tap it against mine the way he did after I made a tough shot on the court. But he had it wrong. They all did. We may have been in the last row, but we hadn't been hooking up. I could smell the blood, and the gunshots were still ringing in my ears. We had just watched a man die. October 9th. Gathering days. After the Cineplex, it didn't take long. Word got out that Old Man Ravenwood's niece was hanging out with Ethan Waite. If I wasn't Ethan Waite, whose mama died just last year, the talk might have spread with more speed, or more cruelty. Even the guys on the team had something to say. It just took them longer than usual to say it, because I hadn't given them a chance. For a guy who couldn't survive without 3 lunches, I'd been skipping half of them since the Cineplex, at least skipping them with the team. But there were only so many days I could get by on half a sandwich on the bleachers, and there were only so many places to hide. Because really, you couldn't hide. Jackson High was just a smaller version of Gatlin. There was nowhere to go. My disappearing act hadn't gone unnoticed with the guys. Like I said, you had to show up for roll call, and if you let a girl get in the way of that, especially a girl who wasn't on the approved list, meaning approved by Savannah and Emily, things got complicated. When the girl was a Ravenwood, which is what Lena would always be to them, things were pretty much impossible. I had to man up. It was time to take on the lunchroom. It didn't matter that we weren't even really a couple. At Jackson, you might as well have parked behind the water tower if you were eating lunch together. Everyone always assumed the worst. More like the most. The first time Lena and I walked into the lunchroom together, she almost turned around and walked back out. I had to grab the strap on her bag. "Don't be crazy. It's just lunch." "I think I forgot something in my locker." She turned, but I kept holding on to the strap. "Friends eat lunch together." "They don't. We don't. I mean, not in here." I picked up 2 orange plastic lunch trays. "Tray?" I pushed the tray in front of her and shoved a shiny triangle of pizza on it. "We do now. Chicken. You don't think I've tried this before? You haven't tried it with me. I thought you wanted things to be different than they were at your old school." Lena looked around the room doubtfully. She took a deep breath and dropped a plate of carrots and celery onto my tray. "You eat those, and I'll sit anywhere you want." I looked at the carrots, then out at the lunchroom. The guys were already hanging out at our table. "Anywhere?" If this was a movie, we would have sat down at the table with the guys, and they would have learned some kind of valuable lesson, like not to judge people by the way they look, or that being different was okay. And Lena would have learned that all jocks weren't stupid and shallow. It always seemed to work in movies. But this wasn't a movie. This was Gatlin, which severely limited what could happen. Link caught my eye as I turned toward the table and started shaking his head, as in, "No way, man." Lena was a few steps behind me, ready to bolt. I was beginning to see how this was going to play out, and let's just say no one was going to be learning any valuable lessons. I almost turned around when Earl looked at me. That one look said it all. It said, if you bring her over here, you're done. Lena must have seen it too, because when I turned back to her, she was gone. That day after practice, Earl was nominated to have a talk with me, which was pretty funny, since talking had never really been his thing. He sat down on the bench in front of my gym locker. I could tell it was a plan because he was alone, and Earl Petty was almost never alone. He didn't waste any time. "Don't do it, Wait." "I'm not doing anything." I didn't look up from my locker. "Be cool, this isn't you." "Yeah? What if it is?" I pulled on my Transformers t-shirt. "The guys don't like it. Go down this road. No going back." If Lena hadn't disappeared in the cafeteria, Earl would have known I didn't care what they thought. I hadn't cared for a while now. I slammed my locker door, and he left before I could tell him what I thought about him and his dead end of a road. I had a feeling it was my last warning. I didn't blame Earl. For once, I agreed with him. The guys were going down one road, and I was going down another. Who could argue with that? Still, Link refused to desert me. And I went to practice. People even passed me the ball. I was playing better than I ever had, no matter what they said, or more often didn't say, in the locker room. When I was around the guys, I tried not to let on that my universe had split in half, that even the sky looked different to me now, that I didn't care if we got to the state finals. Lena was in the back of my mind, no matter where I was or who I was with. Not that I mentioned that at practice, or today, after practice, when Link and I hit the stop and steal to refuel on the way home. The rest of the guys were there too, and I was trying to act like part of the team, for Link's sake. My mouth was full of powdered donuts, which I almost choked on when I stepped through the sliding doors. There she was, the second prettiest girl I had ever seen. She was probably a little older than I was because, though she looked vaguely familiar, she had never been at Jackson when I was there. I was sure of that. She was the kind of girl a guy would remember. She was blasting some music I had never heard and lounging at the wheel of her convertible black and white Mini Cooper, which was parked haphazardly across 2 spaces in the parking lot. She didn't seem to notice the lines, or she didn't care. She was sucking on a lollipop like a cigarette, her pouty red lips made even redder by the cherry-colored stain. She looked us over and turned up the music. In a split second, 2 legs came flying over the side of the door, and she was standing in front of us, still sucking on the lollipop. Frank Zappa, Drowning Witch. A little before your time, boys. She walked closer, slowly, as if she was giving us time to check her out, which, I admit, we were. She had long blonde hair, with a thick pink stripe sweeping down one side of her face past her choppy bangs. She was wearing giant black sunglasses and a short black pleated skirt like some kind of goth cheerleader. Her cut-off white tank was so thin you could see half of some kind of black bra and most of everything else. And there was plenty to see. Black motorcycle boots, a belly ring, and a tattoo. It was black and tribal-looking and surrounded her belly button, but I couldn't tell from here what it was, and I was trying not to stare. Ethan? Ethan Waite? I stopped in my tracks. Half the basketball team collided into me. No way. Sean was as surprised as I was when my name came out of her mouth. He was the kind of guy who had game. Hot. Link just stared, with his mouth open. TDB hot. 3rd-degree burns, the highest compliment Link could pay a girl, even higher than Savannah Snow hot. Looks like trouble. Hot girls are trouble, that's the whole point. She walked right up to me, sucking on her lollipop. Which one of you lucky boys is Ethan Waite? Link shoved me forward. Ethan! She flung her arms around my neck. Her hands felt surprisingly cold, like she'd been holding a bag of ice. I shivered and backed away. Do I know you? Not a bit. I'm Ridley, Lena's cousin. But don't I wish you'd met me first. At the mention of Lena, the guys shot me weird looks and reluctantly drifted off toward their cars. In the wake of my talk with Earl, we had come to a mutual understanding about Lena, the only kind guys ever come to, meaning I hadn't brought it up, and they hadn't brought it up, and between us, we somehow all agreed to go on like this indefinitely. Don't ask, don't tell. Which wasn't going to be much longer, especially if Lena's odd relatives started showing up in town. Cousin? Had Lena mentioned a Ridley? For the holidays? Aunt Dell rhymes with hell, ring a bell. She was right. Macon had brought it up at dinner. I grinned, relieved, except my stomach was still wrenched into a massive knot, so I must not have been that relieved. Right, sorry, I forgot. The cousins. Honey, you're looking at the cousin. The rest are just children my mother happened to have after me. Ridley hopped back in the Mini Cooper, and when I say that, I mean she literally hopped over the side of the car and landed in the driver's seat of the Mini. I wasn't joking about the cheerleader thing. The girl had some powerful legs. I could see Link still staring as he stood next to the beater. Ridley patted the seat next to her. Hop in, boyfriend. We're gonna be late. We're not. You really are cute. Now get in. You don't want us to be late, do you? Late for what? Family dinner. The high holidays, the gathering. Why do you think they sent me all the way out here into Gatdung to find you? I don't know. Lena never invited me. Well, let's just say there's no keeping Aunt Dell from checking out the first guy Lena's ever brought home. So, you've been summoned. And since Lena's busy with dinner and Macon's still, sleeping, I drew the short straw. She didn't bring me home, I just went by one night to drop off her homework. Ridley opened the car door from the inside. Get in, short straw. Lena would have called me if she wanted me to come. Somehow I knew I was going to get in, even as I was saying it. I hesitated. Are you always like this? Or are you flirting with me? Because if you're playing hard to get, just tell me now and we'll go park at the swamp and get it on already. I got in the car. Fine, let's go. She reached over and pushed the hair out of my eyes with her cold hand. You got nice eyes, boyfriend. You shouldn't keep them all covered up. By the time we got to Ravenwood, I didn't know what had happened. She kept playing music I'd never heard, and I started to talk, and I just kept talking, until I had told her things I had never told anyone, except Lena. I can't really explain it. It was like I had lost control of my mouth. I told her about my mom, about how she died, even though I almost never talked about it with anyone. I told her about Amma, about how she read cards, and about how she was like my mom now that I didn't have one, except for the charms and dolls and her generally disagreeable nature. I told her about Link and his mom, and how she had changed lately and spent all her time trying to convince everyone that Lena was just as crazy as Macon Ravenwood and a danger to every student at Jackson. I told her about my dad, about how he was holed up in his study with his books and some secret painting I was never allowed to see, and how I felt like I needed to protect him, even though it was from something that had already happened. I told her about Lena, about how we'd met in the rain, how we had seemed to know each other before we'd even met, and about the messed-up scene with the window. It almost felt like she was sucking it all out of me, like she sucked on that sticky red lollipop, the one she kept licking as she drove. It took all the strength I had not to tell her about the locket and the dreams. Maybe the fact that she was Lena's cousin just made everything a little easier between us. Maybe it was something else. Just as I was starting to wonder, we pulled up at Ravenwood Manor, and she flipped off the radio. The sun had set, the lollipop was gone, and I had finally shut up. When had that happened? Ridley leaned in toward me, close. I could see my face reflected in her sunglasses. I breathed her in. She smelled sweet and sort of damp, nothing like Lena, but still familiar somehow. You don't need to be worried, Short Straw. Yeah, why not? You're the real deal. She smiled at me, and her eyes flashed. Behind the glasses I could see a gold glint, like goldfish swimming in a dark pond. They were hypnotic, even through her shades. Maybe that's why she wore them. Then the glasses went dark, and she messed up my hair. Too bad she'll probably never see you again once you meet the rest of us. Our family is just a little whack. She got out of the car, and I followed her. More whack than you? Infinitely. Great. She put her cold hand on my arm once again when we got to the bottom step of the house. And, boyfriend, when Lena blows you off, which she will in about 5 months, give me a call. You'll know how to find me. She looped her arm through mine, suddenly strangely formal. May I? I gestured with my free hand. Sure, after you. As we walked up the stairs, they groaned under our combined weight. I pulled Ridley up to the front door, still not quite sure if the stairs were going to support us or not. I knocked, but there was no response. I reached up and felt for the moon. The door swung open, slowly. Ridley seemed tentative, and as we crossed the threshold, I could almost feel the house settle, as if the climate inside had changed, almost imperceptibly. Hello, Mother. A round woman, bustling to lay gourds and golden leaves along the mantel, startled and dropped a small white pumpkin. It exploded onto the ground. She grabbed onto the mantel to steady herself. She looked odd, like she was wearing a dress from 100 years ago. Ridley, what are you doing here? I must be confused. I thought... I knew something was wrong. This didn't seem like your average mother-daughter hello. Jules, is that you? A younger version of Ridley, maybe 10, came walking into the front hall with Boo Radley, who was now wearing a sparkly blue cape over his back, dressing up the family wolf as if nothing unusual was going on. Everything about the girl was like light. She had blonde hair and radiant blue eyes, as if they had little flecks of the sky on a sunny afternoon in them. The girl smiled, and then frowned. They said you'd gone away. Boo started to growl. Ridley opened her arms, waiting for the little girl to rush into them, but the girl didn't move. So Ridley held her hands out and uncurled each one. A red lollipop appeared in the first, and not to be outdone, a little gray mouse, wearing a sparkly blue cape that matched Boo's, sniffed the air in her other hand, like a cheap carnival trick. The little girl stepped forward, tentatively, as if her sister had the power to pull her across the room, without so much as a touch, like the moon and the tides. I had felt it myself. When Ridley spoke, her voice was thick and husky like honey. Come now, Ryan. Mama was just pulling your tail to see if it squeaked. I haven't gone anywhere. Not really. Would your favorite big sister ever leave you? Ryan grinned and ran toward Ridley, jumping up as if she was about to leap into her open arms. Boo barked. For a moment, Ryan hung suspended in midair, like one of those cartoon characters that accidentally jumps off a cliff and just hangs there for a few seconds before they fall. Then she fell, hitting the floor abruptly, as if she had smacked into an invisible wall. The lights inside the house grew brighter, all at once, as if the house was a stage, and the lighting was changing to signal the end of an act. In the light, Ridley's features cast harsh shadows. The light changed things. Ridley held a hand up to her eyes, calling out to the house. Oh, please, Uncle Macon. Is that really necessary? Boo leaped forward, positioning himself between Ryan and Ridley. Growling, the dog pressed closer and closer, the hair on his back standing on end, making him look even more like a wolf. Apparently, Ridley's charms were lost on Boo. Ridley looped her arm back through mine tightly, and Laugh growled, or something like that. It wasn't a friendly sound. I tried to keep it together, but my throat felt like it was stuffed with wet socks. Keeping one hand on my arm, she raised her other hand over her head and threw it up toward the ceiling. "Well, if you're going to be rude." Every light in the house went dark. The whole house seemed to short out. Macon's voice calmly floated down from the top of the dim shadows. "Ridley, my dear, what a surprise. We weren't expecting you." Not expecting her? What was he talking about? "I wouldn't miss the gathering for anything in the world. And look, I brought a guest. Or I guess you could say, I'm his guest." Macon walked down the staircase without taking his eyes off Ridley. I was watching two lions circle each other, and I was standing in the middle. Ridley had played me, and I had gone along with it like a sucker, like the red sucker she was sucking on right now. "I don't think that's the best idea. I'm sure you're expected elsewhere?" She pulled the lollipop out of her mouth with a pop. "Like I said, I wouldn't miss this for the world. Besides, you wouldn't want me to drive Ethan all the way home. Whatever would we talk about?" I wanted to suggest we leave, but I couldn't get the words out. Everyone just stood there in the main hall staring at each other. Ridley leaned against one of the pillars. Macon broke the silence. "Why don't you show Ethan to the dining room? I'm sure you remember where it is." "But, Macon—" The woman I guessed was Aunt Dell looked panicked and again confused, like she didn't quite know what was going on. "It's all right, Delphine." I could see in Macon's face he was working things out, jumping from step to step, ahead of the step we were all on. Without knowing what I had stumbled into, it was actually comforting to know he was there. The last place I wanted to go was the dining room. I wanted to bolt out of there, but I couldn't make it happen. Ridley wouldn't let go of my arm, and as long as she was touching me, I felt like I was on autopilot. She led me into the formal dining room where I had offended Macon the first time. I looked at Ridley, clinging to my arm. This offense was far worse. The room was lit by hundreds of tiny black votive candles, and strands of black glass beads hung from the chandelier. There was an enormous wreath made entirely of black feathers on the door leading into the kitchen. The table was set with silver and pearl-white plates, which were actually made of pearl, for all I knew. The kitchen door swung open. Lena backed through the door carrying a huge silver tray, piled high with exotic-looking fruits that definitely were not from South Carolina. She wore a fitted black floor-length jacket, cinched at her waist. It looked strangely timeless, like nothing I had ever seen in this county or even this century. But when I looked down, I noticed she was wearing her Converse. She looked even more beautiful than when I had come over for dinner. When? A few weeks ago? My mind felt cloudy, like I was half asleep. I took a deep breath, but all I could smell was Ridley, a musky smell mixed with something way too sweet, like syrup bubbling on the stove. It was strong and suffocating. "We're almost ready, just a few more—" Lena froze, the door still in mid-swing. She looked like she had seen a ghost, or something much worse. I wasn't sure if it was just the sight of Ridley or the two of us standing there arm in arm. "Well, hello, cuz. Long time no see." Ridley advanced a few steps, dragging me along next to her. "Aren't you going to give me a kiss?" The tray Lena was carrying crashed to the floor. "What are you doing here?" Lena's voice was barely a whisper. "Why, I came to see my favorite cousin, of course. And I brought a date." "I'm not your date," I said lamely, barely choking the words out, still glued to her arm. She pulled a cigarette from the pack tucked in her boot and lit it, all with her free hand. "Ridley, please do not smoke in the house," Macon said, and the cigarette instantly went out. Ridley laughed and flicked it into a bowl of something that looked like mashed potatoes, but probably wasn't. Uncle Macon, you always were such a stickler for the house rules. The rules were set long ago, Ridley. There's nothing you or I can do to change them now. They stared at each other. Macon gestured, and a chair pulled itself away from the table. Why don't we all have a seat? Lena, can you let Kitchen know we will be 2 more for dinner? Lena just stood there, seething. She can't stay. It's all right. Nothing can harm you here, Macon assured her. But Lena didn't look scared. She looked furious. Ridley smiled. You sure about that? Dinner is ready, and you know how Kitchen feels about serving cold food. Macon walked into the dining room. Everyone filed in after him, even though he had barely spoken loud enough for the 4 of us in the room to hear him. Boo led the way, lumbering in with Ryan. Aunt Dell followed, on the arm of a gray-haired man about my dad's age. He was dressed like he was right out of one of the books in my mom's study, with knee-high boots, a frilly shirt, and a weird opera cape. The 2 of them looked like an exhibit from a Smithsonian museum. An older girl entered the room. She looked a lot like Ridley, except she had on more clothing and she didn't look so dangerous. She had long, straight blonde hair with a neater version of Ridley's choppy bangs. She looked like the kind of girl you'd see carrying a stack of books on a fancy old college campus up north, like Yale or Harvard. The girl locked eyes with Ridley, like she could see Ridley's eyes through the dark shades she was still wearing. Ethan, I'd like to introduce you to my older sister, Annabelle. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean Reese. Who doesn't know their own sister's name? Reese smiled and spoke slowly as if she was choosing her words carefully. What are you doing here, Ridley? I thought you had another engagement tonight. Plans change. So do families. Reese reached out her hand and waved it in front of Ridley's face, just a simple flourish, like a magician waving his hand over a top hat. I flinched. I don't know what I was thinking, but for a second I thought Ridley might disappear. Or, more preferably, I might. But she didn't disappear, and this time it was Ridley who flinched and looked away, like it was physically painful to look Reese in the eye. Reese peered into Ridley's face, as if it were a mirror. Interesting. Why is it, Rid, when I look in your eyes, all I can see are hers? You 2 are as thick as thieves, aren't you? You're babbling again, sis? Reese closed her eyes, concentrating. Ridley squirmed like a pinned butterfly. Reese fluttered her hand again, and for a moment Ridley's face dissolved into the murky image of another woman. The woman's face was somehow familiar, only I couldn't remember why. Macon clapped his hand down heavily on Ridley's shoulder. It was the only time I'd seen anyone touch her except me. Ridley winced, and I could feel a twinge of pain shooting from her hand down my arm. Macon Ravenwood was clearly not a man to be taken lightly. Now, like it or not, the gathering has commenced. I won't have anyone ruining the high holidays, not under my roof. Ridley has been, as she so helpfully clarified, invited to join us. Nothing more needs to be said. Please. Everyone have a seat. Lena sat down, her eyes locked on the 2 of us. Aunt Dell looked even more worried than when we had first arrived. The man in the opera cape patted her hand reassuringly. A tall guy about my age in black jeans, a faded black t-shirt, and scuffed motorcycle boots wandered in looking bored. Ridley handled the introductions. You've already met my mother. And this is my father, Barclay Kent, and my brother, Larkin. It's nice to meet you, Ethan. Barclay stepped forward as if to shake my hand, but when he noticed Ridley's hand on my arm, he stepped back. Larkin drew his arm around my shoulder. Only when I looked over, his arm had become a snake, flickering its tongue in and out of its mouth. "Larkin," Barclay hissed. The snake became Larkin's arm again in an instant. "Jeez, just trying to lift the mood around here. You're all such a bunch of whiners." Larkin's eyes flickered yellow, slitted. Snake eyes. "Larkin, I said that was enough." His father gave him the kind of look only a father can give a son who's always disappointing him. Larkin's eyes changed back to green. Macon took a seat at the head of the table. "Why don't we all sit down? Kitchen has prepared one of her finest holiday meals. Lena and I have been subjected to the clatter for days." Everyone took their seats at the enormous rectangular clawfoot table. It was dark wood, almost black, and there were intricate designs like vines carved into the legs. Huge black candles flickered in the center of the table. "Sit over here by me, short straw." Ridley led me to an empty chair, across from the silver bird holding Lena's place card, as if I had a choice. I tried to make eye contact with Lena, but her eyes were fixed on Ridley, and they were fierce. I just hoped Ridley was the only one her anger was directed at. The table was overflowing with food, even more than the last time I was here. Every time I looked at the table there was more. A crown roast, filet tied with rosemary, and more exotic dishes I'd never seen before. A large bird stuffed with dressing and pears, resting on peacock feathers arranged to resemble a live bird's open tail. I was hoping it wasn't an actual peacock, but considering the tail feathers, I was pretty sure it was. And sparkling candies, I think, shaped exactly like real seahorses. But no one was eating. No one except Ridley. She seemed to be enjoying herself. "I just love sugar horses." She popped 2 of the tiny golden seahorses into her mouth. Aunt Dell coughed a few times, pouring a glass of black liquid, the consistency of wine, into her glass from the decanter on the table. Ridley looked at Lena across the table. "So, Cuz, any big plans for your birthday?" Ridley dipped her fingers into a dark brown sauce in the gravy boat next to the bird I hoped wasn't a peacock, and licked it off her fingers suggestively. "We are not discussing Lena's birthday tonight," Macon warned. Ridley was enjoying the tension. She popped another seahorse into her mouth. "Why not?" Lena's eyes were wild. "You don't need to worry about my birthday. You won't be invited." "You certainly should. Worry, I mean, it's such an important birthday after all." Ridley laughed. Lena's hair started to curl and uncurl itself as if there was a wind in the room. There wasn't. "Ridley, I said that's enough." Macon was losing his patience. I recognized his tone as the same one he'd had after I took the locket out of my pocket during my first visit. "Why are you taking her side, Uncle M? I spent just as much time with you as Lena did growing up. How did she suddenly become your favorite?" For a moment she almost sounded hurt. "You know it has nothing to do with favorites. You have been claimed. It's out of my hands." Claimed? By what? What was he talking about? The suffocating haze around me was getting thicker. I couldn't be sure if I was hearing everything correctly. "But you and I are the same." She was pleading with Macon, like a spoiled child. The table began to shake, almost imperceptibly. the black liquid in the wine glasses gently sloshing from side to side. Then I heard a rhythmic tapping on the roof. Rain. Lena was gripping the edge of the table, her knuckles white. "You are not the same," she hissed. I felt Ridley's body stiffen against my arm, which she was still wrapped around like a snake. "You think you are so much better than me. Lena, is it? You don't even know your real name. You don't even realize this relationship of yours is doomed. Just wait until you're claimed and you find out how things really work." She laughed, a sinister, painful sort of sound. "You have no idea if we are the same or not. In a few months, you could end up exactly like me." Lena looked at me, panicked. The table began to shake harder, the plates rattling against the wood. There was a crackle of lightning outside, and rain began pouring down the windows like tears. "Shut up! Tell him, Lena. Don't you think Short Straw here deserves to know everything? That you have no idea if you're light or dark? That you have no choice?" Lena leapt to her feet, knocking her chair over behind her. "I said shut up!" Ridley was relaxed again, enjoying herself. "Tell him how we lived together, in the same room like sisters, that I was exactly like you a year ago, and now?" Macon stood at the head of the table, gripping it with both hands. His pale face seemed even whiter than usual. "Ridley, that's enough. I will cast you out of this house if you say another word." "You can't cast me out, Uncle. You aren't strong enough for that." "Don't overestimate your skills. No dark caster on Earth is powerful enough to enter Ravenwood on their own. I bound the place myself. We all did." Dark caster? That didn't sound good. "Ah, Uncle Macon, you're forgetting that famous Southern hospitality. I didn't break in. I was invited in on the arm of the handsomest gent in Gatdung." Ridley turned to me and smiled, pulling her shades from her eyes. They were just wrong, glowing gold as if they were on fire. They were shaped like a cat's, with black slits in the middle. Light shone from her eyes, and in that light, everything changed. She looked over at me with that sinister smile, and her face was twisted into darkness and shadows. The features that had been so feminine and enticing were now sharp and hard, morphing before my eyes. Her skin seemed to be tightening around her bones, accentuating every vein until you could almost see the blood pumping through them. She looked like a monster. I had brought a monster into the house, into Lena's house. Almost immediately, the house began to shake violently. The crystal chandeliers were swinging, the lights flickering. The plantation shutters banged open and shut again and again as the rain battered the roof. The sound was so loud, it was almost impossible to hear anything else. Like the night I almost hit Lena when she was standing in the road. Ridley tightened her ice-cold grip on my arm. I tried to shake her loose, but I could barely move. The coldness was spreading. My whole arm was starting to feel numb. Lena looked up from the table in horror. "Ethan!" Aunt Dell stamped her foot across the room. The floorboards seemed to roll beneath her feet. The coldness had spread throughout my body. My throat was frozen. My legs were paralyzed. I couldn't move. I couldn't pull away from Ridley's arm, and I couldn't tell anyone what was happening. In another few minutes, I wouldn't be able to breathe. A woman's voice floated across the table. Aunt Dell. "Ridley, I told you to stay away, child. There's nothing we can do for you now. I'm so sorry." Macon's voice was harsh. "Ridley, A year can make all the difference in the world. You're claimed now. You've found your place in the order of things. You don't belong here anymore. You have to go. A second later, he was standing right in front of her. Either that or I was losing track of what was happening. The voices and faces were starting to spin around me. I could barely catch my breath. I was so cold, my frozen jaw wouldn't even move enough to chatter. "Go!" he shouted. "No!"
Ridley, behave. You must leave this place. Ravenwood is not a place of dark magic. This is a bound place, a place of light. You can't survive here, not for long.
Aunt Dell's voice was firm. Ridley answered with a snarl. "I'm not leaving, Mother, and you can't make me." Macon's voice interrupted her tantrum. "You know that's not true." "I'm stronger now, Uncle Macon. You can't control me." "True. Your strength is growing, but you are not ready to take me on, and I will do whatever is necessary to protect Lena, even if that means hurting you, or worse." The weight of his threat was too much for Ridley. "You would do that to me?" "Ravenwood's a dark place of power. It always has been, since Abraham. He was one of us. Ravenwood should be ours. Why are you binding it to the light?" "Ravenwood is Lena's home now." "You belong with me, Uncle M. With her." Ridley stood up, dragging me to my feet. The three of them were standing now. Lena, Macon, and Ridley. The 3 points of a really frightening triangle. "I'm not scared of your kind." "That may be, but you have no power here. Not against all of us. And a natural." Ridley cackled. "Lena, a natural? That's the funniest thing you've said all night. I've seen what a natural can do. Lena could never be one." "A cataclysm and a natural aren't the same."
Aren't they, though? A cataclysm is a natural gone dark. 2 sides of the same coin.
What was she talking about? I was in over my head. And then I felt my body seize up, and I knew I was blacking out, that I was probably going to die. It was like all the life had been sucked out of me with the warmth of my blood. I could hear the sound of thunder, one, then lightning and the crash of a tree branch just outside the window. The storm was here. It was right on us. "You're wrong, Uncle M. Lena isn't worth protecting, and she's certainly not a natural. You won't know her fate until her birthday. You think that just because she's sweet and innocent now, she'll be claimed by the light? That means nothing. Wasn't I the same a year ago? And from what Short Straw here has been telling me, she's closer to going dark than light. Lightning storms terrorizing the high school?" The wind grew stronger, and Lena was getting angrier. I could see the rage in her eyes. A window shattered, just like in English class. I knew where this was going. "Shut up! You don't know what you're talking about!" Rain came pouring into the dining room. Wind followed, sending glasses and plates crashing to the floor. Black liquid staining the floor in long streaks. No one moved. Ridley turned back to Macon. "You've always given her too much credit. She's nothing." I wanted to break free from Ridley's hold, to grab her and drag her out of the house myself, but I couldn't move. A second window shattered, then another and another. Glass was breaking everywhere. China, wine glasses, the glass on every picture frame. Furniture was banging against the walls, and the wind, it was like a tornado had been sucked into the room with us. The sound was so loud I couldn't hear anything else. The tablecloth blew right off the table, with every candle, platter, and plate still on it, throwing everything against the wall. The room was spinning, I think, Everything was being sucked out into the foyer, toward the front door. Boo Radley screamed, that horrible, human scream. Ridley's grip seemed to loosen around my arm. I blinked hard, trying not to pass out. And there, standing in the middle of it all, was Lena. She was perfectly still, her hair whipping in the wind around her. What was happening? I felt my legs buckle. Just as I lost consciousness, I felt the wind, a surge of power that literally ripped my arm out of Ridley's hand as she was sucked out of the room toward the front door. I collapsed to the floor as I heard Lena's voice, or thought I did. "Get the hell away from my boyfriend, witch!" Boyfriend? Was that what I was? I tried to smile. Instead, I blacked out. October 9th. A crack in the plaster. When I woke up, I had no idea where I was. I tried to focus on the first few things that came into view. Words. Phrases handwritten in what looked like carefully scripted Sharpie right on the ceiling over the bed. Moments bleed together, no span to time. There were hundreds of others, too, written everywhere. Parts of sentences, parts of verses, random collections of words. On one closet door was scrawled, "Fate decides." On the other it said, "Until challenged by the fated." Up and down the door I could see the words, "Desperate, relentless, condemned, empowered." The mirror said, "Open your eyes." The window panes said, "And see." Even the pale white lampshade was scribbled with the words, illuminate the darkness," over and over again in an endlessly repeating pattern. Lena's poetry. I was finally getting to read some of it. Even if you ignored the distinctive ink, this room didn't look like the rest of the house. It was small and cozy, tucked up under the eaves. A ceiling fan swirled slowly above my head, cutting through the phrases. There were stacks of spiral notebooks on every surface, and a stack of books on the nightstand, poetry books, Plath, Eliot, Bukowski, Frost, Cummings. At least I recognized the names. I was lying in a small white iron bed, my legs spilling over the edge. This was Lena's room, and I was lying in her bed. Lena was curled in a chair at the foot of the bed, her head resting on the arm. I sat up, groggy. "Hey, what happened?" I was pretty sure I had passed out, but I was fuzzy on the details. The last thing I remembered was the freezing cold moving up my body, my throat closing up, and Lena's voice. I thought she had said something about me being her boyfriend, but since I was about to pass out at the time and nothing had really happened between us, that was doubtful. Wishful thinking, I guessed. "Ethan!" She jumped out of the chair and onto the bed next to me, although she seemed careful not to touch me. "Are you okay? Ridley wouldn't let go of you, and I didn't know what to do. You looked like you were in so much pain, and I just reacted." "You mean that tornado in the middle of your dining room?" She looked away, miserable. "That's what happens. I feel things, I get angry or scared, and then things just happen." I reached over and put my hand over hers, feeling the warmth move up my arm. "Things like windows breaking?" She looked back at me, and I curled my hand around hers until I was holding it in mine. A random crack in the old plaster in the corner behind her seemed to grow, until it curled its way across the ceiling, circled the frosted chandelier, and swirled its way back down. It looked like a heart. A giant, looping, girly heart had just appeared in the cracking plaster of her bedroom ceiling. "Lena?" "Yeah?" "Is your ceiling about to fall in on our heads?" She turned and looked at the crack. When she saw it, she bit her lip, and her cheeks turned pink. "I don't think so. It's just a crack in the plaster." "Were you trying to do that?" "No. creeping pink spread across her nose and cheeks. She looked away. I wanted to ask her what it was she'd been thinking, but I didn't want to embarrass her. I just hoped it had something to do with me, with her hand nestled in mine, with the word I thought I heard her say the moment before I blacked out. I looked dubiously at the crack. A lot was writing on that crack in the plaster. Can you undo them? These things that just happen? Lena sighed, relieved to talk about something else. Sometimes. It depends. Sometimes I get so overwhelmed that I can't control it, and I can't fix it, not even after. I don't think I could have put the glass back into that window at school. I don't think I could have stopped the storm from coming, the day we met. I don't think that one was your fault. You can't blame yourself for every storm that rolls through Gatlin County. Hurricane season isn't even over yet. She flipped over onto her stomach and looked me right in the eye. She didn't let go, and neither did I. My whole body was buzzing with the warmth of her touch. Didn't you see what happened tonight? Maybe sometimes a hurricane is just a hurricane, Lena. As long as I'm around, I am hurricane season in Gatlin County. She tried to pull her hand away, but that only made me hold on more tightly. That's funny. You seem more like a girl to me. Yeah, well, I'm not. I'm a whole storm system, out of control. Most casters can control their gifts by the time they're my age, but half the time it feels more like mine control me. She pointed to her own reflection in the mirror on the wall. The Sharpie writing scribbled itself across the reflection as we watched. Who is this girl? I'm still trying to figure it all out, but sometimes it seems like I never will. Do all casters have the same powers, gifts, whatever? No. We can all do simple things like move objects, but each caster also has more specific abilities related to their gifts. Right about now, I wished there was some kind of class I could take, so I'd be able to follow these conversations. Caster 101, I don't know, because I was always sort of lost. The only person I knew who had any special abilities was Amma. Reading futures and warding off evil spirits had to count for something, right? And for all I knew, maybe Amma could move objects with her mind. She could sure get my butt moving with just a look. What about Aunt Dell? What can she do? She's a palimpsest. She reads time. Reads time? Like, you and I walk into a room and see the present. Aunt Dell sees different points in the past and the present all at once. She can walk into a room and see it as it is today, and as it was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 50 years ago, at the same time. Kind of like when we touch the locket. That's why she's always so confused. She never knows exactly when or even where she is. I thought about how I felt after one of the visions, and what it would be like to feel that way all of the time. No kiddin'. How about Ridley? Ridley's a siren. Her gift is the power of persuasion. She can put any idea into anyone's head, get them to tell her anything, do anything. If she used her power on you and she told you to jump off a cliff, you jump. I remembered how it felt in the car with her, like I would have told her almost anything. I wouldn't jump. You would. You'd have to. A mortal man is no match for a siren. I wouldn't. I looked at her. Her hair was blowing in the breeze around her face, except there wasn't an open window in the room. I searched her eyes for some kind of sign that maybe she was feeling the same way I was. You can't jump off a cliff when you've already fallen off a bigger one. I heard the words coming out of my mouth, and I wanted to take them back as soon as I said them. They had sounded a lot better in my head. She looked back at me, trying to see if I was serious. I was, but I couldn't say that. Instead, I changed the subject. So what's Reese's superpower? She's a Sibyl. She reads faces. She can see what you've seen, who you've seen, what you've done, just by looking into your eyes. She can open up your face and literally read it like a book. Lena was still studying my face. Yeah, who was that? That other woman Ridley turned into for a second, when Reese was staring at her. Did you see that? Lena nodded. Macon wouldn't tell me, but it had to be someone dark, someone powerful. I kept asking. I had to know. It was like finding out I'd just had dinner with a bunch of aliens. What can Larkin do? Charm snakes? Larkin's an illusionist. It's like a shifter, but Uncle Barkley's the only shifter in the family. What's the difference? Larkin can spellcast, or make anything look like anything he wants, for a spell. People, things, places. He creates illusions, but they're not real. Uncle Barkley can shift cast, which means he can actually change any object into another object for as long as he wants. So your cousin changes how things seem, and your uncle changes how they are? Yeah. Mostly, Grandma says their powers are too close. It happens sometimes with parents and their children. They're too much alike, so they're always fighting. I knew what she was thinking, that she would never know that for herself. Her face clouded over, and I made a stupid attempt to lighten the mood. Ryan, what's her power? Dog fashion designer? Too soon to tell. She's only 10. And Macon? He's just Uncle Macon. There's nothing Uncle Macon can't do, or wouldn't do for me. I spent a lot of time with him growing up. She looked away, avoiding the question. She was holding something back, but with Lena it was impossible to know what. He's like my father, or how I imagine my father. She didn't have to say anything else. I knew what it was like to lose someone. I wondered if it was worse to never have them at all. What about you? What's your gift? As if she had just one. As if I hadn't seen them in action since the first day of school. As if I hadn't been trying to get up the nerve to ask her this question since the night she sat on my porch in her purple pajamas. She paused for a minute, collecting her thoughts, or deciding if she was going to tell me. It was impossible to know which. Then she looked at me with her endless green eyes. I'm a natural. At least Uncle Macon and Aunt Dell think I am. A natural. I was relieved. It didn't sound as bad as a siren. I didn't think I could have handled that. What exactly does that mean? I don't even know. It's not really one thing. I mean, supposedly a natural can do a lot more than other casters. She said it quickly, almost like she was hoping I wouldn't hear, but I did. More than other casters. More. I wasn't sure how I felt about more. Less, I could have handled less. Less would have been good. But as you saw tonight, I don't even know what I can do. She picked at the quilt between us, nervous. I pulled on her hand until she was lying on the bed next to me, propped up on one elbow. I don't care about any of that. I like you just the way you are. Ethan, you barely know anything about me. The drowsy warmth was washing through my body, and to be honest, I couldn't have cared less what she was saying. It felt so good just to be near her, holding her hand with only the white quilt between us. That's not true. I know you write poetry, and I know about the raven on your necklace, and I know you love orange soda, and your grandma and milk duds mixed into your popcorn. For a second, I thought she might smile. That's hardly anything. It's a start. She looked me right in the eye, her green eyes searching my blue ones. You don't even know my name. Your name is Lena Duquesne. Okay, well, for starters, it's not. I pushed myself all the way up and let go of her hand. What are you talking about? It's not my name. Ridley wasn't lying about that. Some of the conversation from earlier started to come back to me. I remembered Ridley saying something about Lena not knowing her real name, but I didn't think she had meant literally. Well, what is it then? I don't know. Is that some kind of caster thing? Not really. Most casters know their real names, but my family's different. In my family, we don't learn our birth names until we turn 16. Until then, we have other names. Ridley's was Julia. Reese's was Annabelle. Mine is Lena. So who's Lena Duquesne? I'm a Duquesne, that much I know. But Lena? That's just a name my grandma started calling me because she thought I was skinny as a string bean. Lena Bina? I didn't say anything for a second. I was trying to take it all in. Okay, so you don't know your first name. You'll know in a couple of months. It's not that simple. I don't know anything about myself. That's why I'm so crazy all the time. I don't know my name, and I don't know what happened to my parents. They died in an accident, right? That's what they told me, but nobody really talks about it. I can't find any record of the accident, and I've never seen their graves or anything. How do I even know it's true? Who's gonna lie about something as creepy as that? Have you met my family? Right. And that monster downstairs, that witch who almost killed you? Believe it or not, she used to be my best friend. Ridley and I grew up together living with my grandma. We moved around so much we shared the same suitcase. That's why you guys don't have much of an accent. Most people would never believe you had lived in the South. What's your excuse? Professor Parents and a jar full of quarters every time I dropped a G? I rolled my eyes. So Ridley didn't live with Aunt Dell? No, Aunt Dell just visits on the holidays. In my family, you don't live with your parents. It's too dangerous. I stopped myself from asking my next 50 questions while Lena raced on, as if she'd been waiting to tell this story for about 100 years. Ridley and I were like sisters. We slept in the same room and we were homeschooled together. When we moved to Virginia, we convinced my grandma to let us go to a regular school. We wanted to make friends, be normal. The only time we ever spoke to mortals was when Grandma took us on one of her outings to museums, the opera, or lunch at Old Pink House. So what happened when you went to school? It was a disaster. Our clothes were wrong, we didn't have a TV, we turned in all our homework, we were total losers. But you got to hang out with mortals. She wouldn't look at me. I've never had a mortal friend until I met you. Really? I only had Ridley. Things were just as bad for her, but she didn't care. She was too busy making sure no one bothered me. I had a hard time imagining Ridley protecting anyone. People change, Ethan. Not that much. Not even casters. Especially casters. That's what I'm trying to tell you. She pulled her hand away from me. Ridley started acting strange, and then the same guys who had ignored her started following her everywhere, waiting for her after school, fighting over who would walk her home. Yeah, well, some girls are just like that. Ridley isn't some girl, I told you. She's a siren. She could make people do things they wouldn't normally want to do, and those boys were jumping off the cliff, one by one. She twisted her necklace around her fingers and kept talking. The night before Ridley's 16th birthday, I followed her to the train station. She was scared out of her mind. She said she could tell she was going dark, and she had to get away before she hurt someone she loved, before she hurt me. I'm the only person Ridley ever really loved. She disappeared that night, and I never saw her again until today. I think after what you saw tonight, it's pretty obvious she went dark. Wait a second, what are you talking about? What do you mean, going dark? Lena took a deep breath and hesitated, like she wasn't sure if she wanted to tell me the answer. You have to tell me, Lena. In my family, when you turn 16, you're claimed. Your fate is chosen for you, and you become light, like Aunt Dell and Reese, or you become dark, like Ridley. Dark or light, black or white. There's no gray in my family. We can't choose, and we can't undo it once we're claimed. What do you mean you can't choose? We can't decide if we want to be light or dark, good or evil, like mortals and other casters can. In my family, there's no free will. It's decided for us on our 16th birthday. I tried to understand what she was saying, but it was too crazy. I'd lived with Amma long enough to know there was white and black magic, but it was hard to believe that Lena had no choice about which one she was. Who she was. She was still talking. That's why we can't live with our parents. What does that have to do with it? It didn't used to be that way, but when my grandma's sister, Althea, went dark, their mother couldn't send Althea away. Back then, if a caster went dark, they were supposed to leave their home and their family for obvious reasons. Althea's mother thought she could help her fight it, but she couldn't, and terrible things started happening in the town where they lived. What kind of things? Althea was an Evo. They're incredibly powerful. They can influence people like Ridley can, but they can also evolve, morph into other people, into anyone. Once she turned, unexplained accidents started happening in town. People were injured, and eventually, a girl drowned. That's when Althea's mother finally sent her away. I thought we had problems in Gatlin. I couldn't imagine a more powerful version of Ridley hanging around, full-time. So now none of you can live with your parents. Everyone decided it would be too hard for parents to turn their backs on their children if they went dark. So ever since then, children live with other family members until they're claimed. Then why does Ryan live with her parents? Ryan is... Ryan. She's a special case. She shrugged. At least, that's what Uncle Macon says every time I ask. It all sounded so surreal. The idea that everyone in her family possessed supernatural powers. They looked like me, like everyone else in Gatlin. Well, maybe not everyone, but they were completely different. Weren't they? Even Ridley, hanging out in front of the Stop and Steal, none of the guys had suspected she was anything other than an incredibly hot girl, who was obviously pretty confused if she was looking for me. How did it work? How did you get to be a caster instead of just some ordinary kid? Were your parents gifted? I hated to bring up her parents. I knew what it was like to talk about your dead parent, but at this point, I had to know. Yes, everyone in my family is. What were their gifts? Were they anything like yours? I don't know. Grandma's never said anything. I told you, it's like they never existed. Which just makes me think, you know? What? Maybe they were dark. And I'm going to go dark too. You're not. How do you know? How can I have the same dreams you have? How do I know when I walk into a room whether or not you've been there? Ethan, it's true. I touched her cheek and said quietly, I don't know how I know. I just do. I know you believe that, but you can't know. I don't even know what's going to happen to me. That's the biggest load of crap I've ever heard. It was like everything else tonight. I hadn't meant to say it, at least not out loud, but I was glad I did. What? All that destiny garbage. Nobody can decide what happens to you. Nobody but you. Not if you're a Duquesne, Ethan. Other casters, they can choose. But not us. Not my family. When we're claimed at 16, we become light or dark. There is no free will. I lifted her chin with my hand. So you're a natural. What's wrong with that? I looked into her eyes, and I knew I was going to kiss her. And I knew there was nothing to worry about as long as we stayed together. And I believed for that 1 second we always would. I stopped thinking about the Jackson basketball playbook and finally let her see how I felt, what was in my mind, what I was about to do, and how long it had taken me to get up the nerve to do it. Oh. Her eyes widened, bigger and greener, if that was even possible. Ethan, I don't know. I leaned down and kissed her mouth. It tasted salty, like her tears. This time, not warmth, but electricity, shot from my mouth to my toes. I could feel tingling in my fingertips. It was like shoving a pen into an electrical outlet, which Link had dared me to do when I was 8 years old. She closed her eyes and pulled me into her, and for a minute, everything was perfect. She kissed me, her lips smiling beneath mine, and I knew she had been waiting for me, maybe just as long as I had been waiting for her. But then, as quickly as she had opened herself up to me, she shut me out, or more accurately, pushed me back. Ethan, we can't do this. Why? I thought we felt the same way about each other. Or maybe we didn't. Maybe she didn't. I was staring at her from the end of her outstretched hands that were still resting on my chest. She could probably feel how fast my heart was beating. It's not that. She started to turn away, and I was sure she was about to run away like she had the day we found the locket at Greenbrier, like the night she left me standing on my porch. I put my hand on her wrist and instantly felt the heat. Then what is it? She stared back at me, and I tried to hear her thoughts, but I had nothing. I know you think I have a choice about what's going to happen to me, but I don't. And what Ridley did tonight, that was nothing. She could have killed you, and maybe she would have if I hadn't stopped her. She took a deep breath, her eyes glistening. That's what I could turn into. A monster. Whether you believe it or not. I slid my arms back around her neck, ignoring her. But she went on. I don't want you to see me like that. I don't care. I kissed her cheek. She climbed off the bed, sliding her arm out of my hand. You don't get it. She held up her hand. 122. 122 more days, smeared in blue ink, as if that was all we had. I get it. You're scared. But we'll figure something out. We're supposed to be together. We're not. You're immortal. You can't understand. I don't want to see you get hurt, and that's what will happen if you get too close to me. Too late. I'd heard every word she had said, but I only knew one thing. I was all in. October 9th. The Greats. It had made sense when a beautiful girl was saying it. Now that I was back home, alone, and in my own bed, I was finally losing it. Even Link wouldn't believe any of this. I tried to think about how the conversation would go. The girl I like, whose real name I don't know, is a witch, a caster, from a whole family of casters, and in 5 months she's going to find out essentially if she's good or evil. And she can cause hurricanes indoors and break the glass out of windows. And I can see into the past when I touch the crazy locket Amma and Macon Ravenwood, who isn't actually a shut-in at all, want me to bury. A locket that materialized on the neck of a woman in a painting at Ravenwood, which, by the way, is not a haunted mansion, but a perfectly restored house that changes completely every time I go there, to see a girl who burns me and shocks me and shatters me with a single touch. And I kissed her. and she kissed me back. It was too unbelievable, even for me. I rolled over. Tearing. The wind was tearing at my body. I held onto the tree as it pounded me, the sound of its scream piercing my ears. All around me the winds swirled, fighting each other, their speed and force multiplying by the second. The hail rained down like heaven itself had opened up. I had to get out of here. But there was nowhere to go. "Let me go, Ethan! Save yourself!" I couldn't see her. The wind was too strong, but I could feel her. I was holding her wrist so tightly I was sure it would break, but I didn't care. I wouldn't let go. The wind changed direction, lifting me off the ground. I held the tree tighter, held her wrist tighter, but I could feel the strength of the wind ripping us apart, pulling me away from the tree, away from her. I felt her wrist sliding through my fingers. I couldn't hold on any longer. I woke up coughing. I could still feel the wind burn on my skin. As if my near-death experience at Ravenwood wasn't enough, now the dreams were back. It was too much for one night, even for me. My bedroom door was wide open, which was weird, considering I had been locking my door at night lately. The last thing I needed was Amma planting some crazy voodoo charm on me in my sleep. I was sure I'd closed it. I stared up at my ceiling. Sleep was not in my future. I sighed and felt around under the bed. I flipped on the old storm lamp next to my bed and pulled the bookmark out from where I'd left off in Snow Crash when I heard something. Footsteps? It was coming from the kitchen, faint, but I still heard it. Maybe my dad was taking a break from writing. Maybe this would give us a chance to talk. Maybe. But when I reached the bottom of the stairs, I knew it wasn't him. The door to his study was shut and light was coming from the crack under the door. It had to be Amma. Just as I ducked under the kitchen doorway, I saw her scampering down the hall toward her room, to the extent that Amma could scamper. I heard the screen door in the back of the house squeak shut. Someone was coming or going. After everything that had happened tonight, it was an important distinction. I walked around to the front of the house. There was an old, beat-up pickup truck, a '50s Studebaker, idling by the curb. Amma was leaning in the window talking to the driver. She handed the driver her bag and climbed into the truck. Where was she going in the middle of the night? I had to follow her. And following the woman who may as well have been my mother when she got into a car at night with a strange man driving a junker was a hard thing to do if you didn't have a car. I had no choice. I had to take the Volvo. It was the car my mom had been driving when she had the accident. That was the first thing I thought every time I saw it. I slid behind the wheel. It smelled of old paper and Windex, just like it always had. Driving without the headlights on was trickier than I'd thought it would be, but I could tell the pickup was heading toward Waders Creek. Amma must have been going home. The truck turned off Route 9 toward the back country. When it finally slowed down and pulled off to the side of the road, I cut the engine and guided the Volvo onto the shoulder. Amma opened the door and the interior light went on. I squinted in the darkness. I recognized the driver. It was Carlton Eaton, the postmaster. Why would Amma ask Carlton Eaton for a ride in the middle of the night? I'd never even seen them speak to each other before. Amma said something to Carlton and shut the door. The truck pulled back onto the road without her. I got out of the car and followed her. Amma was a creature of habit. If something had gotten her so worked up that she was creeping out to the swamp in the middle of the night, I could guess it involved more than one of her usual clients. She disappeared into the brush, along a gravel path someone had gone to a great deal of trouble to make. She walked along the path in the dark, the gravel crunching under her feet. I walked in the grass beside the path to avoid that same crunching sound, which would have given me away for sure. I told myself it was because I wanted to see why Amma was sneaking home in the middle of the night, but mostly, I was scared she would catch me following her. It was easy to see how Waders Creek got its name. You actually had to wade through Blackwater ponds to get there, at least the way Amma was taking us. If there hadn't been a full moon, I'd have broken my neck trying to follow her through the maze of moss-covered oaks and scrub brush. We were close to the water. I could feel the swamp in the air, hot and sticky like a second skin. The edge of the swamp was lined with flat wooden platforms made from cypress logs tied together with rope, poor man's ferries. They were lined up along the bank like taxis waiting to carry people across the water. I could see Amma in the moonlight, balanced expertly atop one of the platforms, pushing out from the bank with a long stick she used like an oar to skate it across to the other side. I hadn't been to Amma's house in years, but I would have remembered this. We must have come another way back then, but it was impossible to tell in the dark. The one thing I could see was how rotted the logs on the platforms were. Each one looked as unstable as the next, so I just picked one. Maneuvering the platform was a lot harder than Amma made it look. Every few minutes there was a splash when a gator's tail hit the water as it slid into the swamp. I was glad I hadn't considered wading across. I pushed into the floor of the swamp with my own long stick one last time, and the edge of the platform hit the bank. When I stepped onto the sand, I could see Amma's house, small and modest, with a single light in the window. The window frames were painted the same shade of haint blue as the ones at Waite's Landing. The house was made of cypress, like it was part of the swamp itself. There was something else, something in the air, strong and overpowering, like the lemons and rosemary, and just as unlikely for two reasons. Confederate jasmine doesn't flower in the fall, only in the spring, and it doesn't grow in the swamp. Yet there it was. The smell was unmistakable. There was something impossible about it, like everything else about this night. I watched the house. Nothing. Maybe she had just decided to go home. Maybe my dad knew she was leaving and I was wandering around in the middle of the night, risking being eaten by gators for nothing. I was about to head back through the swamp, wishing I'd dropped breadcrumbs on my way out here, when the door opened again. Amma stood in the light of the doorway, putting things I couldn't see into her good, white, patent leather pocketbook. She was wearing her best lavender church dress, white gloves, and a fancy matching hat with flowers all around it. She was on the move again, heading back toward the swamp. Was she going into the swamp wearing that? As much as I didn't enjoy the trek to Amma's house, slogging through the swamp in my jeans was worse. The mud was so thick it felt like I was pulling my feet out of cement every time I took a step. I didn't know how Amma was able to get through it in her dress at her age. Amma seemed to know exactly where she was going, stopping in a clearing of tall grass and mudweeds. The branches of the cypress trees tangled with weeping willows, creating a canopy overhead. A chill ran up my back, though it was still 70 degrees out here. Even after everything I'd seen tonight, there was something creepy about this place. There was a mist coming off the water, seeping up from the sides, like steam pushing out of the lid of a boiling pot. I edged my way closer. She was pulling something out of her bag, the white patent leather shining in the moonlight. Bones. They looked like chicken bones. She whispered something over the bones and put them into a small pouch, not much different from the pouch she had given me to subdue the power of the locket. Fishing around in the bag again, she pulled out a fancy hand towel, the kind you'd find in a powder room, and used it to wipe the mud from her skirt. There were faint white lights in the distance, like fireflies blinking in the dark, and music. Slow, sultry music and laughter. Somewhere, not that far away, people were drinking and dancing out in the swamp. She looked up. Something had caught her attention, but I didn't hear anything. "May as well show yourself. I know you're out there." I froze, panicked. She had seen me. But it wasn't me she was talking to. Out from the sweltering mist stepped Macon Ravenwood, smoking a cigar. He looked relaxed, like he'd just stepped out of a chauffeured car instead of wading through filthy black water. He was impeccably dressed, as usual, in one of his crisp white shirts. And he was spotless. Amma and I were covered in mud and swamp grass up to our knees, and Macon Ravenwood was standing there without so much as a speck of dirt on him. "About time. You know I don't have all night, Melchizedek. I got to get back. And I don't take kindly to being summoned out here all the way from town. It's just rude. Not to mention inconvenient." She sniffed. "Incommodious, you might say." INCOMMODIOUS. 12 down. I spelled it out in my head. "I've had quite an eventful evening myself, Amarie, but this matter requires our immediate attention." Macon took a few steps forward. Amma recoiled and pointed a bony finger in his direction. "You stay where you are. I don't like being out here with your kind on this sort of night. Don't like it one bit. You keep to yourself, and I'll keep to mine." He stepped back casually, blowing smoke rings into the air. "As I was saying, certain developments require our immediate attention." He exhaled a smoky sigh. "The moon, when she is fullest, is farthest from the sun, to quote our good friends the clergy. Don't talk your high and mighty with me, Melchizedek. What's so important you need to call me out of bed in the middle of the night?" "Among other things, Genevieve's locket." Amma nearly howled, holding her scarf over her nose. She clearly couldn't stand to even hear the word locket. "What about that thing? I told you I bound it, and I told him to take it back to Greenbrier and bury it. It can't cause any harm if it's back in the ground." "Wrong on the first count, wrong on the second. He still has it. He showed it to me in the sanctity of my own home. Aside from which, I'm not sure anything can bind such a dark talisman." "At your house? When was he at your house? I told him to stay clear of Ravenwood." Now she was noticeably agitated. Great. Amma would find some way to make me pay for this later. "Well, perhaps you might consider shortening his leash. Clearly he isn't very obedient. I warned you that this friendship would be dangerous, that it could develop into something more. A future between the two of them is an impossibility." Amma was mumbling under her breath the way she always did when I didn't listen to her. "He's always minded me till he met your niece, and don't you blame me. We wouldn't be in this fix if you hadn't brought her down here in the first place. I'll take care of this. I'll tell him he can't see her anymore." "Don't be absurd. They're teenagers. The more we try to keep them apart, the more they will try to be together. This won't be an issue once she is claimed, if we make it that far. Until then, control the boy, Amarie. It's only a few more months. Things are dangerous enough without him making an even greater mess of the situation." "Don't talk to me about messes, Melchizedek Ravenwood. My family's been cleaning up your family's messes for over 100 years. I've kept your secrets, just like you've kept mine. I'm not the seer who failed to foresee them finding the locket. How do you explain that? How did your spirit friends manage to miss that?" He gestured around them, with a sarcastic flick of his cigar. She spun around, eyes wild. "Don't you insult the greats. Not here. Not in this place. They have their reasons. There must have been a reason they didn't reveal it." She turned away from Macon. "Now don't you listen to him. I brought you some shrimp and grits and lemon meringue pie." She clearly wasn't talking to Macon anymore. "Your favorite," she said, taking the food out of little Tupperware containers and arranging it on a plate. She laid the plate on the ground. There was a small headstone next to the plate and several others scattered nearby. "This is our great house, the great house of my family. You hear? My great-aunt Sissy, my great-great-uncle Abner, my great-great-great-great-grandmama Sulla. Don't you disrespect the greats in their house. You want answers? You show some respect." "I apologize." She waited. "Truly." She sniffed. "And watch your ash. There's no ashtray in this house. Nasty habit." He flicked his cigar into the moss. "Now, let's get on with it. We don't have much time. We need to know the whereabouts of Seraph—" "Shh!" she hissed. "Don't say her name. Not tonight. Shouldn't be out here. Half moons for working white magic and full moons for working black. We're out here on the wrong night." "We have no choice. There was quite an unpleasant episode this evening, I'm afraid. My niece, who turned on her claiming day, showed up for the gathering tonight." "Dell's child? That dark drink of danger?" "Ridley. Uninvited, obviously. She crossed my threshold with the boy. I need to know if it was a coincidence." "No good. No good. This is no good." Amma rocked back and forth on her heels furiously. "Well, there are no coincidences. You know that. At least we can agree on that." I couldn't get my mind around any of this. Macon Ravenwood never set foot outside of his house, but there he was, in the middle of the swamp, arguing with Amma, who I had no idea he even knew about me and Lena and the locket. Amma rummaged around in her pocketbook again. "Did you bring the whiskey? Uncle Abner loves his wild turkey." Macon held out the bottle. "Just put it right there," she said, pointing at the ground, "and step back yonder. I see you're still afraid to touch me after all these years." "I'm not afraid of anything. You just keep to yourself. I don't ask you about your business, and I don't want to know anything about it." He set the bottle on the ground a few feet from Amma. She picked it up, poured the whiskey into a shot glass, and drank it. I had never seen Amma drink anything stronger than sweet tea in my whole life. Then she poured some of the liquor in the grass, covering the grave. "Uncle Abner, we are in need of your intercession. I call your spirit to this place." Macon coughed. "You're testing my patience, Melchizedek." Amma closed her eyes and opened her arms to the sky, her head thrown back as if she was talking to the moon itself. She bent down and shook the small pouch she had taken from her pocketbook. The contents spilled out onto the grave, tiny chicken bones. I hoped they weren't the bones from the basket of fried chicken I'd put away this afternoon, but I had a feeling they might have been. "What do they say?" Macon asked. She ran her fingers over the bones, fanning them out over the grass. "I'm not getting an answer." His perfect composure began to crack. "We don't have time for this. What good is a seer if you can't see anything? We have less than 5 months before she turns 16. If she turns, she will damn us all, mortals and casters alike. We have a responsibility we both took on willingly, a long time ago. You to your mortals and me to my casters."
I don't need you reminding me about my responsibilities. And you keep your voice down, you hear me? I don't need any of my clients coming out here and seeing us together. How would that look? A fine, upstanding member of the community like myself. Don't mess with my business, Melchizedek. If we don't find out where she is, and what she's planning, we'll have bigger problems on our hands than your failing business ventures, Amory. She's a dark one. Never know which way the wind will blow with that one. It's like trying to see where a twister'll hit. Even so, I need to know if she's going to try to make contact with Lena. Not if. When. Amma closed her eyes again, touching the charm on the necklace she never took off. It was a disc, engraved with what looked like a heart, with some kind of cross coming out from the top. The image was worn from the thousands of times Amma must have rubbed it, as she was doing now. She was whispering some sort of chant, in a language I didn't understand, but I'd heard somewhere before. Macon paced impatiently. I shifted in the weeds, trying not to make a sound. I can't get a read tonight. It's murky. I think Uncle Abner's in a mood. I'm sure it was something you said. This must have been his breaking point, because Macon's face changed, his pale skin glowing in the shadows. When he stepped forward, the sharp angles of his face became frightening in the moonlight. Enough of these games. A dark caster entered my house tonight. That in itself is impossible. She arrived with your boy, Ethan, which can mean only one thing. He has power, and you have been hiding it from me. Nonsense. That boy doesn't have power any more than I have a tail. You're wrong, Amory. Ask the greats. Consult the bones. There is no other explanation. It had to be Ethan. Ravenwood is protected. A dark caster could never circumvent that sort of protection, not without some powerful form of help. You've lost your mind. He doesn't have any kind of power. I raised that child. Don't you think I'd know it? You're wrong this time. You're too close to him. It's clouding your vision. And there is too much at stake now for errors. We both have our talents. I'm warning you. There is more to the boy than either of us realized. I'll ask the greats. If there's something to know, they'll be sure I know it. Don't you forget, Melchizedek, we have to contend with both the dead and the living, and that's no easy task. She rummaged around in her pocketbook and pulled out a dirty-looking string with a row of tiny beads on it. Graveyard bone. Take it. The greats want you to have it. Protect spirit from spirit and dead from dead. It's no use for us mortal folk. Give it to your niece, Macon. It won't hurt her, but it might keep a dark caster away. Macon took the string, holding it gingerly between two fingers, then dropping it into his handkerchief, as if he was pocketing a particularly nasty worm. I'm obliged. Amma coughed. Please tell them I'm obliged. Much. He looked up at the moon as if he were checking his watch, and then he turned and disappeared, dissolved into the swamp mist as if he had blown away in the breeze. October 10th. Red sweater. I had barely made it into my bed before the sun rose, and I was tired. Bone-tired, as Amma would say. Now I was waiting for Link on the corner. Even though it was a sunny day, I was caught under my own personal shadow, and I was starving. I hadn't been able to face Amma in the kitchen this morning. One look at my face would have given away everything I'd seen last night and everything I felt, and I couldn't risk that. I didn't know what to think. Amma, who I trusted more than anyone, as much as my parents, maybe more,
She was holding out on me. She knew Macon, and the two of them wanted to keep Lena and me apart. It all had something to do with the locket and Lena's birthday. And danger. I couldn't piece it together. Not on my own. I had to talk to Lena. It was all I could think about. So when the hearse rolled around the corner instead of the beater, I shouldn't have been surprised. "I guess you heard." I slid into the seat, dumping my backpack on the floor in front of me. "Heard what?" She smiled almost shyly, pushing a bag across the seat. "Heard you liked donuts? I could hear your stomach growling all the way from Ravenwood." We looked at each other awkwardly. Lena looked down, embarrassed, picking a piece of lint off a soft, red, embroidered sweater that looked like something the sisters would have in the attic somewhere. Knowing Lena, it wasn't from the mall in Somerville. Red? Since when did she wear red? She wasn't under a bad cloud. She had just come out from under one. She hadn't heard me thinking. She didn't know about Amma and Macon. She just wanted to see me. I guess some of what I had said last night had sunk in. Maybe she wanted to give us a chance. I smiled, opening the white paper bag. "Hope you're hungry. I had to fight the fat cop for them." She pulled the hearse away from the curb. "So you just felt like picking me up for school?" That was something new. "Nope." She rolled down the window, the morning breeze blowing her hair into curls. Today it was just the wind. "You got something better in mind?" Her whole face lit up. Now how could there be anything better than spending a day like this at Stonewall Jackson High? She was happy. As she turned the wheel, I noticed her hand. No ink. No number. No birthday. She wasn't worried about anything. Not today. 1:20. I knew it, as if it was written in invisible ink on my own hand. 120 days until it, whatever Macon and Amma were so afraid of, happened. I looked out the window as we turned onto Route 9, wishing she could stay like this for just a little bit longer. I closed my eyes, running through the playbook in my mind, pick and roll, picket fences, down the lane, full court press. By the time we made it to Somerville, I knew where we were headed. There was only one place kids like us went in Somerville, if it wasn't the last 3 rows of the Cineplex. The hearse rolled through the dust behind the water tower at the edge of the field. "Parkin'. We're parkin' at the water tower? Now?" Link would never believe this. The engine died, our windows were down, everything was quiet, and the breeze blew into her window and out mine. "Isn't this what people do around here?" "Yeah, no, not people like us. Not in the middle of a school day. For once, can't we be them? Do we always have to be us? I like being us." She unclicked her seatbelt, and I unclicked mine, pulling her onto my lap. I could feel her, warm and happy, spreading through me. "So this is what parking is like?" She giggled, reaching over to push my hair out of my eyes. "What's that?" I grabbed her right arm. It was dangling from her wrist, the bracelet Amma had given Macon last night in the swamp. My stomach clenched, and I knew Lena's mood was about to change. I had to tell her. "My uncle gave it to me." "Take it off." I turned the string around her wrist, looking for the knot. "What?" Her smile faded. "What are you talking about?" "Take it off." "Why?" She pulled her arm away from me. "Something happened last night." "What happened?" "After I got home, I followed Amma out to Waders Creek, where she lives. She snuck out of our house in the middle of the night to meet someone in the swamp." "Who?" "Your uncle." What were they doing out there? Her face had turned a chalky white, and I could tell the parking part of the day was over. They were talking about you, about us, and the locket. Now she was paying attention. What about the locket? It's some kind of dark talisman, whatever that means. And your uncle told Amma that I never buried it. They were really freaked out about it. How would they know it's a talisman? I was starting to get annoyed. She didn't seem to be focusing on the right thing. How about how do they even know each other? Did you have any idea your uncle knew Amma? No, but I don't know everyone he knows. Lena, they were talking about us, about keeping the locket away from us and keeping us away from each other. I got the feeling they think I'm some kind of threat, like I'm getting in the way of something. Your uncle thinks, what? He thinks I have some kind of power. She laughed out loud, which annoyed me even more. Why would he think that? Because I brought Ridley into Ravenwood. He said I'd have to have power to do that. She frowned. He's right. That wasn't the answer I was expecting. You're kidding, right? If I had powers, don't you think I'd know it? I don't know. Maybe she didn't know, but I did. My dad was a writer, and my mom had spent her days reading the journals of dead Civil War generals. I was about as far from being a caster as you could get, unless aggravating Amma counted as a power. There was obviously some kind of loophole that had allowed Ridley to get inside. One of the wires in the caster security system had blown a fuse. Lena must have been thinking the same thing. Relax. I'm sure there's an explanation. So Macon and Amma know each other. Now we know. You don't seem very upset about this. What do you mean? They've been lying to us, both of them. Meeting secretly, trying to keep us apart, trying to get us to get rid of the locket. We never asked them if they knew each other. Why was she acting like this? Why wasn't she upset or angry, something? Why would we? Don't you think it's weird that your uncle is out in the swamp in the middle of the night with Amma, talking to spirits and reading chicken bones? It's weird, but I'm sure they're just trying to protect us. From what? The truth? They were talking about something else, too. They were trying to find someone, Sarah something, and about how you can damn us all if you turn. What are you talking about? I don't know. Why don't you ask your uncle? See if he'll tell you the truth for once. I had gone too far. My uncle is risking his life to protect me. He's always been there for me. He took me in when he knew I might turn into a monster in a few months. What is he really protecting you from? Do you even know? Myself, she snapped. That was it. She pushed the door open and climbed off my lap out into the field. The shade of the massive white water tower shielded us from Somerville, but the day didn't seem so sunny anymore. Where there had been a cloudless blue sky just a few minutes ago, there were streaks of gray. The storm was moving in. She didn't want to talk about it, but I didn't care. That doesn't make any sense. Why is he meeting Amma in the middle of the night to tell her we still have the locket? Why don't they want us to have it? And more important, why don't they want us to be together? It was just the two of us, shouting in a field. The breeze was churning into a strong wind. Lena's hair started to whip around her face. She shot back, I don't know. Parents are always trying to keep teenagers apart. It's what they do. If you want to know why, maybe you should ask Amma. She's the one who hates me. I can't even pick you up at your house because you're afraid she'll see us together. The knot that was building in the pit of my stomach tightened. I was angry at Amma, angrier than I'd ever been at her in my whole life. But I still loved her. She was the one who had left letters from the Tooth Fairy under my pillow, bandaged every scraped knee, thrown me thousands of pitches when I wanted to try out for Little League. And since my mom died and my dad checked out, Amma was the only one who looked out for me, who cared or even noticed if I skipped school or lost a game. I wanted to believe she had an explanation for all of this. You just don't understand her. She thinks she's, what? Protecting you? Like my uncle is trying to protect me? Did you ever consider that maybe they're both trying to protect us from the same thing? Me? Why do you always go there? She walked away from me, like she would take off if she could. Where else is there to go? That's what this is about. They're afraid I'll hurt you, or someone else. You're wrong. This is about the locket. There's something they don't want us to know. I dug around in my pocket, searching for the familiar shape underneath the handkerchief. After last night, there was no way I was letting it out of my sight. I was sure Amma was going to look for it today, and if she found it, we'd never see it again. I laid it on the hood of the car. We need to find out what happens next. Now? Why not? You don't even know if it'll work. I started to unwrap it. There's only one way to find out. I grabbed her hand. Even as she tried to yank it away, I touched the smooth metal. The morning light turned brighter and brighter until it was all I could see. I felt the familiar rush that had taken me back 150 years. Then a jolt. I opened my eyes, but instead of the muddy field and flames in the distance, all I saw was the shadow of the water tower and the hearse. The locket hadn't shown us anything. Did you feel that? It started and then it cut off. She nodded, pushing me away. I think I'm car sick or whatever kind of sick you'd call it. Are you blocking it? What are you talking about? I'm not doing anything. Swear? You aren't using your caster powers or something? No, I'm too busy trying to deflect your power of stupidity, but I don't think I'm strong enough. It didn't make sense. Just pulling us in and then kicking us out of the vision like that. What was different? Lena reached over, folding the handkerchief over the locket. The dirty leather bracelet Amma had given Macon caught my eye. Take that thing off. I looped my finger under the string, lifting the bracelet and her arm to eye level. Ethan, it's for protection. You said Amma makes these kinds of things all the time. I don't think so. What are you saying? I'm saying maybe that thing is the reason the locket doesn't work. It doesn't work all the time, you know that. But it was starting to, and something stopped it. She shook her head, wild curls brushing her shoulder. Do you honestly believe that? Prove me wrong. Take it off. She looked at me like I was crazy, but she was thinking about it. I could tell. If I'm wrong, you can put it back on. She hesitated for a second, then gave me her arm so I could untie it. I loosened the knot and put the charm in my pocket. I reached for the locket, and she put her hand on mine. I closed my hand around it, and we spun out into nothing. The rain began almost immediately. Hard rain, a downpour, like the sky just opened up. Ivy had always said the rain was God's tears. Today, Genevieve believed it. It was only a few feet, but Genevieve couldn't get there fast enough. She knelt down next to Ethan and cradled his head in her hands. His breathing was ragged. He was alive. No, not that boy, too. You take too much away. Too much. Not this boy, too. Ivy's voice reached a fever pitch, and she started to pray. Ivy, get help. I need water and whiskey and something to remove the bullet. Genevieve pressed the wadded material from her skirt into the hole Ethan's chest had filled just a few moments before. I love you, and I would have married you, no matter what your family thought, he whispered. Don't say that, Ethan Carter, wait. Don't you say that like you're gonna die. You're gonna be just fine. Just fine, she repeated, trying to convince herself as much as him. Genevieve closed her eyes and concentrated. Flowers blooming, newborn babies crying, the sun rising. Birth, not death. She pictured the images in her mind, willing it to be so. The images ran in a loop over and over in her mind. Birth, not death. Ethan choked. She opened her eyes, and their eyes met. For an instant, time seemed to stop. Then Ethan's eyes closed, and his head rolled to one side. Genevieve closed her eyes again, visualizing the images. It had to be a mistake. He couldn't be dead. She had summoned her power. She had done it 1,000,000 times before, moving objects in her mother's kitchen to play tricks on Ivy, healing baby birds that had fallen from their nests. Why not now, when it mattered? Ethan, wake up. Please, wake up. I opened my eyes. We were standing in the middle of the field, in exactly the same place we'd been before. I looked over at Lena. Her eyes were shining, about to spill over. Oh, God. I bent down and touched the weeds where we had been standing. A reddish stain marked the plants and the ground around us. It's blood. His blood? I think so. You were right. The bracelet was keeping us from seeing the vision. But why would Uncle Macon tell me it was for protection? Maybe it is. That's just not the only thing it's for. You don't have to try to make me feel better. There's obviously something they don't want us to find out, and it involves the locket, and, I'm willing to bet, Genevieve. We've got to find out as much as we can about them both, and we have to do it before your birthday. Why my birthday? Last night, Amma and your uncle were talking. Whatever they don't want us to know, it has something to do with your birthday. Lena took a deep breath, like she was trying to hold it together. They know I'm going to go dark. That's what this is about. What does that have to do with the locket? I don't know. But it doesn't matter. None of it matters. In 4 months, I'm not going to be me anymore. You saw Ridley. That's what I'm going to turn into, or worse. If my uncle is right and I am a natural, then I'll make Ridley look like a volunteer for the Red Cross. I pulled her toward me, wrapping my arms around her like I could protect her from something we both knew I couldn't. You can't think like that. There has to be a way to stop it, if that's really the truth. You don't get it. There's no way to stop it. It just happens. Her voice was rising. The wind was starting to pick up. Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe it just happens. But we're going to find a way to make it not happen to you. Her eyes were clouding over like the sky. Can't we just enjoy the time we have left? I felt the words for the first time. The time we have left. I couldn't lose her. I wouldn't. Just the thought of never being able to touch her again made me crazy. Crazier than losing all my friends, crazier than being the least popular guy in school, crazier than having Amma perpetually angry at me. Losing her was the worst thing I could imagine. Like I was falling. But this time I would definitely hit the ground. I thought about Ethan Carter Waite hitting the ground, the red blood in the field. The wind began to howl. It was time to go. Don't talk like that. We're going to find a way. But even as I was saying it, I didn't know if I believed it. October 13th. Marion, the librarian. It had been 3 days, and I still couldn't stop thinking about it. Ethan Carter Waite had been shot, and he was probably dead. I had seen it with my own eyes. Well, technically everyone from back then was dead by now, but from one Ethan Waite to another, I was having trouble getting over the death of this particular Confederate soldier. More like Confederate deserter. My great-great-great-great-uncle. I thought about it during Algebra 2, while Savannah choked on her equation in front of the class, but Mr. Bates was too busy reading the latest issue of Guns and Ammo to notice. I thought about it during the Future Farmers of America assembly, when I couldn't find Lena and ended up sitting with the band. Link was sitting with the guys a few rows behind me, but I didn't notice until Sean and Emery started making animal noises. After a while, I couldn't hear them anymore. My mind kept going back to Ethan Carter Waite. It wasn't that he was a Confederate. Everyone in Gatlin County was related to the wrong side in the war between the states. We were used to that by now. It was like being born in Germany after World War II, being from Japan after Pearl Harbor, or America after Hiroshima. History was a bitch sometimes. You couldn't change where you were from, but still, you didn't have to stay there. You didn't have to stay stuck in the past like the ladies in the DAR or the Gatlin Historical Society or the Sisters. And you didn't have to accept that things had to be the way they were, like Lena. Ethan Carter Waite hadn't, and I couldn't either. All I knew was, now that we knew about the other Ethan Waite, we had to find out more about Genevieve. Maybe there was a reason we had stumbled across that locket in the first place. Maybe there was a reason we had stumbled across each other in a dream, even if it was more of a nightmare. Normally, I would have asked my mom what to do, back when things were normal and she was still alive. But she was gone. My dad was too out of it to be any help, and Amma wasn't about to help us with anything that had to do with the locket. Lena was still being moody about Macon. The rain outside was a dead giveaway. I was supposed to be doing my homework, which meant I needed about a half-gallon of chocolate milk and as many cookies as I could carry in my other hand. I walked down the hallway from the kitchen and paused in front of the study. My dad was upstairs taking a shower, which was about the only time he left the study anymore, so the door was probably locked. It always was, ever since the manuscript incident. I stared at the door handle, looking down the hall in either direction. Balancing my cookies precariously on top of my milk carton, I reached toward it. Before I could so much as touch the handle, I heard the click of the lock moving. The door unlocked, all by itself, as if someone inside was opening the door for me. The cookies hit the floor. A month ago, I wouldn't have believed it, but now I knew better. This was Gatlin. Not the Gatlin I thought I knew, but some other Gatlin that had apparently been hiding in plain sight all along. A town where the girl I liked was from a long line of casters. My housekeeper was a seer who read chicken bones in the swamp and summoned the spirits of her dead ancestors, and even my dad acted like a vampire. There seemed to be nothing too unbelievable for this Gatlin. It's funny how you can live somewhere your whole life, but not really see it. I pushed on the door, slowly, tentatively. I could see just a glimpse of the study, a corner of the built-in shelves stuffed with my mom's books, and the Civil War debris she seemed to collect wherever she went. I took a deep breath and inhaled the air from the study. No wonder my dad never left the room. I could almost see her, curled up in her old reading chair by the window. She would have been typing, just on the other side of the door. If I opened the door a little more, for all I knew, she might be there now. Only I couldn't hear any typing, and I knew she wasn't there, and she never would be again. The books I needed were on those shelves. If anyone knew more about the history of Gatlin County than the sisters, it was my mom. I took a step forward, pushing the door open just a few inches farther. "Sweet host of heaven and earth, Ethan Waite, if you're fixin' to set one foot in that room, your daddy will knock you clean into next week." I nearly dropped the milk. Amma. "I'm not doing anything. The door just opened." "Shame on you. No ghost in Gatlin would dare set foot in your mama and daddy's study except your mama herself." She looked up at me defiantly. There was something in her eyes that made me wonder if she was trying to tell me something. Maybe even the truth. Maybe it was my mom opening the door. Because one thing was clear. Someone, Something wanted me to get into that study as much as somebody else wanted to keep me out. Amma slammed the door and drew a key out of her pocket, locking it. I heard the click and knew my window of opportunity had slammed shut, as quickly as it had opened. She crossed her arms. "It's a school night. Don't you have some studying to do?" I looked at her, annoyed. "Going back to the library? You and Link finished with that report?" And then it came to me. "Yeah, the library. As a matter of fact, that's where I'm headed right now." I kissed her cheek and ran past her. "Say hi to Marion for me, and don't you be late for dinner." Good old Amma. She always had all the answers, whether she knew it or not, and whether or not she would willingly give them up. Lena was waiting for me at the parking lot of the Gatlin County Library. The cracked concrete was still wet and shiny from the rain. Even though the library was still open for 2 more hours, the hearse was the only car in the lot, except for a familiar old turquoise truck. Let's just say this wasn't a big library town. There wasn't much we wanted to know about any town but our own, and if your granddaddy or your great-granddaddy couldn't tell you, chances were you didn't need to know. Lena was huddled against the side of the building, writing in her notebook. She was wearing tattered jeans, enormous rain boots, and a soft black t-shirt. Tiny braids hung down around her face, lost in all the curls. She looked almost like a regular girl. I wasn't sure I wanted her to be a regular girl. I was sure I wanted to kiss her again, but it would have to wait. If Marion had the answers we needed, I'd have a lot more chances to kiss her. I ran through my playbook again. Pick and roll. "You really think there's something here that can help us?" Lena looked over her notebook at me. I pulled her up with my hand. "Not something, someone." The library itself was beautiful. I had spent so many hours in it as a kid, I'd inherited my mother's belief that a library was sort of a temple. This particular library was one of the few buildings that had survived Sherman's March and the Great Burning. The library and the Historical Society were the 2 oldest buildings in town, aside from Ravenwood. It was a 2-story venerable Victorian, old and weathered with peeling white paint and decades' worth of vines sleeping along the doors and windows. It smelled like aging wood and creosote, plastic book covers and old paper. Old paper which my mom used to say was the smell of time itself. "I don't get it. Why the library?" "It's not just the library, it's Marion Ashcroft." "The librarian? Uncle Macon's friend?" "Marion was my mom's best friend, and her research partner. She's the only other person who knows as much about Gatlin County as my mom, and she's the smartest person in Gatlin now." Lena looked at me skeptically. "Smarter than Uncle Macon?" "Okay, she's the smartest mortal in Gatlin." I could never quite figure out what someone like Marion was doing in a town like Gatlin. "Just because you live in the middle of nowhere," Marion would tell me over a tuna sandwich with my mom, "doesn't mean you can't know where you live." I had no idea what she meant. I had no idea what she was talking about half the time. That's probably why Marion had gotten along so well with my mom. I didn't know what my mom was talking about either, the other half the time. Like I said, the biggest brain in town, or maybe just the biggest character. When we walked into the empty library, Marion was wandering around the stacks in her stockings, wailing to herself like a crazy person from a Greek tragedy, which she was prone to reciting. Since the library was pretty much a ghost town, except for the occasional visit from one of the ladies from the DAR checking on questionable genealogy, Marion had free run of the place. "Knowest thou aught?" I followed her voice deep into the stacks. "Hast thou heard?" I rounded the corner into fiction. There she was, swaying, holding a pile of books in her arms, looking right through me. or is it hidden from thee? Lena stepped up behind me. That our friends are threatened. Marion looked from me to Lena over her square red reading glasses. With the doom of our foes. Marion was there, but not there. I knew that look well, and I knew, though she had a quote for everything, she didn't choose them lightly. What doom of my foes threatened me or my friends? If that friend was Lena, I wasn't sure I wanted to know. I read a lot, but not Greek tragedy. Oedipus? I hugged Marion over her pile of books. She hugged me so tightly I couldn't breathe, an unwieldy biography of General Sherman cutting into my ribs. Antigone, Lena spoke up from behind me. Show off. Very good, Marion smiled over my shoulder. I made a face at Lena, who shrugged. Homeschool. It's always impressive to meet a young person who knows Antigone. All I remember is she just wanted to bury the dead. Marion smiled at both of us. She shoved half her pile of books into my arms and half into Lena's. When she smiled, she looked like she could have been on the cover of a magazine. She had white teeth and beautiful brown skin, and she looked more like a model than a librarian. She was that pretty and exotic-looking, a mix of so many bloodlines, it was like looking at the history of the South itself. People from the West Indies, the Sugar Islands, England, Scotland, even America, all intermingling until it would take a whole forest of family trees to chart the course. Even though we were south of somewhere and north of nowhere, as Amma would say, Marion Ashcroft was dressed like she could have been teaching one of her classes at Duke. All of her clothes, all of her jewelry, all of her signature brightly patterned scarves seemed to come from somewhere else and complement her unintentionally cool, cropped haircut. Marion was no more Gatlin County than Lena, and yet she'd been here as long as my mom had. Now longer. I've missed you so much, Ethan. And you must be Macon's niece, Lena, the infamous new girl in town, the girl with the window. Oh yes, I've heard about you. The ladies, they are talking. We followed Marion back to the front counter and dumped the books on the restacking cart. Don't believe everything you hear, Dr. Ashcroft. Please, Marion. I nearly dropped a book. Aside from my family, Marion was Dr. Ashcroft to nearly everyone around here. Lena was being offered instant access to the inner circle, and I had no idea why. Marion, Lena grinned. Aside from Link and me, this was Lena's first taste of our famed Southern hospitality, and from another outsider. The only thing I want to know is, when you broke that window with your broomstick, did you take out the future generation of the DAR? Marion began to lower the blinds, motioning for us to help. Of course not. If I did that, where would I get all this free publicity? Marion threw back her head and laughed, putting her arm around Lena. A good sense of humor, Lena. That's what you need to get around in this town. Lena sighed. I've heard a lot of jokes, mostly about me. Ah, but the monuments of wit survive the monuments of power. Is that Shakespeare? I was feeling a little left behind. Close, Sir Francis Bacon. Though if you're one of the people who think he wrote Shakespeare's plays, I suppose you were right the first time. I give up. Marion ruffled my hair. You've grown about 1.5 feet since I've last seen you, E.W. What is Amma feeding you these days? Pie for breakfast, lunch, and dinner? I feel like I haven't seen you in 100 years. I looked at her. I know, I'm sorry. I just didn't feel much like reading. She knew I was lying, but she knew what I meant. Marion went to the door and flipped the open sign to closed. She turned the bolt with a sharp click. It reminded me of the study. I thought the library was open till 9. If it wasn't, I would lose a valuable excuse for sneaking out to Lena's. Not today. The head librarian has just declared today a Gatlin County Library holiday. She's rather spontaneous that way. She winked. For a librarian. Thanks, Aunt Marion. I know you wouldn't be here if you didn't have a reason, and I suspect Macon Ravenwood's niece is, if nothing else, a reason. So why don't we all go into the back room, make a pot of tea, and try to be reasonable? Marion loved a good pun. It's more like a question, really. I felt in my pocket where the locket was still wrapped in Sulla the Prophet's handkerchief. Question everything, learn something, answer nothing. Homer? Euripides. You better start coming up with a few of these answers, E.W., or I'm going to actually have to go to one of those school board meetings. But you just said to answer nothing. She unlocked a door marked Private Archive. Did I say that? Like Amma, Marion always seemed to have the answer. Like any good librarian. Like my mom. I'd never been in Marion's private archive, the back room. Come to think of it, I didn't know anyone who had ever been back there, except for my mom. It was the space they shared, the place they wrote and researched, and who knows what else. Not even my dad was allowed in. I can remember Marion stopping him in the doorway when my mother was examining a historical document inside. Private means private. It's a library, Marion. Libraries were created to democratize knowledge and make it public. Around here, libraries were created so that Alcoholics Anonymous would have somewhere to meet when the Baptists kicked them out. Marion, don't be ridiculous. It's just an archive. Don't think of me as a librarian. Think of me as a mad scientist. This is my secret laboratory. You're crazy. You two are just looking at some crumbling old papers. If you reveal your secrets to the wind, you should not blame the wind for revealing them to the trees. Khalil Gibran, he fired back. 3 can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. Benjamin Franklin. Eventually, even my father had given up trying to get into their archive. We'd gone home and eaten Rocky Road ice cream, and after that, I had always thought of my mother and Marion as an unstoppable force of nature. 2 mad scientists, as Marion had said, chained to each other in the lab. They had churned out book after book, even once making the shortlist for the Voice of the South Award, the Southern equivalent of a Pulitzer Prize. My dad was fiercely proud of my mom, of both of them, even if we were just along for the ride. Lively of the mind. That's how he used to describe my mom, especially when she was in the middle of a project. That was when she was the most absent, and yet, somehow, when he seemed to love her best. And now, here I was, in the private archive, without my dad or my mom, or even a bowl of Rocky Road ice cream in sight. Things were changing pretty quickly around here, for a town that never changed at all. The room was paneled and dark, the most secluded, airless, windowless room of the 3rd oldest building in Gatlin. 4 long oak tables stood in parallel lines down the center of the room. Every inch of every wall was crammed with books. Civil War artillery and munitions, King cotton, white gold of the South. Flat metal shelving drawers held manuscripts, and overflowing file cabinets lined a smaller room attached to the back of the archive. Marion busied herself with her teapot and hot plate. Lena walked up to a wall of framed maps of Gatlin County, crumbling behind glass, old as the sisters themselves. Look, Ravenwood. Lena moved her finger across the glass. And there's Greenbrier. You can see the property line a lot better on this map. I walked to the far corner of the room, where a lone table stood, covered with a fine layer of dust and the occasional cobweb. An old historical society charter lay open, with circled names, a pencil still stuck in the spine. A map made out of tracing paper, tacked to a map of modern-day Gatlin, seemed like someone was trying to mentally excavate the old town from beneath the new. And lying on top of all of it was a photo of the painting in Macon Ravenwood's entry. The woman with the locket. Genevieve. It has to be Genevieve. We have to tell her, Elle. We have to ask. We can't. We can't trust anyone. We don't even know why we're seeing the visions. Lena, trust me. What's all this stuff over here, Aunt Marion? She looked at me, her face briefly clouding over. That's our last project, your mom's and mine. Why did my mom have a picture of the painting at Ravenwood? I don't know. Lena walked over to the table and picked up the photo of the painting. Marion, what were you guys doing with this painting? Marion handed each of us a proper cup of tea with a saucer. That was another thing about Gatlin. You used a saucer at all times, no matter what. You should recognize that painting, Lena. It belongs to your Uncle Macon. In fact, he sent me that photo himself. But who's the woman? Genevieve Duquesne, but I expect you know that. I didn't, actually. Hasn't your uncle taught you anything about your genealogy? We don't talk much about my dead relatives. No one wants to bring up my parents. Marion walked over to one of the flat archival drawers, searching for something. Genevieve Duquesne was your great-great-great-great-grandmother. She was an interesting character, really. Lila and I were tracing the entire Duquesne family tree for a project your Uncle Macon had been helping us with, right up until... She looked down. Last year. My mom had known Macon Ravenwood? I thought he had said he only knew her through her work. You really should know your genealogy. Marion turned a few yellowed pages of parchment. Lena's family tree stared back at us, right next to Macon's. I pointed to Lena's family tree. That's weird. All the girls in your family have the last name Duquesne, even the ones who were married. It's just a thing in my family. The women keep the family name even after they're married. It's always been that way. Marion turned the page and looked at Lena. It's often the case in bloodlines where the women are considered particularly powerful. I wanted to change the subject. I didn't want to dig too deep into the powerful women in Lena's family with Marion, especially considering Lena was definitely one of them. Why were you and Mom tracing the Duquesne tree? What was the project? Marion stirred her tea. Sugar? She looked away as I spooned it into my cup. We were actually mostly interested in this locket. She pointed to another photograph of Genevieve. In this one, she was wearing the locket. One story in particular. It was a simple story, really, a love story. She smiled sadly. Your mother was a great romantic, Ethan. I locked eyes with Lena. We both knew what Marion was about to say. Interestingly enough for you two, this love story involves both a Waite and a Duquesne, a Confederate soldier, and a beautiful mistress of Greenbrier. The locket visions. The burning of Greenbrier, my mom's last book, was about everything we had seen happen between Genevieve and Ethan, Lena's great-great-great-great-grandmother, and my great-great-great-great-uncle. My mom was working on that book when she died. My head was reeling. Gatlin was like that. Nothing here ever happened only once. Lena looked pale. She leaned over and touched my hand where it rested on the dusty table. Instantly, I felt the familiar prick of electricity. Here, this is the letter that got us started on the whole project. Marion lay out 2 parchment sheets on the next oak table. Secretly, I was glad she didn't disturb my mom's work table. I thought of it as a fitting memorial, more like her than the carnations everyone had laid on her casket. Even the DAR, they were there for the funeral, laying those carnations down like crazy, though my mom would have hated it. The whole town, the Baptists, the Methodists, even the Pentecostals, turned out for a death, a birth, or a wedding. You can read it, just don't touch it. It's one of the oldest things in Gatlin. Lena bent over the letter, holding her hair back to keep it from brushing the old parchment. They're desperately in love, but they're too different. She scanned the letter. A species apart, he calls them. Her family is trying to keep them apart, and he's gone to enlist, even though he doesn't believe in the war, in the hope that fighting for the South will win him the approval of her family. Marion closed her eyes, reciting, I might as well be a monkey as a man, for all the good it does me at Greenbrier. Though merely mortal, my heart breaks with such pain at the thought of spending the rest of my life without you, Genevieve. It was like poetry, like something I imagined Lena would write. Marion opened her eyes again, as if he were Atlas carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. It's all so sad, said Lena, looking at me. They were in love. There was a war. I hate to tell you, but it ends badly, or so it seems. Marion finished her tea. What about this locket? I pointed at the photo, almost afraid to ask. Supposedly, Ethan gave it to Genevieve, as a troth of secret engagement. We'll never know what happened to it. Nobody ever saw it again after the night Ethan died. Genevieve's father forced her to marry someone else, but legend has it she kept the locket and it was buried with her. It was said to be a powerful talisman, the broken bond of a broken heart. I shivered. The powerful talisman wasn't buried with Genevieve. It was in my pocket, and a dark talisman according to Macon and Amma. I could feel it throbbing, as if it had been baking in hot coals. Ethan, don't. We have to. She can help us. My mom would have helped us. I shoved one hand in my pocket, pushing past the handkerchief to touch the battered cameo, and took Marion's hand, hoping this was one of those times the locket would work. Her cup of tea crashed to the floor. The room started to swirl. Ethan! Marion shouted. Lena took Marion's hand. The light in the room was dissolving into night. Don't worry, we'll be with you the whole time. Lena's voice sounded far away, and I heard the sound of distant gunfire. In moments, the library filled with rain. The rain battered down upon them. The winds kicked up, beginning to quell the flames, even though it was too late. Genevieve stared at what was left of the great house. She had lost everything today. Mama, Evangeline. She couldn't lose Ethan, too. Ivy ran through the mud toward her, using her skirt to carry the things Genevieve had asked for. I'm too late. Lord in heaven, I'm too late, Ivy cried. She looked around nervously. Come, Miss Genevieve. There's nothing more we can do here. But Ivy was wrong. There was one thing. It's not too late. It's not too late. Genevieve kept repeating the words. You're talking crazy, child. She looked at Ivy, desperate. I need the book. Ivy backed away, shaking her head. No, you can't mess with that book. You don't know what you're doing. Genevieve grabbed the old woman by the shoulders. Ivy, it's the only way. You have to give it to me. You don't know what you asking. You don't know nothing about that book. Give it to me or I'll find it myself. Black smoke was billowing up behind them, the fire still spitting as it swallowed up what was left of the house. Ivy relented, picking up her tattered skirts and leading Genevieve out past what used to be her mother's lemon grove. Genevieve had never been past that point. There was nothing out there but cotton fields, or at least that's what she had always been told. And she had never had a reason to be in those fields, except on the rare occasions when she and Evangeline played a game of hide-and-seek. But Ivy's path was purposeful. She knew exactly where she was going. In the distance, Genevieve could still hear the sound of gunshots and the piercing cries of her neighbors as they watched their own homes burn. Ivy stopped near a bramble of wild vines, rosemary and jasmine, snaking their way up the side of an old stone wall. There was a small archway hidden beneath the overgrowth. Ivy ducked down and walked under the arch. Genevieve followed. The arch must have been attached to a wall because the area was enclosed, a perfect circle, its walls obscured by years of wild vines.
What is this place? A place your mama didn't want you to know nothing about, or you'd know what it was.
In the distance, Genevieve could see tiny stones jutting from the tall grass. Of course, the family cemetery. Genevieve remembered being out there once when she was very young, when her great-grandmother had died. She remembered the funeral was at night, and her mother had stood in the tall grass in the moonlight, whispering words in a language Genevieve and her sister hadn't recognized.
What are we doing out here? You said you wanted that book, didn't you? It's out here?
Ivy stopped and looked at Genevieve, confused.
Where else would it be?
Farther back, there was another structure being strangled by wild vines. A crypt. Ivy stopped at the door.
You sure you want to? We don't have time for this.
Genevieve reached for the handle, but there wasn't one.
How does it open?
The old woman stood on her toes, reaching high above the door. There, illuminated by the distant light of the fires, Genevieve could see a small piece of smooth stone above the door, with a crescent moon carved into it. Ivy put her hand over the small moon and pushed. The stone door began to move, opening with the sound of stone scraping stone. Ivy reached for something on the other side of the doorway, a candle. The candlelight illuminated the small room. It couldn't have been bigger than a few feet wide all around, but there were old wooden shelves on every side, piled high with tiny vials and bottles, filled with plant blossoms, powders, and murky liquids. In the center of the room, there was a weathered stone table with an old wooden box lying on it. The box was modest by any standard, the only adornment a tiny crescent moon carved on its lid. The same carving from the stone above the door.
I'm not touching it,
Ivy said quietly, as if she thought the box itself could hear her.
Ivy, it's just a book.
No such thing as just a book, especially in your family. Genevieve lifted the lid gently. The book's jacket was cracked black leather, now more gray than black. There was no title, just the same crescent moon embossed on the front. Genevieve lifted the book tentatively from the box. She knew Ivy was superstitious. Although she had mocked the old woman, she also knew that Ivy was wise. She read cards and tea leaves, and Genevieve's mother consulted Ivy and her tea leaves for almost everything. The best day to plant her vegetables to avoid a freeze, the right herbs to cure a cold. The book was warm, as if it were alive, breathing.
Why doesn't it have a name?
Genevieve asked.
Just 'cause a book don't have a title, don't mean it don't have a name. That right there is the Book of Moons.
There was no more time to lose. She followed the flames through the darkness, back to what was left of Greenbrier and Ethan. She flipped through the pages. There were hundreds of casts. How would she find the right one? Then she saw it. It was in Latin, a language she knew well. Her mother had brought a special tutor in from up north to make sure she and Evangeline learned it. The most important language as far as her family was concerned. The binding spell, to bind death to life. Genevieve rested the book on the ground next to Ethan, her finger under the first verse of the incantation. Ivy grabbed her wrist and held it tight. This isn't any night for this. Half moons for working white magic, full moons for working black. No moon is something else altogether. Genevieve jerked her arm from the old woman's grip. I don't have a choice. This is the only night we have. Miss Genevieve, you need to understand. Those words are more than a cast. They're a bargain. You can't use the Book of Moons without giving something in return. I don't care about the price. We're talking about Ethan's life. I've lost everyone else. That boy don't have no more life. It's been shot right out of him. What you trying to do is unnatural, and there can't be no right in that. Genevieve knew Ivy was right. Her mother had warned her and Evangeline often enough about respecting the natural laws. She was crossing a line none of the casters in her family would ever have dared. But they were all gone now. She was the only one left. And she had to try. No! Lena let go of our hands, breaking the circle. She went dark. Don't you get it? Genevieve, she was using dark magic. I grabbed her hands. She tried to pull away from me. Usually all I could feel from Lena was a sunny sort of warmth. But this time she felt more like a tornado. Lena, she's not you. He's not me. This all happened more than 100 years ago. She was hysterical. She is me. That's why the locket wants me to see this. It's warning me to stay away from you, so I don't hurt you after I go dark. Marion opened her eyes, which were bigger than I'd ever seen them. Her short hair, normally neat and perfectly in place, was wild and windblown. She looked exhausted but exhilarated. I knew that look. It was like my mom was haunting her, especially around the eyes. You are not claimed, Lena. You're neither good nor bad. This is just what it feels like to be 15 and a half in the Duquesne family. I've known a lot of casters in my day, and a whole lot of Duquesnes, both dark and light. Lena looked at Marion, stunned. Marion tried to catch her breath. You are not going dark. You're as melodramatic as Macon. Now calm down. How did she know about Lena's birthday? How did she know about casters? You two have Genevieve's locket. Why didn't you tell me? We don't know what to do. Everyone tells us something different. Let me see it. I reached into my pocket. Lena put her hand on my arm, and I hesitated. Marion was my mom's closest friend, and she was like family. I knew I shouldn't question her motives, but then I had just followed Amma into the swamp to meet Macon Ravenwood, and I would never have seen that coming. How do we know we can trust you? I asked, feeling sick even asking the question. The best way to find out if you can trust somebody is to trust them. Elton John? Close. Ernest Hemingway. In his own way, sort of the rock star of his time. I smiled, but Lena was not so willing to have her doubts charmed away. Why should we trust you when everyone else has been hiding things from us? Marion grew serious. Precisely because I'm not Amma, and I'm not Uncle Macon. I'm not your grandma or your Aunt Delphine. I'm mortal. I'm neutral. Between black magic and white magic, light and dark, there has to be something in between, something to resist the pull. And that something is me. Lena backed away from her. It was inconceivable to both of us. How did Marion know so much about Lena's family? What are you? In Lena's family, that was a loaded question. I'm the Gatlin County head librarian, same as I've been since I moved here, same as I always will be. I'm not a caster, I just keep the records. I just keep the books. Marion smoothed her hair. I'm the keeper. Just one in a long line of mortals entrusted with the history and the secrets of a world we can never entirely be a part of. There must always be one, and now, that one is me. Aunt Marion, what are you talking about? I was lost. Let's just say there are libraries, and then there are libraries. I serve all the good citizens of Gatlin, whether they are casters or mortals, which works out just fine since the other branch is more of a night job, really. You mean the Gatlin County Caster Library? I am, of course, the Caster Librarian, the head Caster Librarian. I stared at Marion as if I was seeing her for the first time. She looked back at me with the same brown eyes, the same knowing smile. She looked the same, but somehow she was completely different. I had always wondered why Marion stayed in Gatlin all these years. I thought it was because of my mom. Now I realized there was another reason. I didn't know what I was feeling, but whatever it was, Lena was feeling the opposite. Then you can help us. We have to find out what happened to Ethan and Genevieve, and what it has to do with Ethan and me, and we have to find out before my birthday. Lena looked at her expectantly. The Caster Library must have records. Maybe the Book of Moons is there. Do you think it could have the answers? Marion looked away. Maybe. Maybe not. I'm afraid I can't help you. I'm so sorry. What are you talking about? She wasn't making sense. I'd never seen Marion refuse help to anyone, especially me. I can't get involved, even if I want to. It's part of the job description. I don't write the books or the rules. I just keep them. I can't interfere. Is this job more important than helping us? I stepped in front of her, so she had to look me in the eye when she answered. More important than me? It's not that simple, Ethan. There's a balance between the mortal world and the caster world, between light and dark. The Keeper is part of that balance, part of the order of things. If I defy the laws by which I'm bound, that balance is jeopardized. She looked back at me, her voice shaky. I can't interfere, even if it kills me, even if it hurts the people I love. I didn't understand what she was talking about, but I knew Marion loved me, like she had loved my mom. If she couldn't help us, there had to be a reason. Fine. You can't help us. Just take me to this caster library, and I'll figure it out myself. You're not a caster, Ethan. This isn't your decision to make. Lena stepped next to me and took my hand. It's mine. And I want to go. Marion nodded. All right, I'll take you. The next time it's open. The Caster Library doesn't operate on the same schedule as the Gatlin County Library. It's a bit more irregular. Of course it was. October 31st. Halloween. The only days of the year that the Gatlin County Library was closed were bank holidays, like Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day, New Year's Day, Easter. As a result, these were the only days the Gatlin County Caster Library was open, which apparently wasn't something Marion could control. Take it up with the county. Like I said, I don't make the rules. I wondered what county she was talking about, the one I had lived in my whole life, or the one that had been hidden from me for just as long. Still, Lena seemed almost hopeful. For the first time, it was as if she actually believed there might be a way to prevent what she had considered the inevitable. Marion couldn't give us any answers, but she anchored us in the absence of the two people we relied on most, who hadn't gone anywhere, but seemed far away just the same. I didn't say anything to Lena, but without Amma, I was lost, and without Macon, I knew Lena couldn't even find her way to Lost. Marion did give us something, Ethan and Genevieve's letters, so old and delicate they were almost transparent, and everything she and my mother had collected about the two of them. A whole stack of papers in a dusty brown box with cardboard printed to look like wood paneling on the sides. Although Lena loved poring over the prose, "The days without you bleed together until time is nothing more than another obstacle we must overcome." All it seemed to amount to was a love story with a really bad and really black ending. But it was all we had. Now all we had to do was figure out what we were looking for. The needle in the haystack, or in this case, the cardboard box. So we did the only thing we could do. We started looking. After 2 weeks, I'd spent more time with Lena on the locket papers than I would have thought possible. The more we read through the papers, the more it seemed like we were reading about ourselves.